I call this meeting of the Appropriations Committee to order. Before we begin, I have a number of housekeeping announcements. This information was previously conveyed to your staff, but I want to reiterate that no food will be allowed in the room. Drinks are fine if you have a lid, and please throw away your own trash. We have arranged to have lunch, courtesy of Congressman Adderholt. Thank you so much, Congressman Adderholt. And it will be in the minority. What? Mexican. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Be in the minority space in Longworth, 1036, directly below the hearing room. And again, thanking Ranking Member Granger for providing the space. For those of you joining remotely, and if I can beg the indulgence here for a moment, there are a number of members who are remote, some with COVID, and so we're going to be mindful of technology and our ability to get everything done with a number of members. It's maybe about 15 or 16 members who are virtual today. So for those of you who are joining remotely, please be respectful of those in the hearing room. Do not talk over them when they have been recognized. If you are joining us virtually, once you start speaking, there will be a slight delay before you are displayed on the main screen. Speaking into the microphone activates the camera, displaying the speaker on the main screen. Do not stop your remarks if you do not immediately see the screen switch. If the screen does not change after several seconds, please make sure you are not muted. To minimize background noise and ensure the correct speaker is being displayed, we ask that you remain on mute unless you have sought recognition. The chair or an individual designated by the chair may mute participants' microphones when they are not under recognition for the purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise. If during one of our meetings we need to move things along and we decide to enforce the 5-minute rule, you will notice a clock at the bottom of your screen that will show how much time is remaining. When your time is up, the clock will turn red and I may gently tap the gavel to remind members that their time has expired before recognizing another member. Finally, we have set up an email address to which members can send anything they wish to submit in writing in any of our hearings or markups, including amendments, motions, and other unanimous consent requests. That email address has been provided to your staff. I would remind all members that they must verbally request unanimous consent separately from sending the document or written UC request to the email address. With that, our first order of business today is consideration of the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2023. I will now recognize Ms. Capter to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we will consider the fiscal year 2023 Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Bill. By robustly investing in America's energy and water needs, this legislation meets our current needs while preparing our nation for a more secure future. Let me say as well, our bill contains the highest level of scientific research conducted across our nation. Currently, Putin's war against Ukraine crystallizes how essential a comprehensive energy strategy is to our economy, to our national security, and to global stability. With Russia weaponizing energy to destabilize global markets, it is clear that America and the free world need to innovate and measure up, and not allow foreign adversaries to disrupt our way of life. In this regard, over the last 40 years, America has made remarkable progress to strengthen our net energy position and to pull us out of the 20th century nosedive of foreign energy dependency. Indeed, over the last several years, America has produced record amounts of oil and gas. But we are also bringing forward new energy sources and are now a net energy exporter. Fossil fuels are a part of America's current energy strategy and will be in the years ahead. But in this 21st century, America absolutely must continue harnessing new energy sources that weren't a focus of previous eras. We must lead. The harsh reality is that energy prices are still overly dependent on world events. And with prices rising and adversarial threats growing, America needs an all-of-the-above energy approach that embraces innovation across all categories. Let's get it done. By harnessing the power of emerging clean energy sources such as hydrogen, solar, advanced nuclear, wind, hydropower, and biomass, as well as aggressively strengthening energy conservation through more energy-efficient building materials and conservation strategies, our nation will lower costs, create good-paying jobs, and yes, sustain life on Earth. I am heartened by this bill's support for Defense Production Act activities and strengthening supply chain capabilities to unlock even greater unmet energy potential. By deploying $100 million to expand domestic manufacturing of solar and other clean energy industries, our bill invests in an American energy future that is built and powered here in America, along with the living wage jobs that are created as a result. Now, turning to fresh water, this bill provides necessary resources for water agencies to rebuild crumbling infrastructure. This bill addresses the worsening drought conditions plaguing the West, the historic flooding we see across our country, and new age challenges to our nation's precious freshwater lakes and water systems. Let me briefly walk through the investments we make in this funding bill. The bill provides $8.9 billion for the Army Corps of Engineers, an increase of $2.3 billion above the underfunded budget request, with a footprint in nearly every district represented here today. May the Corps be blessed in their vital work. This bill provides $1.9 billion for the Bureau of Reclamation, an increase of $477 billion above the budget request, including programs to respond to the severe historic Western drought. It provides $48.2 billion for the Department of Energy, an increase of $3.3 billion above enacted to push innovation faster. And within the Department of Energy, the bill provides historic levels of funding across energy and science programs, including $4 billion for energy efficiency and renewable energy, $800 million above the enacted. Recognizing that buildings consume about 40% of energy in our country, the bill also includes $370 million for weatherization of over 40,000 homes occupied by families of modest means. The bill includes $8 billion for the Office of Science, $525 million above enacted, which is so vital to America's future energy innovation. And we want to thank all the scientists in our labs across this country who work so very hard, but don't get the kind of publicity that they deserve for inventing the future. There's $550 million for ARPA-E, $100 million above the enacted to literally invent the future. And additionally, the bill responsibly funds America's nuclear deterrent, essential to our liberty, and increases funding for nonproliferation programs. In short, this bill provides critical funding to propel America's energy security, water infrastructure, and a strong nuclear deterrent, all anchored by good-paying jobs in every state and region of America. I'd like to thank our subcommittee members and express my deep gratitude to Ranking Member Simpson, as well as Chair DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger. And finally, I'd like to thank the staff who worked tirelessly to put this bill together: Jamie Shimmick, Scott McKee, Brian Smith, Will Ostertag, Daniela Tedesco, Eric Lipka, John Howes, and Angie Giancarlo. I'd like to especially thank Jamie Shimmick, an exceptional talent, truly, for her dedicated and faithful service as the loyal clerk of this subcommittee as she prepares to move on to her next adventure. We value her, and we value her integrity, her intelligence, her deep patriotism, and good nature. With great acumen and amiable disposition all the while, she has handled some of the most complex challenges facing our nation. She gives me hope for the next generation. We will miss you dearly, Jamie, and wish you all the best in your next endeavor in Washington State. You stand up. We're going to give you some applause. done a great job. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
I would now like to recognize the subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to be here today to consider the fiscal year 2023 Energy and Water Development Appropriations Bill. I'd like to thank Chairwoman Chapter for putting together this year's bill in her typical cooperative style. It is clear that she and the majority staff worked hard to address individual member priorities from both sides of the aisle, and I thank the Chair for that consideration. I'd also like to thank Chair DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger of the full committee for their leadership and support of the important programs in this bill. There are many things in the majority's mark that, if considered individually, House Republicans could support. For example, strong support for the Corps of Engineers, including specific community project funding and additional programmatic funding, has long been a bipartisan priority. Of great importance to me, of course, is the Department of Energy's nuclear energy program. I appreciate the Chairwoman's efforts to address many of my priorities within this account. Specifically, I am pleased to see continued support for work on microreactors, including the MARVEL program, work to ensure a supply of high-assay, low-enriched uranium, which will be necessary for many of the next generation of reactors, the Advanced Reactors Demonstration Program, and the National Laboratories infrastructure necessary to enable those activities to succeed. I'd like to work with the Chair as we move this bill forward to better support the Advanced Small Modular Reactor Demonstration Project. The NuScale SMR is the first ever NRC-approved SMR design, and we need to ensure this demonstration succeeds. These individual good items aside, the bill is based on a funding level that has passed the House without Republican support. The majority has described their overall discretionary spending level as including significant increases to help fight inflation. Unfortunately, we can't spend our way out of the highest inflation level in over 40 years. Even prominent liberal economists have pointed to excessive federal spending as the key cause of inflation and not the solution. We need to be more judicious about how much and where we allocate discretionary spending. Like the President's budget request, the majority's energy and water bill overfunds certain non-defense programs and shortchanges our national security needs. For example, the bill before us is below the budget request for weapons activities and naval reactors, a budget request that was inefficient considering the current global threat situation. There is bipartisan support for modernization of the nuclear weapons stockpile complex, yet the bill cuts some of these programs below last year and the budget request, and it leaves out other items completely. If you look at naval reactors and the weapons programs, these are on scale to do certain things, and they need to be kept on this program, because if they're not, ultimately when you fall behind, it costs you more in the long run to do it. On the other hand, the bill increases energy efficiency and renewable energy activities by more than 25% over last year. And that's on top of the tens of billions of dollars of infrastructure programs still in the early stages of implementation from the infrastructure bill. The bill includes funding for the President's proposal to use the Defense Production Act for non-emergency issues. For instance, even the Department of Energy has indicated that there is no supply shortage of insulation, yet the administration is claiming it is such an emergency that it justifies use of the Defense Production Act. I look forward to working together as this bill moves through the legislative process to develop a final energy and water bill that reflects a balanced set of priorities that can be supported by members on both sides of the aisle. In closing, I'd like to again thank Chairwoman Chapter and the majority staff for their hard work on this bill, and a special thanks, as was mentioned, the acknowledgement of Jamie Shimmick for her work on the subcommittee over the past almost 5 years. Thank you for your dedication to this service and this committee. I understand that you'll be moving back to the Pacific Northwest. You'll be really close to God's country, just on the east of you where those God's cathedrals are in central Idaho. but we have appreciated working with you and look forward to your future endeavors. I'm happy you stuck with us through this markup, and I wish you the best as you return to the Great Pacific Northwest. I thank you, and I yield back.
I would now like to recognize myself for opening remarks. A thank you to Chairwoman Chapter and Ranking Member Simpson, and to all the members of the subcommittee for your work on this bill. Chairwoman Chapter, your subcommittee is tasked with meeting some of the most consequential threats to our national security and to the health and safety of our people and the planet. We know this to be especially true today, as Russia continues its malicious invasion of Ukraine and greedy big oil companies engage in price gouging. American families struggle to pay for gas and make ends meet, and threats to our national and our global security only grow. This bill meets the moment by helping lower energy costs while ensuring we can get ahead and help prevent an energy crisis like this from happening again in the future. First and foremost, we are increasing America's energy independence and diversifying our energy sources. By strengthening and accelerating our transition to different types of clean energy, we will continue to further the change that is so long overdue. We are making transformative investments in energy and innovation and science to develop clean, affordable, and secure American energy while solidifying American leadership in the transition to a global clean energy economy. This bill invests $4 billion for energy efficiency and renewable energy. At the same time, this bill provides $8 billion for the Office of Science to fund the programs that expand critical scientific understanding and to ensure we remain at the forefront of innovation and scientific competitiveness. This bill also strengthens our national security by providing for a safe and secure nuclear deterrent while protecting our environment and meeting our obligations to the health and the safety of all Americans through nuclear cleanup efforts. And this bill deals with rebuilding the water infrastructure central to our growth and success of our communities. It provides $8.9 billion for the Army Corps of Engineers construction, operation, and maintenance to revive our water infrastructure, to protect communities from more frequent and severe storms. And with $1.9 billion for the Bureau of Reclamation, we are investing in projects to address the worsening drought in the West. Investing in our water infrastructure makes us more resilient, keeps us safe against worsening natural disasters, like many in recent years that have had devastating impacts on all of our constituents. It also supports the flow of goods that go through our ports, thus strengthening our economy. These investments are vitally important. But this bill does not just keep us safer and more resilient, it grows opportunities for working middle-class families everywhere. We will continue creating tens of thousands of jobs focused on deploying clean energy technologies. At the same time, we support economic and community development and job training opportunities for Americans everywhere. So proud of the bill before us. The bill strengthens our commitment to advancing our energy security and our national security and to rebuilding our crumbling water infrastructure. As we know well, this bill reaches every corner of our nation, and its impact will be profound. With that, I again thank the chairwoman and the ranking member, and I want to say a thank you to the Energy and Water Subcommittee staff for their work. On the majority side, thank you, Jamie Shimmick, and your team, Scott McKee, Brian Smith, Will Ostertag, Daniela Tedesco, and Eric Lipka. Jamie, I want to especially thank you for your stewardship of the important programs in this bill since you joined the committee in 2017. We will miss you dearly, but we wish you all of the best as you tackle all of your new adventures. On the minority side, I want to say a thank you to Angie Giancarlo, Austin Agrella, and again, let me say a thank you to Chairwoman and Ranking Member, and I urge the support for this important bill, and I yield back. With that, I recognize Ranking Member Granger for her opening remarks.
Madam Chair, thank you for yielding. First, I want to thank Chairwoman Chapter and Ranking Member Simpson for their work on the fiscal year 2023 Energy and Water Appropriations Bill. I also want to acknowledge the committee staff for their efforts. This bill addresses priorities of members on both sides of the aisle and does many good things. In particular, the bill continues significant funding for the Army Corps of Engineers for navigation and flood control projects. These investments are critical to our local communities to boost the economy and enhance public safety. Unfortunately, just like with the other bills the committee has considered, this bill is based on a funding level that passed the House without Republican support. Inflation is pushing costs higher and higher on all Americans. We must do more to rein in government spending on lower priority programs so we don't make inflation worse. This is why I'm disappointed that this bill doubles down on climate change initiative instead of taking action to ensure affordable, secure, and reliable energy for the American people. I'm also concerned that the funding decisions in this bill are not focused on strengthening our national security. For example, the bill does not meet the budget request for the Department of Energy's nuclear weapons and naval reactors, a request that was already insufficient to address the global threats we face. In order for this bill to become law, controversial provisions will have to be removed and a more reasonable funding level will have to be set. I look forward to working together on these very important issues as we move forward, and I thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, would you recognize?
Are there any other members
Madam Chair.
wishing to make general comments on the
Yes, Madam Chair. This is Espaillat from New York.
bill? Okay. Mr. Espaillat is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of this year's Energy and Water federal funding bill. As the nation grapples with soaring gasoline prices, it is critical that we no longer that we only lower our energy costs for American families. We really have to work hard at this. We shouldn't only do this, but also enact policies that protect them from high energy prices altogether in the future as well. This bill does just that by increasing our investment in clean and renewable energy efforts. And for the first time ever, this bill includes $100 million, Madam Chair, for the Defense Production Act of Domestic Clean Energy Accelerator, a new program of the Department of Energy meant to fund domestic manufacturing of renewable energy technologies. The measure sets out in this funding bill makes clear that Congress is prioritizing clean energy, affordable and sustainable housing, and clean water, especially in disadvantaged neighborhoods and communities that have been historically marginalized, underserved, and overburdened by pollution. Furthermore, this bill includes vital funding to support the work of the Army Corps of Engineers. They do great work across the country. For fiscal year 2023, the bill provides a total of $8.8 billion, an increase of $545 million above the fiscal year 2022 level. This Corps funding will allow the agency to continue its excellent work, including the New York and New Jersey harbor study, which will advise a comprehensive plan for managing future potential coastal storm risk facing the region, including those from predicted sea level and extreme weather events. The Corps play an integral role in working with government partners to help secure risk to coastal areas and improve resiliency to coastal hazards, including natural disasters, which have been ravaged and have ravaged many coastal communities, including those in the Bronx and in Harlem, which I proudly represent. I am pleased to support this increased investment and look forward to working with this committee and the Corps to protect coastal communities throughout America, but particularly in my district. Finally, this bill incentivizes growing the STEM workforce pipeline across the Department of Energy by encouraging students' research in programs, supporting pre-college research and internship programs and mentoring experiences to engage high schools locally across the country. We must support the next generation of innovators who will build upon and maximize the impact of not only this funding bill, but the historic bipartisan infrastructure laws investment. For these reasons, Madam Chair, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. I thank you, and I yield back the remaining part of my time.
Mr. Rogers.
Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson, thank you for including funding in this bill on a topic very important to me and very important to many in Appalachia and many on this committee even, the Appalachian Regional Commission, or ARC. Throughout my time in Congress, the ARC has been a bastion of hope for our region. Since 1965, it's led efforts to innovate, partner, and invest in the region to build community capacity and strengthen economic growth. Chairwoman Capter, I want to thank you especially for providing $220 million for ARC in this bill, significantly higher than ever before, and continuing to include $65 million to help those in Appalachia who've been hurt by the drawdown in the coal industry through the Power Grant Program. This funding will enable ARC to continue its strong record of creating thousands of new jobs, improving local water and sewer systems, assisting our schools, increasing access to health care, investing in critical broadband infrastructure, and more. I was very pleased to see such strong funding in this bill, but the bill's overall funding level gives me great concern. Because of this spending, I'm afraid I cannot support the legislation at this time. However, hopefully, as the process moves along, we'll be able to iron out our differences with the Senate and pass a bill that can be signed. At any rate, I thank the gentlewoman and gentlemen for this funding, and I yield back.
Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you, and I want to thank Chairwoman Capter and her staff for putting together a tremendous bill here, especially for working with me on two items of critical importance to the areas surrounding the Portsmouth gaseous diffusion plant in southern Ohio. You took time out of your busy schedule, Ms. Capter, to come down and join me on a trip to Piketon, Ohio in May to meet with local community members, labor officials, and local elected leaders to hear their concerns about radiological contamination at Zons Corner Middle School. You heard about the high number of children who attended this middle school over the years who have been diagnosed with and succumbed to cancer, including some very rare cancers. And in fact, I've been told that since your visit there to Pike County, which has one of the highest cancer rates in the state of Ohio, 2 more children who went to that school have recently been diagnosed with cancer or suspected cancer. And Madam Chair, this community is just asking to make sure their kids are safe and that they aren't forgotten by their government. And of course, nothing we do in this bill will heal the pain of those grieving families who lost a loved one. But I know it meant something for the community to see that the chair of the Energy and Water Appropriations Subcommittee had come to hear their concerns firsthand. And so one of the things which you control in this bill, you worked with me to ensure increased transparency of DOE's air and groundwater monitoring, increased health monitoring, and increased funding. In fact, $5 million above the president's budget for community-focused education and training opportunities and economic development initiatives. And I'm going to keep working to help this community stay safe and to help them find funding to build a new middle school. My hope is the $5 million you help provide will be able to contribute to educating the kids in the Scioto Valley School District. And lastly, I also want to thank you for including report language that leans on the Department of Energy to finally get off its rear end and recycle more than 20,000 tons of high-grade nickel that the department pulled out of its uranium enrichment plants. This is a valuable Class 1 nickel that is prized for its use in the electric vehicle batteries and other applications. And all told, the department might be sitting on over $500 million worth of a prized commodity, which would not only contribute to America's ability to dominate the electric vehicle market, but also put our people to work recycling it in Southern Ohio. So I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for including this important language. This is a great bill, And I ask all of our members of this committee to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve on the Energy and Water Subcommittee again this year. I appreciate that opportunity. Many components of this bill are integral to our way of life in my home state and in central Washington. Progress is being made at the Hanford site every day, and the robust support in this bill will continue the progress at the Wesson facility, the pivotal work that's began this year with the tank side cesium removal processing, and the upcoming commissioning of the long-awaited VIT plant, all of which are crucial for us to make the great strides necessary in addressing our nation's environmental cleanup responsibilities. While I'm encouraged by the funding levels provided in this bill, Madam Chair, it's worth looking ahead beyond fiscal year 2023 to the greater needs at the Hanford site and the balance between all of the DOE cleanup sites. New this year, the bill includes language on greater coordination between the Office of Environmental Management and the DOE isotope program on issues related to strontium-90, material that is currently in storage at the Hanford site. And I'm encouraged by the innovative solutions that have been brought forward on this matter, and I'm encouraged by the scientific developments to turn these waste products, like strontium-90, which are liabilities, into opportunities and resources for usable fuel for other proven applications. I'm also grateful for the continued support and funding for activities at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, where groundbreaking research continues every day by world-class scientists. And I'm proud this bill provides strong funding to continue to meet their needs. The bill also supports the important work of both the Bureau of Reclamation and the Army Corps of Engineers, including water storage, conservation, and hydropower priorities. I'm pleased to see the robust support for the Army Corps, who handles the critical operations of the 4 lower Snake River dams and serves as a model for efficient hydropower generation with some of the highest fish passage rates in the nation. Our region depends on these projects and the Army Corps for the stabilization of our energy supply, the success of our agricultural and transportation sectors, and the economic vitality of our entire region. I'm also grateful that this bill includes robust support for the Department of Energy's Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program to continue the progress towards the deployment of 2 demonstrations, including one in my district. This bill also includes critical funding for the high-assay low-enriched uranium, or HALEU, which is a crucial component needed for the success of advanced reactor projects domestically. While I appreciate the funding levels provided in this bill, I am concerned that the numbers fall a bit short of what is needed to address the entire issue. At present, the only global supplier of HALEU is Russia, whose war on Ukraine has highlighted that it is more important than ever to ensure that the United States and the Department of Energy engage with the private sector to quickly develop a domestic commercial supply chain of HALEU in order to meet our nation's demands. I'd like to thank Chairwoman Capter, as well as Ranking Member Simpson, along with the majority and the minority staff for your tireless work on behalf of the members of this committee and all of our constituents. And I'd also like to personally congratulate Jamie Shimmick for her years of dedication to this committee and wish her the best of luck in her new endeavors back home in Central Washington, yes, God's country. And she will be my newest constituent, and we're very lucky to have you, Jamie. With that, Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to yield back.
Congresswoman Watson-Coleman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Ranking Member Granger. Thank you for the work that you all have done, and thank you to Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson, and to the entire staff, both majority and minority. I'd like to thank you all for your leadership and your work on the FY23 Energy and Water Bill. As a member of the subcommittee, I am proud of the work you and your staff dedicated to producing a bill that includes priorities for my district, strengthens our nation's water infrastructure, funds our energy needs and tackles the climate crisis. I applaud the inclusion of more than $16 billion in clean energy and science to help us fight climate change with innovative research and development. This bill helps us build resilient communities with an eye towards the future and while creating good paying jobs. The FY23 bill will fund many of my priorities, which are particularly important in my district, such as projects at the Princeton Plasma Physics Lab, which is a hub of scientific innovation at the forefront of plasma physics and nuclear fusion energy research. The FY23 bill includes $10 million for Princeton Plasma Innovation Center, $4 million for critical infrastructure recovery and renewal at PPPL. This year's E&W bill also includes 7.7% increase to the Office of Fusion Sciences. This increase includes $104 million for NSTXU, a fusion energy project constructed at Princeton as a collaboration with Columbia University, University of Washington at Seattle, and Oak Ridge National Laboratory. I also want to highlight inclusion of $715,000 in community project funding for the Delaware River Basin Commission. This funding will result in water security and clean water across 13,539 square miles. These funds are necessary to clean up legacy pollutants, improve aquatic life habitats, and monitor other contaminants of concern. Lastly, I thank the committee for inclusion of several pieces of important report language. These address immediate needs from equity to clean energy grants to better engage underserved communities, to microelectronics research to support our semiconductor manufacturing industry, to expeditious completion of the Army Corps' Greenbrook project that I worked with the subcommittee last fall to secure $500 million in disaster relief after Hurricane Ida devastated my district. Again, let me thank the chairwoman and the staff on this year's FY23 bill. I am proud to serve on the committee. We are committed to the future of our country's water infrastructure, energy security, and combating climate change. I ask my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Frankel.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a very good bill. I want to make some comments too, but I just want to say I don't understand the why my good friends on the other side think that this bill has something to do with causing inflation. I mean, listen, we're all worried about the cost of goods and gas. That's not a partisan worry. But I think we know that inflation's all over the world, and that in a large part, economists are telling us it's a byproduct of COVID, with the manufacturing and oil pumping shutting down, and then supply chain issues. And I want to say that it was government spending that saved lives in this country, that got shots into people's arms, that kept millions of businesses in business and helped put money into people's pockets so they could buy food and pay their rent. So I'm very proud of what we did, especially with the American Rescue Plan. And I'm very proud of this bill, Mrs. Kapner. It rebuilds our nation's water infrastructure, lowers energy costs while confronting our climate crisis, and creates tens of thousands of good-paying jobs with a focus on deploying clean energy technologies. And as a member from Florida, I'd like to touch on 3 issues of importance to my constituents in Palm Beach County. I'm especially pleased that this bill continues to fund the restoration of the Everglades at historic levels. Our Everglades is a natural beauty that's home to hundreds of endangered plants and animal species, and the main water source for 8 million Floridians and visitors. And we've also added the necessary report language to allow previously authorized projects to move forward. I want to add that that the Everglades has always had strong bipartisan support, and I'm going to do a shout out to Representative Diaz-Balart And Rutherford from Florida, and of course, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, thank you for always supporting the Everglades. The bill also protects the beaches and waterways that serve as economic engines and a way of life in South Florida, with increased funding for beach restoration and intercoastal waterway dredging. And the bill encouraged the Army Corps of Engineers to follow science, not politics, in determining the water levels of Lake Okeechobee to make sure that the drinking water needs of all users are met. I'm proud to support this bill for current and future generations of Floridians and Americans alike, and I urge support and yield back.
Ms. Bustos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to thank Chair Capter for your hard work on this, and also the ranking member, Mr. Simpson, for all of your work, and of course the staff as well. Really glad to be on this subcommittee because it's so important to the people that I represent. The subcommittee is charged with overseeing one of the most critical components of our interstate commerce supply chain that a lot of people don't think of it, and that's the locks and dam system, our inland waterways. The Mississippi and the Illinois rivers, both of which are major components of the congressional district I represent in central and northwestern Illinois, they move more than 116 million tons of cargo through the locks and dams every single year. Yet we're still relying on the locks and dam system that was developed in the 1930s and the 1940s, clear back to the Depression era. I'm proud to have worked with Senator Durbin from my home state of Illinois to help secure $829 million to kick off construction within the Navigation Ecosystem Sustainability Program that we know as NESP. And I was ecstatic when the last appropriations package included an additional $45.1 million for NESP. NESP still has 6 locks to construct and hundreds of ecosystem projects that we still need to make sure that we get done. It's so important that we continue this progress that was made with the infrastructure bill funding. That's why I'm also very grateful for the inclusion of $49.3 million in this bill to continue that momentum and the progress that we've made to update this critical infrastructure. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson, I'm really proud to serve as the Vice Chair of the subcommittee, and it's been wonderful to work with you on this subcommittee for another appropriations season. First and foremost, I want to thank the Chair for including $407 million for the South Florida Ecosystem Everglades Restoration Plan, which fully funds President Biden's budget request. This is a $50 million increase over FY22 and represents a historic level of Everglades restoration funding. Though I continue to believe that the committee should reconsider its decision to treat any request from members to increase Everglades restoration beyond the budget request as an earmark. Everglades restoration is a regional, congressionally authorized program that was established by WRDA 2000. It is likely the largest environmental restoration project in the history of the United States and is of national interest for its capacity to store carbon, provide clean drinking water for millions, protect endangered species, and create jobs. The committee's policy gives way too much power to the Army Corps, an organization with often its own political interests that don't always align with what's best for all of our constituents. Nevertheless, I was pleased that the Chair's mark includes community project funding for the Everglades, which helps provide a small piece of the funding being provided for in this bill. I'm also pleased the bill includes language to allow incremental funding and authority for the Everglades agricultural area, and language that ensures that we do not need further authorization for comprehensive Everglades restoration plan sub-projects, as well as confirmation that design deficiencies can be corrected without a new start. These are all incredibly important provisions in this bill, and it will allow us to continue to advance Everglades restoration. And the 5 of us from Florida, I know, are all really appreciative of what's come into this bill, and I know we're appreciative of President Biden's significant commitment to Everglades restoration. I'm also glad the bill includes report language to direct DOE to examine the reasons, causes, and what Congress can do to help improve solar panel installation rates and report back to the committee. We should be seeing an increase in installation rates, especially while prices for oil and gas remain artificially inflated. The sun provides a much better energy partner than Vladimir Putin and the Russians. So with that, I thank the Chairwoman and the Ranking Member for putting forth this strong bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for your tremendous leadership of this committee and for bringing this bill forward, and also to Chairwoman, our ranking member, Ms. Granger. And I'd like to recognize, of course, Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson for their leadership of this subcommittee, and also our very excellent staff on both sides. At a time when the climate crisis threatens the health, safety, air quality, and livelihoods of especially poor and communities of color, this bill's investment of $56.2 billion comes at a very critical moment to ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. This bill advances energy independence, lowers energy costs, invests in renewable energy and scientific innovation. It also addresses environmental injustices and so much more. Far too often, we are seeing communities struggle to recover from natural disasters. I applaud the work of this committee to once again increase funding for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. However, communities seeking to partner with the Corps simply face too many roadblocks, including legacy thinking that prioritizes the short term over the existential challenge of climate change. Within my home state of California, the first Corps project in the nation to incorporate sea level rise, the South San Francisco Bay Shoreline Project, is at risk of not being built. This is unacceptable. And so, Madam Chair, as this process moves forward, I hope that we can work together to find a path forward for shoreline projects which embodies our shared priorities of addressing climate change and protecting vulnerable communities. Through this bill, we have the responsibility of advancing equity and environmental energy justice while driving innovation. And I want to thank the Chair for including the directive for the Secretary to follow through on providing a detailed plan on recruitment and retention of people of color and people with disabilities across all job types and from minority-serving institutions. Building upon the workforce development for teachers and scientists programs funded at $42 million, this bill directs the department to support a pre-college research, internships, and mentoring experiences to engage high schools locally and across the nation through impactful interactions with national laboratory employees. Work-based learning will be included, as well as experiential activities and also emerging technology programs. These educational opportunities will help ensure that the nation has the sustained and diverse pipeline of STEM workers to meet our national goals and objectives. Also, I'm pleased to see robust funding for projects at the Department of Energy's lab in Berkeley, California. Projects like the Cosmic Microwave Background Stage 4 experiment and the Advanced Light Source upgrade. These projects will deliver transformative discoveries in fundamental physics, cosmology, and astrophysics and astronomy. Food, water, and energy security is essential to our nation's national security. The continued support for the DOE and USDA interagency working group established through Chair Capter in my Fiscal 22 language will ensure advancements in four-season food production platforms to increase access to produce for underserved communities. These discussions began in my district at the Berkeley lab, Chairwoman Capter. I think you remember that when you visited my district, I would say many years ago, but several years ago. And we're plugging along on this very important effort. So I want to thank you for your persistence and perseverance. No one in America should go hungry or be food insecure and should have access to healthy food. And this interagency group will finally, hopefully, complete the work that we envisioned several years ago in Berkeley. Finally, I'd like to thank the Chair for the continued support for targeted investments in impoverished areas and high poverty areas. It's vital that we compile consistent and disaggregated data on the distribution of funding to persistent poverty counties and high poverty areas to assess and address the poverty crisis in our nation, which is increasing. So I look forward to seeing this bill on the floor, and I appreciate the Chair for including many of my priorities for my district and the nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Kilmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to start by thanking Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson for the great work on this bill, and of course want to recognize the work of the hardworking professional staff and join others in congratulating our terrific committee clerk who will be able to return to the better Washington. So I wanted to just speak briefly about what this bill means for a region like mine. Washington State, unfortunately, is already feeling the impacts of climate change. As we sit here in this glorious room, there are 4 coastal tribes in my district that are in the process of trying to move to higher ground because they're seeing sea level rise and more severe storms. I've got thousands of constituents whose livelihoods are tied to growing shellfish and to our fisheries. They are seeing changing ocean chemistry impact their livelihoods. There are communities like Ocean Shores that are experiencing more frequent and more damaging coastal hazards. And these communities are counting on us to provide some help from the federal government to both mitigate the impacts of what we're seeing, but also to put us on a path toward decarbonizing our energy sector and hopefully getting us to net zero emissions goals. And I think part of the reason this bill matters is it helps us make progress towards those ends. Let me give a quick example. In recent years, our state, and I'm looking at Mr. Newhouse too, our state has led the way on what's known as the blue economy, technologies and economic development that are tied to our oceans and to our waterways. Our state is leading the charge in advancing renewable energy technologies that capitalize on water's low-cost energy and decarbonization potential, and developing new renewable energy technologies in marine environments. And I'm grateful that this bill includes funding for those efforts focused on ocean and water-based energy technologies. I'll also just mention the Department of Energy's only marine and coastal research lab is in my district. It's a PNNL lab, a Pacific Northwest National Lab in Sequim, Washington. And they're really important contributors to our local economy and to our community. And the EERE Water Power Technologies Office is the largest single sponsor of work at the Marine Lab, especially through PNNL's leadership of the Powering the Blue Economy initiative, focused on bringing power to ocean-based applications and to remote coastal communities. And I'm really glad to see an increase for the Water Power Office. And we need to keep working to address some of the aging infrastructure that we're seeing at the Marine Lab and to fully realize the potential of oceans and coastal communities to support our decarbonized future. So again, I just want to say thank you to the chair and ranking member and to the staff for the investment that this bill makes in our country's energy and water systems. And I look forward to seeing the bill have a positive impact in my neck of the woods and throughout our country. And with that, I yield back.
Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just echo the comments of my colleagues. This bill includes many priorities that are important to this country and also to my district in Michigan, state of Michigan. I want to thank the subcommittee for including funding to protect the Grosse Pointe city in my district shoreline from storms. We have witnessed massive once-in-a-generation floods caused by storms pouring up to 6 inches of rain in 5 hours. We are so proud of our natural bodies of fresh water in Michigan being one of the largest bodies of fresh water, not only in the country, but in the world. But with that comes a lot of responsibility for protecting the shorelines from flooding. Last year, Southeast Michigan was devastated by the storms pouring in. The climate crisis is causing more frequent extreme weather events. And those paying the highest price are the neighborhoods with the least amount of resources. We must take steps to lessen the damage and help our communities. And this project will be helpful in making sure that we are using the resources to protect the shoreline. And last month, I was excited to be at the ribbon cutting ceremony that marked the start of its scientific mission to deepen our understanding of nuclear physics, the universe, and ourselves. The facility is called the Rare Isobeam and is located in our Michigan State University. It has tremendous benefits for our society, including medical, industry, and homeland security. Once again, I want to thank the chair and ranking member for their hard work, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Mr. Rushenthaler is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And I want to thank Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson on all their hard work on this. Madam Chair, it is critical that we continue to invest in our nation's nuclear capabilities. We know China has nuclear energy ambitions, and that we know that if China takes advantage of their nuclear program and explores it entirely, it will put us at a great disadvantage if we're not doing the same. According to reports, the Chinese Communist Party has taken special interest in thorium molten salt reactors and is investing $3.3 billion to develop these reactors for their nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. The Department of Defense acknowledged that there's a very real threat here that's posed by China's growing nuclear capabilities. The fiscal year 2022 omnibus directed the DOE to report to the committee on the possibility of using TMSR programs and the federal U-233 supply to provide abundant and reliable energy while having far less waste. While I know we're only a few weeks outside the 90-day report window, it's vital that the department produce that information quickly so that we do not hand Communist China, and let's be honest about it, our number one geopolitical foe, so we don't hand Communist China the next century of global power production and projection. Further, this committee should encourage the development of advanced nuclear recycling technologies for spent nuclear fuel, which will allow us to develop a sustainable fuel cycle. Failing to keep pace with international progress in nuclear fuel recycling advancements will have serious implications for the energy and our economic security, as well as global national security interests. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Ms. Capter to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, but before I discuss it, I just wanted to say, you know, our subcommittee doesn't get a lot of publicity, and maybe that's a good thing. But if you listen to the comments this morning, I just have to say that I am so proud of our subcommittee, along with Ranking Member Simpson and all of our members, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Ann Kirkpatrick, Susie Lee, Derek Kilmer, Lois Frankel, Sherry Bustos, Bonnie Watson-Coleman, Tim Ryan, Ken Calvert, Charlie Fleischman, Dan Newhouse, Jamie Herrera-Butler, and Guy Rushenthaler. They all come to markups. They all come to meetings. Most participated this morning. And you know, it made me feel bad a couple weeks ago because we had a really great hearing in our committee. Everyone participated, Republican and Democrat. They offered amendments. And we have a good working relationship. We don't always agree. We got no press, just like most of the subcommittees on this committee don't get press. But this is the real work of Congress. And some of the ridiculous stories that are out there that diminish the legislative branch, Article 1, continue to be very hurtful to members like myself and those who have given their lives to the American people, really. And as you listen to the comments this morning, you heard the serious business of Congress. We need to get back to that for the country, and I'm extremely proud of the members of this subcommittee. And we will be saying farewell to some of them as members of Congress, and I want to thank particularly Ann Kirkpatrick, Sherry Bustos, and Tim Ryan, who are participating in their last subcommittee markup this morning. Thank them for their honorable service to this country and to this committee. And I thank you for very, 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 very much for your service to the nation and for your great acumen and for the years you have given to the people you serve and to the nation. I would ask now that the clerk dispense with the reading.
with the reading without objection. Ms. Capter is recognized.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Over the past few days, I've worked with Ranking Member Simpson to agree on non-controversial changes to the bill and to report to further the interests of the members of this committee on a bipartisan basis, and I urge the adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Member Simpson is recognized. Okay. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? Recognize Ms. Capter for 1 minute to close.
I urge the adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is really quite simple. It would oppose the administration's WOTUS rulemaking. WOTUS stands for Waters of the United States, until the Supreme Court decides a pending case. For years, I've heard concerns from farmers, ranchers, and small businesses about the broad definition of waters of the United States under the Clean Water Act. I've fought against expansive WOTUS overreach, including debating the Obama WOTUS rule here in this committee. The intention of the Clean Water Act was not to give the federal government unchecked power to regulate every ditch, puddle, and stream in the United States. Instead, the Clean Water Act was meant to offer limited federal planning to preserve the state's traditional roles as the primary regulators of water and land resources. We will soon see whether the Supreme Court agrees or disagrees with me. In October, the Supreme Court will hear arguments in Sackett versus Environmental Protection Agency, a case that will clarify what waterways are considered waters of the United States. Any decision by the Supreme Court in this case will have profound impacts on federal agencies' rulemaking process. My amendment simply tells the administration not to waste critical staff time and government resources on a process that will need to be completely redone to incorporate whatever the Supreme Court decision is reached. It is an amendment to stop wasteful government spending and to limit uncertainty for the regulated community. As I said in my opening statement, record high inflation means we need to consider every federal spending decision even more carefully. While the cost of this rulemaking may seem small, every dollar spent on the rulemaking prior to the Supreme Court decision is a dollar that cannot be spent on processing pending permit applications. The Energy and Water Report has included language for several years now encouraging the Corps to expeditiously process permits, including for commercial shellfish activities, for regional general permits, and for public safety projects, among others. Additionally, many of the projects that will be funded under last year's infrastructure law will need Corps permits to proceed. So every regulatory program dollar counts. Choosing to fund WOTUS rulemaking now simply wastes those dollars because the process will need to be duplicated after the Supreme Court decision to ensure it is based on fully informed legal guidance. A new rule prior to the Supreme Court decision would be the fourth change to WOTUS in a decade. The fourth change in a decade. The Supreme Court decision likely will prompt another change to WOTUS, promoting what would be the fifth change in a decade. I know many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle disagree with me on the appropriate extent of the federal jurisdiction under the Clean Water Act. But I hope we can all agree that we should make efficient use of federal taxpayer dollars and do our best not to encourage continued upheaval for the regulated community. That's all my amendment does. It says, don't make a ruling on this or enforce this until we know what the decision is of the Supreme Court. That makes complete sense to me. We're not trying to tell the Supreme Court what to decide. We're just saying before we waste money, let's not waste it and wait for the Supreme Court to make a decision. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Ms. Capter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well, as it is premature and the committee should allow due process to take place and not impede this effort. Essentially, my colleague's amendment would prohibit funding for coordination, development, and implementation of new regulations relating to the waters of the United States until a Supreme Court decision is made. And I might remind everyone about the changing nature of the environment, certainly with water across this country. The agencies involved in this have their work cut out for them. This amendment would result in this committee acting unilaterally and disregarding processes like the Administrative Procedures Act, which are in place for a reason. We must allow the proper rulemaking process to take place, which is being done in a transparent, collaborative, and frankly, complex way. The agencies have already heard from over 100,000 people and just wrapped up a series of regional roundtables held throughout our country. The agencies are working to craft a durable definition of waters of the United States that is informed by diverse perspectives and based on an inclusive foundation. This is a necessary step, particularly in view of what is happening with our environment, to protect our nation's vital water resources, which not only support public health and the environment, but also agricultural activity and economic growth. This amendment attempts to halt the proper course of action at a changing time for America, which is improper and irresponsible, and I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. But I thank the gentleman for raising his concern. Sorry to oppose you on this one, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Womack? No? Okay. Congresswoman Wasserman-Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I first want to point out that the gentleman's amendment is not within the purview of the Appropriations Committee. We don't allocate or withhold funding based on the anticipation of future Supreme Court decisions. That's not effective governing, and that's not how this committee has operated or should operate. Secondly, the gentleman's amendment is clearly one that signals support of SACIT. This is a position that would gut the EPA's ability to ensure American families across this country have access to clean and healthy water. This position would take us back to the 1800s. SACIT's reading of EPA's authority would thwart the Clean Waters Act and its fundamental design by giving it a narrower scope than even the Rivers and Harbors Act, which passed in 1899. The Rivers and Harbors Act, for the first time, made it a misdemeanor to discharge refuse matter into the navigable waters without a permit. That is the standard SACIT seeks for our waters. You just can't dump waste in the water, and anything else goes. Not only is this position fundamentally and morally wrong, it also subverts the statutory text, structure, and history that established adjacent wetlands as waters of the United States covered by the Clean Water Act. So let's go through a brief history lesson. In 1975, the Army Corps took the position that their Section 404 authority included adjacent wetlands. In 1977, Congress approved that approach, amending the Clean Water Act in a manner that presupposes that adjacent wetlands are covered waters. In 1985, the Supreme Court unanimously upheld the Corps' regulations interpreting the waters of the United States to include adjacent wetlands in United States versus Riverside Bayview Homes. In 2006, the Supreme Court again ruled that a wetland itself is among the waters of the United States as long as it satisfies the significant nexus test. We can't roll back the protections of our wetlands that we've had in place for decades. Wetlands play an essential role in protecting chemical, physical, and biological integrity of neighboring waterways, including by filtering pollutants, storing water, and providing flood control. Ask anyone in my home state of Florida exactly how important wetlands, specifically the Everglades, are to their livelihood. Leaving those wetlands unprotected would thwart the Clean Water Act's comprehensive approach and compromise its protection of our waters. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Hinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. I am speaking today in favor of Mr. Simpson's common sense amendment. Thank you for your leadership on this issue, very, very important to my constituents in Iowa, the farmers and the ranchers who feed and fuel the world. The discussion around waters of the U.S., WOTUS, has been problematic for years. This administration believes that every single drop of water in the country should be subject to these overreaching federal regulations, even down to what our farmers describe as the puddles in the ditches on our family farms in Iowa. And these discussions are many times taking place by government employees who've never set foot on these family farms. And if they'd had stepped foot on these farms, I think they'd know what I know, having been out visiting the district, that our farmers are the best stewards of their land. They know how to best manage their resources, not the government.
farmers care more about the quality of their water, their soil, and their crops more than the government does. It's in their best interest to do that. They're passionate about keeping their waters clean and healthy, not only for our environment, but again, this is about sustaining their family's farmland for generations to come. But instead of understanding and trusting in our farmers, the EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers instead want to impose these strict and impractical regulations, just like the Obama administration did. So I wanted to bring up a little visual aid today to conceptualize what kind of an impact this actually has on my state in Iowa. So this map shows the federally regulated lands if we were to revert to the Obama era WOTUS. The tiny little white specks on this map here are the areas, the only areas that would be free of federal regulation. The red, as you can imagine, are the areas that would be regulated. So 97% of Iowa, 97% would be subject to these federal regulations under Obama-era's WOTUS. So Mr. Simpson's amendment is common sense. We are waiting for the Supreme Court to hear more about the Sackett versus EPA case. The outcome of this case will determine the definition of waters of the United States. So there's no reason that the EPA should announce a rule prior to that case hearing and that decision. So we shouldn't let farmers get stuck in this political back and forth here. This is not a game. WOTUS rulemaking changes how farmers do their jobs. It impacts their long-term planning, their bottom lines, and this amendment would ensure that our farmers aren't a victim of the regulatory whiplash, that back and forth, and that the EPA doesn't release a new WOTUS ruling before, again, that Supreme Court case is decided. So I'd urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this common sense amendment for the sake of our farmers, the stability of our food supply, and the ultimate good of our farmland from the environment. And I would encourage you all to look at your states and see what this map would look like for you. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise also in support of Mr. Simpson's amendment regarding the WOTUS. WOTUS has been termed as the most egregious regulatory overreach by the federal government in history. It limits the ability of farmers to produce. It drastically increases the cost of housing, putting home ownership out of the reach of thousands of Americans. It limits the ability, certainly, of our communities to grow. It makes no sense to promulgate new rules when they may become obsolete in just a very short time, depending on a court decision. This is a good government efficiency measure. It will help provide certainty to people across the country instead of this back and forth regulatory changes that no one understands and is confusing. I would just ask the committee to please support Mr. Simpson's amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I speak in support of the amendment. We should send signals, clear signals, that we support our farmers. This amendment sends a clear signal that we're going to support our farmers, which is especially important in this era of impending food shortages when we're going to have to depend on our farmers. So for the sake of the farmers in my district as well as throughout the United States, I support the gentleman's amendment. I yield back.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? If there is no further debate, the gentlewoman is recognized. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank the chairwoman. What's always bothered me in this debate over the years that we've had this is this. People pretend, as the gentlewoman from Florida just said, that if these waters are not regulated by the federal government, then they're just completely not regulated. That's not true. They were regulated by the states. The states have regulatory authority over those waters, not included under the EPA definition of the waters of the United States. It's the courts that told us to come up with a better definition because navigable waters didn't really mean anything to them. Navigable to what? And that's what we've been trying to resolve over the last several years as we come up with the waters of the United States. But how stupid is it that the EPA is going to spend money developing, implementing whatever, a rule, and not know what the court is going to rule on this when it's got a case before them that they are going to hear in just a few months and probably make a ruling on by the end of this year. Now, that's a waste of government money if I've ever seen it. I don't know how the courts are going to rule. Why don't we wait and see before we spend a bunch of money on it? I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Idaho. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amadei.
Aye.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, you're muted.
Well, I'm not going to sound any better, but McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo. Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Aguilar?
Aguilar votes no.
Mr. Aguilar votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 26 and the nays are 30. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments to this bill? Mr. Cuellar, recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I seek unanimous consent to consider it read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank Chairwoman Capter and Ranking Member Simpson for the work on this bill and for including several of my important provisions, and I say thank you. I also want to thank the staff and the Chairwoman for putting this little summary together. It summarizes what the Energy Water Bill, Appropriation Bill does, so I just want to say this is a good summary. Thank you so much. My amendment is to prohibit the use of federal funds for private interim storage of spent nuclear fuel until such time a permanent place is available to accept the spent nuclear fuel. Just to give you a quick background on this, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is racing to license the construction of a high-level waste storage sites both in New Mexico and in Texas. And I will emphasize there's no consent. Both Michelle Lujan, a Democrat, Senator Greg Abbott, a Republican, oppose it. Both senators, Senator Lujan and Hendrick, and Cornyn and Cruz from those two states oppose this, along with so many other communities also. As you know, Madam Chair Capter, this is a problem with corrosion when it comes to the issue of safety and public health. You know, in your own district, you almost had a complete core meltdown, the Davis-Besse nuclear power plant. And that happened because 12 inches of carbon steel on top of the reactor had dissolved. And if it had been, with a little bit of luck and a tiny sliver of stainless steel, that nuclear power plant would have had a full core meltdown. What is the problem that we're seeing in this situation? Corrosion. And that's what we worry about. In 2012, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission sent out an urgent notice about a problem called chloride-induced stress corrosion cracking. The problem is still the #1 problem for the NRC and the Department of Energy today. They still haven't solved that. And this is a problem that we have, and it has to do with the thing that worries the NRC that causes cracks in those canisters has to do with salt. Salt from sea mist, salt from salted roads, just plain old salt. And where are these two spent nuclear fuel sites being built? On top of a 60,000 square mile Soldado formation. And as you know, members, in Spanish, Soldado means salted or salt. The site is in New Mexico. It's literally surrounded by salt playas on all 4 sites. Texas has salt playas to the east and to the west. And with desert winds and a little bit of rain every year for 40 or 60 years, then that would dump a lot of salt on those canisters and start corroding them. So we have to understand this places a risk to the critical water supplies for the region and also endangers the population around those facilities. We want to find a solution to this, and I know that we need a bigger conversation as to what do we do with the spent nuclear fuel that needs to take place. Kicking the can down the road and creating a de facto permanent storage in Texas and New Mexico is not the right solution. I understand the argument will be that we don't legislate in appropriations, but members, we do that all the time. And I still would ask that we find a solution to this. I know last time I offered and withdrew the amendment. I'm going to be doing the same thing today. But I hope that we can find a way to find a permanent solution to this instead of coming back every year on this particular situation. So I would ask that you all consider this, and I say thank you for considering this. I will withdraw this amendment at the end.
Ms. Capter.
Yes, I appreciate the gentleman offering this amendment. As I understand it, the amendment would prohibit any funding provided by this act or any other act, including the judgment fund, with respect to any fiscal year for any cost associated with privately owned, consolidated interim storage facilities, and other types of privately owned facilities for the storage of nuclear waste. I thank the gentleman for offering to withdraw the amendment and appreciate his efforts that raise attention to the issue of nuclear waste. I couldn't care more about it. We both share that view. But there are sensitivities involved in siting a nuclear waste facility, and we know our communities are counting on us to do something on nuclear waste. And while we are taking steps forward in our bill on a federal interim storage facility, or I could say facilities, this amendment raises issues that are best addressed by our authorizing committees. So it's a jurisdictional question for us, and also one of cost, obviously. But I appreciate the gentleman bringing it up, and I hope he continues to do so. I would urge him to withdraw the amendment, but again, thank him for offering it today.
Mr. Simpson? Ms. Granger?
And share my colleagues' concern regarding the interim storage facilities proposed to be located in West Texas and New Mexico. This bill does not support a plan for permanent disposal, which means these so-called interim storage sites could store all of the nation's spent nuclear fuel for more than 100 years. The Nuclear Waste Policy Act lays out how to address interim storage and permanent disposal of nuclear waste. There are certain procedures that must be followed. This energy and water bill continues funding and direction for a federal interim storage facility under the existing law and using consent-based approach. Neither the West Texas proposal nor the New Mexico proposal are in compliance. The state of Texas and the state of New Mexico strongly oppose these proposed facilities. I support the Cuellar amendment because it ensures federal funds could not be used to make an end run around federal policy as set out in the law. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Ms. Lee from Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of this funding bill, and I want to thank Chair Capter and Ranking Member Simpson for including many of Nevada's priorities, including explicit support for consent-based siting for nuclear waste. In light of Mr. Cuellar's amendment, I'd like to speak on the critical importance of continuing to pursue consent-based siting. Throughout my time on this committee, I've worked hand in hand with Secretary Granholm and the Department of Energy to encourage consent-based siting for nuclear waste, and this amendment would completely derail the progress that has been made towards these alternatives. As we all know, my state is home to Yucca Mountain, so I know just how urgent the need for consent-based siting is for nuclear waste. And my state shares some of the concerns that are shared by Mr. Cuellar's state as well as New Mexico. And no state deserves to have the nation's nuclear waste forced upon it. And for decades, Yucca Mountain has been a failure in both policy and science, and simply put, it is not a safe place for long-term storage. So as we look at alternatives, we must ensure that states have a say, and we must also follow the science to keep us all safe. And that's just what the Department of Energy is doing. Back in April, I questioned Secretary Granholm about the progress that has been made on consent-based siting, and the response I got was encouraging. She told me that the department had received over 200 responses from communities that want to explore the possibility of helping our nation store nuclear waste. So let's not block that progress. For decades, we made it clear that Nevadans do not want to become the nation's dumping ground for nuclear waste, and moreover, we all know it's not safe. So I've spoken to several of you on this committee on this exact topic, and I look forward to continuing to work with all of you on this issue as the department moves forward with its consent-based approach. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with everybody when we say consent-based. Just keep in mind that the sites in New Mexico and Texas have no consent. The governors in both states, Democrats and Republicans, the senators, both Democrats and Republicans, do not consent. I do not consent. I assume Mr. Tony Gonzalez does not consent also. The communities do not consent. So the key here is consent-based, and there is no consent coming from the state of Texas and from the state of New Mexico. The department, just to close, the Department of Energy, the federal agency, the Congress chose to take charge of the long-term spent nuclear storage, should be the one taking care of this problem, and I asked them to take care of this problem. And with that, Madam Chair, I withdraw my amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments? Mr. Klein.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Klein 1. I ask to dispense with.
Amendment number 1, Mr. Klein?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And I ask to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On June 13th of this year, the Department of Energy issued a pre-publication version of a proposed rule to revise energy efficiency standards for residential natural gas furnaces that heat millions of homes. Natural gas furnaces above a certain efficiency level vent differently than existing natural gas furnaces, meaning some are condensing and some are non-condensing. These furnaces must be vented differently, often requiring installation of new plumbing equipment, and therefore installing a newer condensing furnace adds substantially to the cost of installation. Estimates generated in response to the DOE's prior proposals found that condensing furnaces cost about $350 more than non-condensing furnaces on average and would require an additional $1,500 to $2,200 in installation costs. Concerned that the efficiency standards in the forthcoming rule will force all consumers to condensing furnaces, or worse, lead to purchasing less efficient furnaces of a different fuel type. This rule will significantly increase costs to natural gas consumers, force them to switch to less efficient alternatives, and ultimately undermine the efficiency goals that underlie the Energy Policy and Conservation Act. By setting a nationwide energy efficient standard that precludes a consumer from choosing to install a non-condensing furnace, DOE will be forcing many homeowners either to abandon the use of natural gas to heat their homes or to pay substantially more for the installation of a furnace that meets the new standard. This rule is likely to cost residents thousands of dollars and will have a major impact on the ability of low and fixed income families to replace an aging furnace with the fuel of their choice. Again, this is crucial considering utility savings associated with using clean, affordable natural gas. Households that use natural gas for heating, cooking, and clothes drying save an average of $1,000 a year compared to homes using electricity for those applications. Proposing to increase costs on consumers during a time our nation deals with inflation and rising costs is a great concern. In fact, in March, DOE themselves announced that natural gas is 3.4 times more affordable than electricity and significantly more affordable than several other residential energy sources for the same amount of energy delivered. Further, natural gas is a clean energy choice which supports the underlying goal of DOE's efficiency efforts. Carbon emissions from the average natural gas home decline 1.2% a year, a direct result of energy efficiency improvements to buildings and appliances. While energy efficiency is one way to help consumers lower their carbon footprint and save on their utility bills, limiting consumer choice and fuel choice must be justified. I know there's more work to be done in this area, which is why I plan to withdraw this amendment and strongly encourage DOE to avoid such an either-or approach to furnace efficiency by establishing separate product classes for condensing and non-condensing furnaces, each with its own efficiency standard. I ask that my colleagues across the aisle work with me to ensure that this rulemaking is done in a way that ensures solid methodologies and transparencies for consumers while not forcing them to switch from less affordable, clean domestic fuels. Further, I hope that when DOE promulgates a rulemaking, they understand the full consumer impact, including unintended cost and environmental consequences. And with that, Madam Chair, I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Klein, for withdrawing this amendment. I do have serious reservations with the amendment since it would be a poison pill rider preventing an ongoing regulatory process. In addition, it would prevent proposed energy efficiency improvements that would save consumers nearly $2 billion annually. So we have to move toward progress, and I think your discussion has helped move us in that direction. and thank you for withdrawing the amendment. I yield back.
Are there any members who wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Klein, you are recognized.
Madam Chair, with that, I withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments? Mr.
Yes,
Fleischman?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Fleischman?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're feeling better.
Well, thank you very much. I am much better than it was the other night. I'm so sorry that so many of our colleagues have the same affliction as I do, but it's a privilege to be with you today. And if I may associate myself with the remarks made earlier, I want to thank the chair, Ms. Capter, and the ranking member, Mr. Simpson, and this subcommittee. I've been on it since I've been on appropriations. It's truly an honor, and it's a lot of work, but job well done. I'm going to offer and withdraw an amendment dealing with something on the NNSA side of the equation. In my district at Oak Ridge, we are building the uranium processing facility to the credit of 3 administrations now, and largely due to former Secretary Moniz working with a dear friend of mine by the name of Tom Mason with their red ribbon team. They saved this project. This facility is critically important to our nation's nuclear arsenal and our future, and we are building it. It is going well. Unfortunately, the mark this year is woefully low from the administration, and in all due respect, in this committee as well. The reason I'm withdrawing this is I don't have an offset. So I'm going to respectfully ask that as we move forward with this bill, and I know there's some differences that hopefully we can get worked out, that we look at raising the amount from $362,000 for fiscal 23 to $647,000. In a nutshell, the Y12 facility at Oak Ridge, which is being used every day by hard-working, strong federal union employees who do an outstanding job, but under adverse circumstances. I mean, concrete falls from the walls. It's just not a safe facility. It needs to be replaced. That's what UPF is going to do. We need to respectfully get that built, get that funded. If we don't increase it, it's just going to continue to push it back. Administrator Ruby informed me about 2 months ago that the project was going to be delayed because of COVID, and I understand that, about 6 to 8 months. If we don't get proper funding, it will continue to get pushed back, not only to the detriment of our mission, but also, I think, to the detriment of the great men and women who work at UPF and at Y12 and do their job every day. So with that, Madam Chair, I just ask consideration when we sit with the Senate that we up the funding. Thank you.
Ms. Capter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Congressman Fleischman for your consistent leadership and for your offer of withdrawing this amendment. I would note that the bill fully supports the administration's funding request for the uranium processing facility. The project was initiated in 2006, is 93% complete with its funding requirements, and we expect the final year of funding will be in fiscal year 2024. So this is truly an accomplishment, a long time in the making, and Congressman Fleischman, your leadership and your hard work, diligence throughout has made it possible, and I know how much you are looking forward to its completion. So I continue to support a prudent, balanced approach to funding the maintenance and modernization of the nation's nuclear deterrent, including the uranium processing facility, and the bill before us carefully strikes that balance. I yield back.
Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I support the gentleman from Tennessee, and as I noted in my opening statement, this bill and the budget request based on this underfunds our national security needs. UPF facility is a critical part of the modernization of our nuclear weapons complex. We have to ensure that this project can be completed as soon as possible. The longer we put it off and the delays, the more cost it will cost in the long run. I look forward to working with Mr. Fleshman, and I understand why he's withdrawing it because he doesn't have an offset, but I hope that in conference we can find the resources to fully fund this project at the level that it ought to be funded in order to ensure its continuation. And I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? No further debate. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized to close.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I will just ask for the committee's continued consideration for increased funding in fiscal 2023 so that we can ensure that we get this facility built, completed, and up and running for the benefit of all involved. And thank you, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
And without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments here? Mr. Calvert, this is amendment number 2?
It's my only amendment.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for recognizing me. I rise to offer an amendment. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the...
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized.
I rise to offer an amendment, and I suspect you'll hear a number of amendments on the issues of a drought, especially in California. And this is familiar with many members of this committee, the Shasta Dam and Reservoir Enlargement Project. This will raise the Shasta Dam just to 18.5 feet, providing more than 600,000 acre-feet of additional storage capacity to a water system that desperately needs more storage. In even the driest years, reclamation estimates an additional yield of over 60,000 acre-feet. This has been one of the driest years on record, but the drought we face in California is one of our own making. The Central Valley Project and the State Water Project were designed to withstand 5 years of drought. Last year was the first year of our current drought, and immediately water supply allocations were cut to 0 for some users. Now in the second year, many of our major urban areas have been reduced to just enough water to manage public health and safety needs. Meanwhile, almost half of the precipitation that falls in California flows out to the ocean. This is a water management issue, it's not rational. Lake Shasta is the linchpin of our entire system, and whatever cold water it has available for winter-run salmon drives the amount of water available for California families and farmers who feed America. The Shasta Dam and Reservoir Enlargement Project is shovel-ready. Shovel-ready, almost 20 years of work to get the permits to build this addition to Shasta. And the additional storage capacity will increase cold water for the environment while providing drought resiliency for millions of Californians dependent on water exports through the Delta. My amendment would eliminate the misguided rider prohibiting any federal funds from going towards this critical project and provide the funding that the administration requested in previous years to start construction. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well, despite my sympathy for the terrible choices states like California are having to make in cooperation with the states around them. This amendment would name a controversial California water project in the underlying bill, thereby making the project eligible to receive federal appropriations under the WIN Act. Additionally, this amendment would strike Section 208 from the Bureau of Reclamation title of the bill, a provision included in the bill to ensure that appropriations provided in our bill cannot be used for this controversial project. We are still having the conversation about this project, which Congress has now rejected multiple times. The project is still unlawful under California state law. It's still unlawful under California state law. Furthermore, the project still does not have a non-federal partner, which is required to move forward. There is simply no reason to allow our funds to be used to further a project that ultimately can never be built. And so I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well.
Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I strongly support the Calvert amendment. It's interesting to note that all the recommended wind projects, the only one that went unfunded was Shasta Dam. I wonder why that is. I wonder who has an interest in that, why it's the only one that went unfunded. We all know the answer to that. For several years now, the majority has unfairly targeted a water infrastructure project of great importance to my California colleagues. The Shasta Dam and Reservoir Enlargement project will provide significant benefits to the entire California system. Unfortunately, the majority has again doubled down on the partisanship by including language prohibiting any funds from being used for this project, only this project. I find it interesting that the majority feels the need to prohibit their own administration from funding Shasta Dam. That seems like an acknowledgement that it is a good project, or else why would there need to be worried about the Biden administration trying to fund it? When it comes to water supply, it is inappropriate to throw away opportunities to enhance water security in the drought-prone West. I encourage my colleagues to return to this subcommittee's tradition of keeping politics out of funding decisions for critical water supply projects and to support this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support Mr. Calvert's amendment. This amendment would allow funds previously recommended by the experts at the Department of the Interior to finally be allocated for the Shasta Dam. Once again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have chosen to unfairly target this project by prohibiting funding for it. The drought impacting most of the western U.S. highlights how critical water supply projects are. This amendment will allow this important project to advance. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Other members wishing to be heard on the amendment, Mr. Valedeo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take a moment to speak in support of Mr. Calvert's amendment. This is not the first time we have discussed the importance of this amendment in this committee. We do not currently have enough water storage in California to hold on to the surplus of rain and runoff we receive in wetter years. We need to adequately prepare for those years so we don't have to experience dangerous droughts to the extent we are experiencing now. Raising the Shasta Dam would benefit the entire state. The increase in storage capacity would help to reduce the reliance on alternative water sources like groundwater pumping for agriculture producers and communities throughout the Central Valley. The provisions included in this bill prohibits funding for this important project and should be removed. When we look at the suffering that's going on in the state of California today, it's because of provisions like this. This provision prevents us from actually increasing our storage capacity. The population of California has doubled in the last few decades. And if we don't increase our storage, we have no way of keeping water flowing to those communities, those homes, those farms, all those different things that we desperately need in the state of California. So I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this amendment, and I urge everyone to vote in support of this, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman from California is recognized to close.
Madam Chair, I'd like to say that all water projects in California are controversial, and we need to move this forward for not just for California, all American water resources in the West. If we made these investments when the administration first requested funding back in 2017, we'd be much closer to a solution to our current drought. You know, whether it's an expansion of Los Vaqueros or an expansion of San Luis or the Pacheco Reservoir, or even building a Sites Reservoir, which is supposedly non-controversial, it seems we can never get these projects under construction. We can't keep waiting until there's another crisis to bring more water storage to California. We should act today to provide more water-secure future for California. So I encourage everyone to vote for this amendment, and I'll ask for a roll call on this. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Roll call.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amedee.
Yes.
Mr. Amedee votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert.
Aye.
Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse.
Aye.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo. Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Aguilar votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Valedeo, is this amendment number 1?
Yes, amendment number 1. Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Chairwoman DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, Chairwoman Capter, and Ranking Member Simpson. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this amendment and the importance of this issue this amendment addresses. My amendment, number 1, would address water storage capacity issues in the state of California. We desperately need to increase water storage capacity and work to repair and restore the existing storage infrastructure we already have. The amendment would extend the storage provision of Subtitle J of the WIN Act through the end of 2023. Congress failed at extending the Subtitle J last year and let it expire at the end of 2021. The extension would allow an increase in water storage projects that could benefit the users of Central Valley Project and agriculture producers and local communities in my district that my community district relies on. Although we are currently in the midst of a devastating drought in California, it is imperative we prepare for the wet years so we're not as bad off in the next drought. It is difficult to accept that we could have done more to prevent experiencing the severity of the current drought. While we cannot prevent droughts from happening, we must act now so that we can prevent this from happening again in the future. The fertile farmlands of the Central Valley of California depend on water contracted to the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project and delivered largely by way of canals. After dealing with years of drought and inadequate water storage, farmers have had to turn to pumping groundwater to protect their crops, and towns have been forced to pump more groundwater to meet their needs. As a result, these communities have experienced land subsidence at the expense of critical water infrastructure. In the past decade and a half, land in my district has sunken 11.5 feet, contributing to significant damage to the Friant-Kern Canal, the Delta-Mendota Canal, and the California Aqueduct. And the California Aqueduct is the water that supplies water to Southern California beyond the Grapevine to where quite a few people, the majority of the population actually lives. Damage caused by land subsidence has significantly reduced the carrying capacity of these canals, which means obligations are unable to be fully met and communities are compelled to pump more groundwater. In an effort to address this issue, my amendment number 1 would also create a program to assist in funding the repairs to damaged canal infrastructure facilities. Unless these canals are completely restored, the issue of subsidence and resulting unnecessary water loss will continue and conditions will worsen. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this important of this amendment, and thank you. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment and urge all members to oppose it. The amendment would reauthorize certain parts of Subtitle J of the WIN Act dealing only with water storage projects. This amendment leaves out the programs dealing with water reuse and water recycling and desalination, which are important to many members of this committee. I'm not against these programs. In fact, our bill includes funding for them at fully authorized amount. But this is a policy issue that should be negotiated by the underlying authorizers. In addition, this amendment would authorize a new grant program for $400 million for 4 years for certain canal infrastructure projects in reclamation states. So I oppose this program for 2 reasons. First, this amendment authorizes a brand new program that should be considered first by the authorizing committee of jurisdiction, and second, this proposal departs from current law by making these funds non-refundable, meaning that the water users do not have to repay the federal government for these investments. Under current law, the water users would need to repay the federal government over a certain time period. I urge Mr. Valedeo to take both of these matters up with the authorization committees, and I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose this as well. And I yield back.
Are there any members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Calvert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. And I know we never authorize on appropriation bills, but maybe this should be an exception, certainly to enhance California's water supply. Mr. Valedeo is one of the strongest advocates for farmers who feed our nation with common sense measures to restore sanity. There's a lack of in water policy in California to the water management regime. This amendment would extend the expired provisions of the WIN Act. It's just common sense. It gives regulatory flexibility to project operators. It will ensure water storage projects that are in the pipeline. It takes a long time to get these in the pipeline, will eventually be constructed. So I certainly support the gentleman's amendment. It's just common sense to support this, and I would encourage an aye vote on this amendment. I yield back.
Any other members wishing to be heard? There's no further, if there is no further debate, the gentleman from California is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's a pretty narrowly crafted piece of legislation or amendment that has a direct impact on folks. People are struggling all across the state, and repairing our infrastructure shouldn't be that difficult. And so I urge for an aye vote.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No. No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor raise their hands. Sufficient number being in support, recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. No. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat.
No. No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
Aye.
Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
McCullum votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Mrs. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford.
Aye.
Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo.
Aye.
Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Anyone who wishes to change their vote or record their vote? Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tell.
Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Valedeo, amendment number 2.
Yes, amendment number 2. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the reading be
Without
dispensed.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Chairwoman DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, Chairwoman Capter, and Ranking Member Simpson, thank you again for the opportunity to discuss my amendment number 2. The WIN Act, signed into law by President Obama, directed federal agencies to develop a new operations plan of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. This was ultimately completed in February 2020. The resulting biological opinions, which were developed based on the best available science, providing flexibility and guidance to make the most efficient use of California's water and avoid a waste of this precious resource. Unfortunately, the implementation of this science was immediately obstructed by partisan motives. Before President Trump even signed the memorandum directing the new plans to move forward, the state of California threatened suit against the conclusion of 4 years of studies. These biological opinions were independently peer-reviewed and informed by the most accurate and best available science. The corresponding operations plans for the Central Valley Project and State Water Project employs this science and data to ensure greater water reliability and availability for communities and farms across California while continuing to protect at-risk species. There is no reason this should be a partisan or a political issue. The biological opinions are based on science, not political parties. Codifying these biological opinions puts an end to the senseless litigation and will provide farmers with certainty they need to continue feeding the world and ensure families in California have access to clean and reliable water. My second amendment would establish that this is the sense of this Congress that the 2019 biological opinions will dictate the operations of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project. The amendment also notes that Congress finds that the biological opinions from 2008 and 2009 are outdated and use old, inaccurate science. The 2019 biological opinions were warranted and should remain in place. We need to stop playing politics with a resource that the Central Valley is so reliant on. The lack of reliable, clean water in my district has become an issue of national security. How are our farmers supposed to grow food we all eat and provide to other countries? If we prevent them from being able to produce their crops and support their livestock. Congress has yet to receive an acceptable response, or any response really, as to why the Bureau of Reclamation reinitiated consultation of the 2019 biological opinions. This means they are essentially starting over without cause, despite having just created the 2019 biological opinions within the past few years. Since the reinitiation of consultation on the BIOPS does not appear warranted, I also included language in this amendment to withhold funds from the Act for the purpose of reinitiation of the consultation of the long-term operation of the Central Valley Project, State Water Project. We deserve to know why this process is even happening. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the importance of this amendment. Thank you, and I urge all my colleagues to support the best and more accurate scientific data available by supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well. This amendment appears to be mundane, but in reality it would stop in its track the executive branch's work to rectify flawed biological opinions which are currently under ongoing litigation. The amendment would also statutorily define terms in reclamation law that are related to, again, ongoing litigation. It is critical that the administration continue its work to ensure it is in compliance with the Endangered Species Act, and in my view, it would be improper and irresponsible to include the proposed amendment. I hope this amendment is defeated, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back.
Simpson.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I rise in support of the Valedeo Amendment number 2. If you wonder why the American people are frustrated with government, why it never seems to be able to get anything done, this is example number 1. The amendment offers support for operating 2 major water infrastructure projects in the state of California in accordance with the most recent biological opinion. Now, I noticed that the chairwoman said flawed biological opinion. I don't know what her science background is to say that this is flawed. These biological opinions were developed using the best available science with appropriate involvement of all stakeholders. Usually when that happens, there's going to be somebody who doesn't like the outcome. So we end up in court. Now we have a flawed opinion. Now we have some other opinion. And as soon as that one's decided, we'll have another flawed opinion. At some point in time, you got to follow the science. The administration's efforts to redo these BIOPS is a political decision not based on science. A decision that likely will have devastating consequences for communities and farmers in California. I support this amendment, and I hope that my colleagues will also.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment to provide operational certainty for California's water system. You know, when people talk about flawed environmental impact reports, or flawed biological surveys. The problem in this situation, I think, is that because it will deliver water without harm to the environment. But the key is that it delivers water. And there are people who, believe it or not, that are opposed to additional water being delivered and saved for times in which we need it. The 2019 biological opinions were developed on the best available science, went through a rigorous peer review process, and they strike a proper balance between protecting fish while maximizing water delivery to farms and families in Southern California. That's all that it does. It protects the environment while delivering water. And these biological opinions haven't been in place for 2 years before this administration decided to go back to the drawing board because it delivered water. And I struggle how the administration could make a scientifically sound decision on this before the costs and benefits even had time to bear out. We're facing a worsening drought in California. This is not the time to throw out these projects and shut down our operations. I support the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there are no further debate, the gentleman is recognized to close.
So a lot of career staff started on this science before President Trump took office. The same career staff that was working on it before Trump took office continue to work on it and put this into place. When we talk about protecting species, when we talk about protecting communities, when we talk about protecting the environment, this is the best available science that is out there. And to deny this is to deny science. And that's something that I hear the other side say all the time. Here's an opportunity to actually do the right thing and help our communities and help the state, especially all of those south of the Delta, from my farming communities all the way down to Southern California. This is an easy yes vote, so I ask for an aye vote, and I'll be asking for a roll call.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Roll call.
Roll call vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Mrs. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo? Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Cartwright?
Am I recorded?
You're not at the moment.
No.
Mr. Cartwright votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tell. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 32, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Valedeo?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with. This is number 3.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Chairwoman DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, Chairwoman Capter, and Ranking Member Simpson. Thank you again for this opportunity to discuss my final amendment of this markup, amendment number 3. This amendment is one of transparency. Too often, administrations take actions without providing proper briefings to this committee. And I say that believing this is a fundamental right of this committee. Regardless of who is in power and regardless of party, every member of this committee deserves good faith, substantive answers for their concerns. Despite sending multiple letters, along with many of my colleagues, over the past year and a half, it is concerning to me the Department of Interior has not given a good faith effort in answering our questions in detail. This report language directs the Bureau of Reclamation to provide the committee with the justification on the decision to reinitiate consultation of the long-term coordinated operation of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project, to be presented to this committee in the form of a written report explaining in detail why the biological opinions warranted a reinitiation of consultation. As you all know, I'm passionate about this issue. My constituents are harmed every single day due to the actions of, that impacts their livelihoods, communities, and health and well-being. I believe that explaining their reasoning behind this decision is truly the least the Bureau of Reclamation could do, as my constituents continue to unnecessarily suffer. I hope my colleagues here today see the value in this simple yet necessary request so that we may get some transparency, not only in this decision, but others like this to this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this request in this amendment, and I urge all my colleagues to support the committee's right to have transparency on any administration takes. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well, because it involves matters that are currently under ongoing litigation. It attempts to influence matters under judicial review, which is improper and not within the purview of this committee. I hope that members will oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do so. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My colleagues might think that this is actually, the title of this bill is the Energy and California Water Development Act. But California actually faces unique water problems. In fact, the drought in the rest of the western United States, we're just getting a taste of what California's been facing for a number of years. If it weren't so serious, opposition to this amendment would almost be funny. The Central Valley Project and the Water State Project and the State Water Project are critical to communities, farmers, and businesses throughout California. We need to have a stable plan for operating these projects in a coordinated manner. Political efforts to change biological opinions that were based on best available science should be stopped. But since the majority is unwilling to agree to that amendment, this amendment would at least require the Bureau of Reclamation to put its reasoning in writing. That doesn't interfere with anything. It just says, tell us why you're doing this. That's all it asks. Is that too much to ask of a federal agency? I don't think so. That's why I say it would almost be funny if it weren't so damn serious. I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman. Oh, he says to close. I apologize. Mr. Valedeo gets the opportunity to close. Mr. Calvert wants to speak first.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate, all of this may seem redundant to many here, but we have farmers in the Central Valley that are losing everything. They can't farm. They can't do what their livelihoods have been for many years. And many of us believe that this is being done on purpose by folks who just, for whatever reason, want to see these people not be able to farm their land. We're just trying to provide water in a scientific manner that meets the criteria that was set forth for these biological opinions. Mr. Valedeo, myself, the entire California Republican delegation, we sent many letters to the administration requesting information on the scientific basis for the decision. We don't hear anything back. In the meantime, this devastation is taking place in California, and obviously the frustration for the folks that Mr. Valedeo represents, and all the people in California, are extremely frustrated, and I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Valedeo is recognized to close.
To close, I assume, right?
Yes.
So this one's pretty simple. This committee's, one of its committee's responsibilities is to provide oversight. When we request information as to why decisions are made, we expect those agencies to respond with that information. We all serve and represent our communities, and we also know that this committee is going to be around beyond this president and the next president, and probably the president after. When there's an opportunity for this committee to request information as to why decisions are made, this committee should expect a response, and that's all that we're doing here, is asking for a response and for a report as to why they're making these decisions to pull back on something that actually has an impact on not just the farmers and communities in my district, but again, the majority of the state of California and the population. So I think it's an important one. Again, I think this should be an easy one, especially that this committee has this type of jurisdiction. So I yield back and ask for an aye vote.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor, sufficient number being in support, recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Case. Ms. Clark. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Mr. Calvert.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, how is my vote registered?
It's not recorded, but we're going to get through the roll, and I'll come back to get those who have not yet voted, okay? So continue.
Okay.
Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo. Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Mr. Calvert? You're not recorded at the moment.
Mr.
Okay.
Calvert votes aye.
Ms. Frankel?
Ms. Frankel votes no.
Mr. Diaz-Balart?
Mr. Diaz-Balart votes
Mr.
aye.
Cuellar?
Mr. Cuellar votes no.
Mr. Adderholt?
Mr. Adderholt votes aye.
Ms. Clark?
Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Bustos?
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Mr. Case?
Mr. Case votes no.
Mr. Cartwright?
Mr. Cartwright votes no.
Ms. Henson?
Mrs. Henson votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote?
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? I believe what's happening is the food is downstairs, gentlemen and ladies. We just have, I think, 2 more amendments to go. So on this bill, and then the final passage. But there we are. But the food is there, courtesy of Mr. Adderholt, who I think went back downstairs. Here, here. Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Womack is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk and seek unanimous consent to consider it as read.
Without objection, the amendment is, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of my amendment, which would require the Secretary of Energy to develop a plan to increase oil and gas production on federal lands to replace the drawdown before tapping into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We all feel it. Gas prices have set records this summer. On June 14th, the AAA recorded the highest national average price at over $5. This is at a time when families are stretched thin, paying more for everyday necessities, and there's no question that energy is a big input factor. Despite the pain felt in Americans' pocketbooks, the current administration continues to double down on bad policies that created this crisis in the first place. Under the current administration, America's domestic energy production has declined by more than 1.5 million barrels per day, and yet the administration has not yet issued any new onshore or offshore leases to date. Just last month, the Interior Department announced that it will not move forward with the 3 remaining leases, 2 in the Gulf, 1 in Alaska. On top of that, this decision was issued as the 5-year plan, required by statute, is expiring at the end of June with no new plan in place to hold additional sales. Instead of increasing supply to drive down prices, the administration seems to want to blame the industry and dip into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, our emergency stockpile. This month, the SPR dropped to under 500 million barrels, the lowest it's been in over 30 years. Make no mistake, there's a finite amount of crude in the SPR. It won't last forever. Then what's the plan? What do we do when we've drained our rainy day fund and have a real rainy day catastrophe? My amendment would ensure that before there's a draw from the SPR, that there is a plan to increase domestic supply by the same percentage. We can't continue to rely on a political Band-Aid with no plan in place to solve the root of the problem. So, Madam Chair, I just encourage a yes vote on the amendment so that we can get a plan in place. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well. Every member of this House understands what it's like for the millions of drivers and consumers across our country struggling with high energy prices, because most of us drive thousands upon thousands of miles a year traversing our own districts. So there's a deep consciousness here, and this amendment will not bring relief at the pump. It could bring significant pain, in fact, to communities in the path of natural disasters and hurricanes. Why? First of all, this amendment modifies the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, which is squarely in the jurisdiction of the Energy and Commerce Committee, not within the jurisdiction of this committee. Second, while this amendment provides an exception, and I quote, for severe energy supply interruptions, it is written in a way that would hamstring the Secretary of Energy's ability to respond in emergencies. After hurricanes, including Harvey, Ike, and Katrina, if oil and gas supplies are disrupted, the Secretary of Energy typically uses authorities for exchange agreements to provide additional oil and gas supplies. This amendment would require a formal plan to be written each time and thus delay any response to oil and gas supply disruptions following emergencies when people are hurting the most. Finally, this amendment requires the Secretary of Energy to develop a plan to increase federal leasing for oil and gas drilling, but those activities are not under the Department of Energy's jurisdiction. I would note that the oil and gas industry is sitting on leases totaling more than 13 million acres of non-producing federal land with 9,000 unused but approved permits for drilling. If oil and gas companies were truly interested in increasing supply, they would be using the permits they already have, not letting them sit idle while gas prices rise. And with Americans paying increasingly more of their paychecks to fill up their gas tanks, the largest oil companies actually tripled their profits in the first quarter of this year as compared to the prior year. Several also had to write off tens of billions of dollars where they incurred losses due to their investments in Russia. And so for many companies, they're trying to reposition being so wed to one source of energy. And we want them to succeed, but let's recognize what part of the problem really is. So given the pain our constituents feel every time they fill up their tank, our nation must diversify its energy sources and internally become energy self-sufficient, and that is why our bill hastens the achievement of that imperative. For all these reasons, I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. I yield back.
Mr. Simpson.
Thanks, Chairwoman. I strongly support the Wovac amendment. My constituents and your constituents are hurting. Energy prices have skyrocketed. Gas prices in particular have hit records high already this summer, with price per gallon reaching more than $5 in almost all 50 states at one point in time or another. The Biden administration and congressional Democrats have attempted to deflect blame at every opportunity. First, it was COVID-19. Then it was the Putin price hike. Now it's price gouging and greedy corporations. But basic economics tells us that prices rise when demand exceeds supply. And statement after statement and action after action by this administration has been aimed at constraining and eventually eliminating domestic fossil fuel production. Before the election, then candidate Biden said, quote, "I guarantee you we are going to end fossil fuel," end quote. Earlier this year, the Secretary of Energy was asked about her plan to increase oil production in America, and she laughed and said, quote, "This is hilarious," end quote. That doesn't sound like an administration that is serious about addressing the price of gasoline in this country. The administration has canceled projects and introduced new regulatory hurdles rather than work to streamline the permitting process. Who would invest? The Democrats keep saying, oh, they have these 9,000 permits out there, and the oil companies aren't. Who the heck would invest in that when you've got an administration that is committed to end fossil fuel? Who's going to invest in that? Nobody is. The administration has only moved forward with lease sales when forced to by the courts, and even then has only done the bare minimum that's required. The reality is clear. This war on fossil fuel, especially domestic production, is the reason for high energy prices. The Womack Amendment would be a step in the right direction, back towards ensuring affordable, secure, and reliable energy for our constituents. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Cartwright.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. Everybody knows what's driving fuel prices right now, and it is the fact, as my colleague just mentioned, that the market will support higher prices where there's more demand and limited supply. But who's in control of the supply? It is the suppliers. Everybody knows that another maximum of economics is that you can charge what the market will bear. And that's what they're doing. They're charging what they can get away with, what people can just barely afford to pay. You show up at the gas pump, and those prices have been going up and up and up and up. Even when per barrel prices have leveled off, what you pay at the pump keeps going up and up and up and up. Why? Because they can get away with it. That's what that means, what the market will bear, what you can get away with. In the first quarter of this year, it is undisputed. It is public record that the top 4 oil and gas companies made record profits, either record profits or the biggest profits in 10 years. They are laughing all the way to the bank. At the same time, ordinary Americans, working people, are living paycheck to paycheck. Don't be fooled. Vote against this amendment.
Ms. Lutlow.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. Year after year, my home state of Louisiana is faced with detrimental hurricanes that often leave residents, businesses, and emergency facilities with little or no access to power and without an abundant supply of fuel. This is something we experienced last year with Hurricane Ida. It is essential to the livelihoods of our constituents and the local economies that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is utilized in response to natural disasters when there is an urgent need for emergency crude oil. This administration continues to pull from the reserve for non-disaster related reasons, and the Strategic Petroleum Reserve was established and intended for use in times of national emergencies, and we should continue to reserve that supply for situations that cannot otherwise be prevented. I support Mr. Womack's amendment because it could help increase domestic production and resupply the reserve for the next natural disaster. Thank you. I yield back.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard? The oil companies are price gouging. Americans are paying the price at the pump. The oil CEOs are flush with cash. Let's look at the facts. The facts are really, you cannot just speak and not address what the facts of the matter are. The top 25 oil and gas companies made a record $237 billion in profits 2021. 2022 is shaping up to break the records again. Top 5 oil companies, Shell, ExxonMobil, BP, Chevron, and ConocoPhillips, brought in more than 200% more in profits than in the first quarter of 2021. That's $35 billion in profits in 3 months. They're not investing in our economy, our people, or our energy independence, or clean energy development, expanding refinery capacity to lower energy costs. These companies are returning their profits to shareholders. Let me further facts. ConocoPhillips buying back $10 billion in stocks. BP, $6.2 billion in profits in the first quarter of 2022, expanded its stock buyback plan to $2.5 billion, all while cutting its workforce by 2,000 jobs. Chevron profits up 280% first quarter of 2022 compared to the same period last year, cuts its workforce by 5,000 people in 2021, plans to buy back $10 billion in stocks by the end of 2022. ExxonMobil pledged to buy back $30 billion in stock through 2023. You know, facts are important when we have these discussions. And to address the issue of the production of crude oil, $26 million, 26 million onshore acres under lease, as the oil and gas industry has. My colleague mentioned, and you got nearly 53%, that's almost 14 million acres are non-producing. And by the way, this is not an issue for the Department of Energy. It is about the Department of the Interior under the Bureau of Land Management. And they held, the gas industry, oil and gas industry, held more than 9,600 approved permits that are available. And they have refused to use them. They have refused to use them. Let us put the blame on where it belongs and not try to, and speaking of deflect, which has been referred to as what the administration is doing. You want to talk about deflecting. We are deflecting from those who really are engaged in price gouging. And the other issue is here, the answer is not leasing more federal land to the oil and gas industry for them to speculate on. Research shows us that it takes an average of 5.5 years from the discovery of oil until production begins. It does not solve the short-term gas price increase. Let's be clear, and let's lay out the facts of the matter. Let's talk about who has been really hurting the American public. It is about the oil and gas industry. They are price gouging. Let's call it out for what it is. And if they cared about the American people, that what they would do is to deal with their production, deal with moving as to how we transition to clean energy, and not trying to just continue to make profits. With that, I yield. Are there any other members? Yes, Mr. Calvert.
I just want to point out that there are 9,000 independent oil producers in the United States. 9,000. Your point to the big five, There's 9,000 independent. If all of them, I guess what we're saying here is there's a giant conspiracy where they all get together on the phone, all 9,000 of them, and determine what the price of oil is going to be. That's crazy. That isn't happening. I yield back.
I wouldn't doubt it, Mr. Are there any other members wishing to Zoom today? You can get as many people on as you want. Are there any members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Other members? If not, the gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you. We kind of drifted away from the intent of the amendment, and we got into a full-throated discussion about supply and demand. Look, my amendment is pretty simple. It just simply says, federal government, give us a plan. Give us a plan for federal oil and gas leases before we drain our reserves. The gentlelady from Louisiana talked about it. We have an SPR for acts of God. We should not be using the SPR for acts of man. And these failed policies have us in a terrible situation that's affecting every family across America right now. And it's impacting everything we do. So let's come up with a plan. That's the only way. It's increasing supply when we've got demand outpacing supply. That's the way you bring these prices down. So give us a plan. I encourage a yes vote on the amendment. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor raise your hand. Sufficient number in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will tally.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
Mr. Espaillat is a no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse.
Aye.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo. Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any
Madam
member-
Chair,
Mr.
Aguilar votes no.
Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Aguilar votes no.
Ms. Frankel.
Ms. Frankel votes no.
Ms. Bustos.
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. The yeas are 25, the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I'd ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would allow American natural gas producers to export LNG after completing the FERC review process rather than waiting for additional approval from the Department of Energy. As everyone in this room knows, our nation is blessed with a vast supply of natural gas, including the Marcellus Shale in my home state of Pennsylvania. Thanks to these resources, the U.S. is in a unique position to lead the world in LNG production. Vladimir Putin is using energy as a weapon in his brutal war in Ukraine. America can help ease the pain felt by Ukraine and our allies across the globe by exporting clean, American-made liquefied natural gas. But to do that, we must accelerate the approval process for U.S. LNG exports. Exporting LNG is good for families, it's good for the American worker here at home because it will drive economic growth and facilitate new job opportunities. And unleashing U.S. LNG is also good for the environment, which I know is a priority for everybody in this room. Since the first installation of an LNG export facility in 2016, the decarbonization impact of the U.S. LNG export industry is greater than the entire impact of the U.S. solar industry over a 15-year period from 2005 to 2019. To put it succinctly, U.S. LNG production has done more for the environment than solar panels have in just a third of the time. My amendment is a win for American families, American workers, for global security, and for the environment. I therefore urge support of my amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Ms. Capter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well. Ohio, by the way, shares the bountiful nature of the Marcellus and Utica shale discoveries, and we have to husband them well as we move forward. But I don't think we should undervalue any segment of our energy systems in this country. We're going to need them all more and more as the decades tick off. And this particular amendment would eliminate the Department of Energy's role in reviewing natural gas export projects to ensure they are in the public interest. We handed out a little set of pictures this afternoon. Oh, here we go. If you look at the back page, you'll see the rising exports of natural gas, including LNG. And one of our problems is we don't have enough terminals built, and the pipelines aren't moving in the proper directions to move it quickly enough. At this time of high energy prices in our country, we also have to protect the pocketbook of the American consumer, so there has to be a balance. And while there may have been concerns in the past about the pace of the Department of Energy's review process, that is an issue of the past. U.S. LNG exports actually averaged 11.5 billion cubic feet per day during the first 4 months of this year, which was an 18% increase compared to last year. So they've gone up by a fifth. And luckily, many of those exports are helping out our allies in Europe. Additionally, there are currently more LNG export projects approved that have not begun construction than those pending license approval. However, I have concerns about removing the checks and balances in place to ensure that natural gas exports do not come at the expense of U.S. consumers. Natural gas supplies about 1/3 of the United States' primary energy consumption, and with rising energy prices, particularly driven by world events, we need to ensure protections remain in place to safeguard U.S. consumers and U.S. industries. Additionally, this amendment modifies the Natural Gas Act, which is squarely in the jurisdiction of the Energy and Commerce Committee as the authorizers. And for these reasons, I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. Yield back.
I thank the Chairwoman. I strongly support the Rushenthaler amendment. Natural gas is a large component of the global energy mix. To help our allies meet their energy needs in the wake of Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine, we must do all we can to help meet global energy supply needs. Republicans are supporting efforts to do that, from focusing community project funding requests on navigation projects that will transport oil and natural gas to allies around the world to this amendment to help streamline the LNG export approval process. Under this amendment, these projects will be fully reviewed by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, but they would no longer need to go through a duplicative review process by the Department of Energy. No one action will solve the entire energy supply problem, but every action gets us closer to a comprehensive solution. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I waive my closing. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Rushenthaler. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amadei.
Aguilar, no.
Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Aguilar.
No.
Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris.
Dr. Harris.
Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo? Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Wasserman Schultz, you're not.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Mr. Calvert.
Mr. Calvert votes aye.
Mr. Cuellar.
Mr. Cuellar votes aye.
Mr. Adderholt.
Mr. Adderholt votes aye.
Mr. Newhouse.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye.
Ms. Bustos.
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 26 and the nays are 30. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, before I ask the motion to be reported on the Energy and Water Development Bill, I want to make a presentation. Ms. Capter, come and join. And Jamie, we want you to stand up here, please, okay? Thank you. Jamie, we want to reiterate our sincere gratitude for all of your work, for the Congress, and for all this country and Americans here. You're wonderful. As you tackle your next adventure, what you do is you leave the subcommittee in a stronger place and better prepared to deal with its critical work. So in order to pay tribute to you and your years of service, we've submitted a statement for the record, and I'm pleased to present it to you. Ms. Capter, why don't you hold on to this here and present it to you, and we say thank you. Say thank you very, very, very much, and Godspeed. And, you know, we will be wanting to know, you know, how you're doing in your new adventure. So, and I just would say to everyone, in addition to the food that is downstairs, and people keep going down for repeats here, I can see that, people coming out. There's cake in honor of Jamie downstairs as well, so you can have dessert as well. Jamie, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Marcy, you want to say? Okay, James. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I recognize the gentlewoman from California for a motion, and I ask your support of the bill. The question, no, Lucille.
Madam Chair, I move to favorably report the Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Appropriations Act 2023 to the House.
Okay, the question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Aguilar.
Aguilar, aye.
Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mr. Amadei.
No.
Mr. Amadei votes no. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case? Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ?
Christ, aye.
Mr. Christ votes aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro?
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman?
No.
Mr. Fleischman votes no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder?
Aye.
Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris votes no. Ms. Herrera-Butler? Ms. Herrera-Butler?
Herrera Butler.
Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence?
Aye.
Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California? Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Ms. Meng?
Aye.
Ms. Meng votes aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar votes no. Mr. Newhouse?
No.
Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo? Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Quigley?
Aye.
Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Stewart?
No.
Mr. Stewart votes no. Mrs. Torres?
Aye.
Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valedeo? Mr. Valedeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
Yes.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Ms. Roybal-Allard? You're not recorded yet. Aye.
Ms. Roybal-Allard votes aye.
Ms. Herrera-Butler?
Ms. Herrera-Butler votes no.
You're not recorded yet.
Ms. Lee of California votes aye.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. I want to say a thank you again to Mr. Adderholt. You had lots of people running back and forth, Mr. Adderholt, so it must be a success. Thank you. Yeas are 32, the nays are 24, and the bill is agreed to. Yes, without objection. Okay. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical conforming changes to the bill and report that's just been approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered, and 3 days without objection. Okay. We have a changing of the guard.
I have the. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so
Sure.
Our second order of business today is consideration of the Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2023. I will now recognize Mr. Cartwright to present the bill. Mr. Cartwright is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair DeLauro, for your leadership and your hard work, especially during these very busy weeks as we work to move all 12 appropriations bills. And thank you to Ranking Member Granger as well for your hard work. I also want to thank my colleague, our Ranking Member, Mr. Adderholt, for all of his hard work and good collaboration on this bill. I also want to put particular gratitude on the efforts of our clerk, Bob Bonner, and our staffers on CJS, Jeff Ashford, TJ Loudermilk, Shannon McCulley, Jamie Wise, and Nora Fay, who have done yeoman's work and have burned the candle at both ends on many occasions in support of this work. Although we did not agree on everything, I'm glad that there were so many matters where Robert Adderholt and I were able to work together productively, and I do appreciate your cooperation and partnership in helping to produce this legislation. As I mentioned at the subcommittee, your insight and your input are reflected throughout the bill. Mr. Adderholt and I have formed a good friendship, and I've referred to him as somebody like one of my brothers-in-law. I will note for the record, I dislike some of my brothers-in-law. Nevertheless, the Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations Bill we put forward for fiscal year 2023 will help build a safer, more just, bolder, more prosperous, and more competitive America. It includes a discretionary spending total of $85.7 billion. This is an increase of $7.6 billion, or 9.7% above FY 2022 level, in order to fund the wide array of critical programs and activities that fall under the subcommittee's jurisdiction. A top priority in this bill is public safety and efforts to fight crime at the local level. This bill emphasizes assistance to local law enforcement with strong funding increases for cops hiring and burn justice assistance grants, as well as community projects that aim to support public safety in over 200 communities across our nation. With gun safety and gun violence solutions on everyone's mind right now, the bill provides increases for ATF enforcement and funding for much-needed improvements to the background check system, as well as funding for community violence intervention and prevention efforts, and grants to help implement extreme risk protection orders. This bill goes on to provide a funding increase for grants under the Stop School Violence Act to increase school safety. Also boosted by this bill is funding for programs under the Violence Against Women Act, as well as resources to reduce the appalling backlog of unprocessed rape kits. An increase is provided for Victims of Child Abuse Act grant as well. And of course, we provide solid funding for federal law enforcement, including funding for efforts to combat violent crime and cyber criminals, as well as prosecutorial resources to bring to justice those who committed crimes at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. This bill also includes additional funding to reinforce our institutions of democracy and protect the right to vote for everyone with that right under the law, as well as to investigate and prosecute domestic terrorism. We address the troubling problem of hate crimes in our society by providing $117.5 million for the prevention and prosecution grants, more than 5 times the amount provided in FY22. The bill continues funding for the First Step Act and provides increased funding for federal prison staffing to enhance officer and inmate safety. We also provide substantial resources in this bill to address the opioid epidemic still plaguing our society. Increases are included for grants under the Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act, and for drug courts and veterans treatment courts. And in the interest of fundamental fairness, this legislation provides a record high funding level of $675 million for the Legal Services Corporation in order to expand legal services for low-income persons in our country. The legislation further funds numerous initiatives that will advance civil rights and racial justice throughout our nation, including funding for improved training for law enforcement officers, as well as funding increases for the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and the Civil Rights Commission. Just as critical is our work to preserve and create jobs in distressed areas, and this bill provides strong funding increases for the Economic Development Administration, the Minority Business Development Agency, and the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program by providing healthy increases to the International Trade Administration and International Trade Commission. This bill also helps create jobs by expanding U.S. exports and fighting the unfair trading practices of other countries. Our CJS bill provides full funding for the ongoing work of the National Weather Service to predict extreme heat and other forms of severe weather. It makes investments in our ability to understand and mitigate the tangible impacts of climate change by providing strong funding increases for climate work being conducted by NOAA, the National Science Foundation, and NASA's Earth Science Division. The bill strengthens American technological and scientific competitiveness by providing important funding increases for NSF and NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Increased funding for STEM engagement efforts across the bill's science agencies will help further cultivate American scientific talent. Finally, this subcommittee's commitment to American leadership in space science, space exploration, and aeronautics research is very apparent as the bill provides $25.4 billion for NASA, an increase of more than $1.4 billion above fiscal year 2022. In closing, there is a lot to be proud of and a lot to support in this diverse and important bill. The legislation before us today will make America stronger and better in a number of ways, and I urge all members to support it. I yield back, Madam Chair.
I'd like to now recognize the subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Adderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Chairman DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, and of course, Chairman Cartwright. Happy everyone enjoyed the lunch today. I was hoping that that would make the afternoon go a little smoother, so hopefully that'll be the case. I do want to thank the majority for bringing forth the bill today, the FY23 Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriation Bills. Chairman Cartwright and his staff have put a great deal of effort into this bill, and I am very proud to have worked with him, and he's been very fair through this process, and just he's been a great partner as we have hammered out this bill. I appreciate all the hard work that everyone has done to make this bill successful, and making sure the parties and members on both sides of the aisle are in this bill and included. There are many things in this bill that we can all agree on. Again, I want to thank Chairman Cartwright. I want to thank you for working with me to ensure that the bill reflects the deep concerns about the threats that we have from our adversaries. As a nation, we must act to aggressively counter insidious ambitions by the governments of China and Russia. Certainly with regard to space, we must not assume that they are pursuing peaceful goals. This bill funds many NASA programs at a level that will bolster our national security. With the Artemis I mission set to take place this year, I'm pleased that the bill includes $2.6 billion for SLS, which ensures that NASA can allocate 100% of what is needed for Block 1B development in FY23. I'm also pleased that the bill includes $110 million for nuclear thermal propulsion. We need to aggressively fund the development of this technology to outcompete China and also land Americans on Mars. These investments, along with programs that will help advance American manufacturing and the industries of the future, are essential for advancing U.S. innovation, global competitiveness, and our national security. The bill also supports programs addressing opioid epidemic, cutting-edge forensic technology, and the investigation of prosecution of human trafficking. Unfortunately, that there are some areas in the bill that need improvement, and hopefully that's what we can do today. The bill eliminates a long-standing prohibition on the Department of Justice paying for abortions. Also, it eliminates 4 Second Amendment protections that have been in the bill that has had bipartisan support over the years. In addition, there's language laying the groundwork for universal background checks on all ammunition sales, which is quite honestly an extraordinary assault on the right to bear and keep arms. And I'd like to work with you, Mr. Chairman, to do more than what we're already doing on theft and espionage by the government of China. The agencies funded by this subcommittee must be prepared to deter and contain malicious endeavors across all fronts by the government of China. Furthermore, our side of the aisle remains deeply concerned about the runaway spending, and we are seeing that what we're currently seeing, spending that this majority is doing and also out of this administration. The top line increase of nearly $110 billion and double-digit percentage increases across many of the agencies are unrealistic, unsustainable, and irresponsible. Every American family is feeling the consequences of the inflation. However, this bill spends tens of millions of dollars on new and a long liberal wish list initiative. The amount of duplication and the overlap in state and local programs is unprecedented in this bill. Under state and local enforcement activities alone, there is a net increase of roughly 20 programs. There are unsupported increases of tens of millions of dollars for programs whose effectiveness has not yet been evaluated. An example of this is the Community Violence Protection and Intervention Initiative. It's a program that is only 3 months old, yet it has received $100 million in an increase. For the sake of struggling families, we must soundly reject undisciplined spending. We must regain a focus on our national responsibility and make some tough choices to slow down the growth of the federal government. All that being said, Madam Chair, I look forward to working with Chairman Cartwright and yourself as this process moves forward to address these issues and to improve this bill. I want to also especially thank all the staff that has worked very diligently. Bob Bonner, Jeff Ashford, T.J. Loudermilk, Shannon McCulley, Jamie Wise, Nora Fay, as well as the minority staff, Stephanie Gadbos, Darren Benjamin, and Kristen Clarkson, along with my personal staff has worked tirelessly on this bill as well. For all your efforts, we do appreciate all that you've done. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank the ranking member. Now I'd like to recognize myself for opening remarks, and again, thank the chair and ranking member and the members of the subcommittee for the good work on this bill. The bill before us strengthens our commitment to building safer communities, promoting economic development for all Americans and all over the nation. Through the 2022 funding package, we've replaced decades of disinvestment in those who need it the most with strong funding in our working and middle-class families and in their safety. The subcommittee has worked really very hard, holding hearings on everything from the Department of Justice's defense of our civil rights and its efforts to fight crime to the changing needs of the Commerce Department and the National Science Foundation as they support American competitiveness. No one should fear for their safety or that of their children and their families as they go about their lives. But too many do. The bill before us keeps Americans and our communities safe with significant funding for federal, state, and local law enforcement. This includes nearly $717 million for burn justice assistance grants and over $540 million for the COPS programs. We also strengthen accountability and ensure oversight of police practices, including by funding more effective police training efforts. We also strengthen support for federal law enforcement as they counter domestic terrorism and fight violent crime, cyber threats, and civil rights violations. We also greatly expand gun violence prevention efforts. The gun violence epidemic takes people from us every single day. People are scared, and they need change. To expand efforts to reduce violent gun crime, the bill provides funding for the enforcement efforts of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. We are funding gun violence reduction grants to keep our communities safe, including Stop School Violence Act grants and the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative to prevent gang and gun violence. We are providing funding to strengthen the National Instant Criminal Background Check System for gun purchases and to help states implement extreme risk protection orders. We are also working to end the opioid epidemic, including by countering the trafficking of opioids and other drugs, and for treatment, overdose, reversal drugs, and justice and mental health collaboration programs. We focus on protecting women experiencing sexual assault and domestic violence with the Violence Against Women Act prevention and prosecution programs, and with efforts to reduce the backlog of unprocessed rape kits. And we are empowering distressed communities with $510 million for the Economic Development Administration as it works to improve our nation's infrastructure, boost economically recovering communities, and launch innovative community development efforts. And we are supporting small and medium-sized manufacturers and businesses with the business growth opportunities they need as we strengthen our economy for decades to come. And finally, this bill starts to confront the climate crisis, looks to advance scientific developments for the future, with strong funding for NASA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the National Science Foundation. We are strengthening climate resilience and research efforts, and we support the Environment and Natural Resources Division at the Department of Justice as it combats the climate crisis and advances environmental justice. This is a good bill which works to keep our communities safe while working to help Americans all over the country gain greater opportunity. With that, I again thank the chairman and the ranking member. I want to thank the CJS subcommittee staff for their work. On the majority side, a thank you to Bob Bonner and your team, Jeff Ashford, TJ Loudermilk, Shannon McCulley, Jamie Wise, and Nora Fay. And on the minority side, I want to thank Stephanie Gadbois, Kristen Clarkson, and Darren Benjamin. Again, a thanks to the chairman and ranking member. I urge support for this important bill. And with that, I recognize Ranking Member Granger for her opening remarks.
Madam Chair, thank you for yielding. First, I want to thank Chairman Cartwright and Ranking Member Adderholt for their work on the fiscal year 2023 Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriations Bill. I also want to thank the committee staff for the time and effort they have devoted to this very important bill. The Commerce, Justice, Science Bill supports initiatives that strengthen the ability of the United States to be competitive around the world, invest in cutting-edge research and technology, protect children in our communities, and help NASA to remain on track to achieve renewed dominance in space. Unfortunately, while this bill funds many important programs, it is based on a funding level that passed the House without Republican support. With inflation at historic levels, we must find ways to reduce spending. Instead, this bill expands the reach of the government. It provides double-digit percentages increase for many accounts and funds dozens of new programs that are not proven to help our communities. For example, state and local grant programs, many of which do not have bipartisan support, are increased by 22%. Instead, the bill should do more to stop the endless flow of dangerous drugs coming across our southern border. In addition to these spending concerns, I'm opposed to many of the policies in this bill. For example, the bill drops important provisions carried for years that protect life and support Second Amendment rights. This is an important bill that we must find a way to get enacted into law, but significant changes will be needed to get Republican support. I hope we're able to address our concerns as this bill moves through the process. I thank you, Chairman. Madam Chairman, I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to make general comments on the bill? Congresswoman Lawrence?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the committee leadership for the bill before us. I especially want to thank the hardworking staff. The bill includes funding for critical domestic programming, including support for small businesses and manufacturing. As the co-chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, I am proud of the investments made in this bill toward Violence Against Women Act. These funds will continue to lead to improvements in how communities respond to domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking. We've seen a rise in hate crimes across the country. Most recently, we heard of news of swastikas and other forms of hate speech painted on synagogues, harassment and assault of Asian Americans, and of course, the shooting in Buffalo, which left 10 Black people dead and 3 others injured for no other reason than hate crime. As a co-chair and founder of the Black Jewish Caucus, I am grateful that this bill includes funding for efforts to combat and prevent hate crimes. And however you feel about it, hate crimes is a form of domestic terrorism. I would like to thank the committee for including my community project request for body cams to be worn for the Detroit Police Department. The project will provide agency accountability, transparency, officer and community safety. I'm also grateful that another project is funding goes toward a hospital-based violence intervention initiative that exists to work with young people who have trauma that happens as a result of violence, and particularly gun violence, to focus on better mental health outcomes and the reduction of violence. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Espaillat is recognized.
Madam Chair, I pass on this one. Thank you.
Ms. Torres?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to begin by thanking the chair and subcommittee chairman and staff that have spent so many hours working on this important bill. I am glad to see that the bill includes my community funding project request for the City of Montclair Police Body-Worn Cameras program, and for several of my priorities. The last few years have been a dark time for our nation. There have been too many school shootings, and I am grateful to see the inclusion of active shooter training to campuses, which include primary and secondary schools, as well as college campuses, which I worked on last Congress. When there is an emergency like an active shooter, our 911 professionals are the first to hear the calls for help, which is why I am glad the committee also included language and funding directing National Telecommunications and Information Administration through the Office of Public Safety Communications to develop a plan for a competitive grant program to provide 911 centers with resources to help professionals address critical training needs, which includes responding or how to respond to reports of active shooter situations. Unfortunately, I am extremely disappointed that the committee did not include funding for a legal representation pilot program for immigrants facing removal proceedings. Many of those immigrants, may I remind my colleagues, are children, toddlers, who are not able to speak for themselves in court. Last year, this request was passed, the CJS bill, and was agreed upon by the same members are on this committee today. This program, which I champion with the support from 48 of our colleagues, many of whom are on this committee, is a very important and critical need measure. And finally, I join many of my colleagues in celebrating the elimination for the second consecutive year, the exclusion of Hyde Amendment's ban on coverage of abortion care for pregnant people who are incarcerated in federal prisons. It is about time that we stop using legislation to impose harmful reproductive policies on women. And I yield back.
Ms. Watson-Coleman. Oh. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to take this opportunity to thank the chairman of the subcommittee and the ranking member and the staff who worked very diligently on this, what I think is an outstanding bill. There's just so much justice, righteousness, compassion, forward thinking in this bill, from how we prepare people for a second chance, how we initiate relationships between those who are incarcerated and those who can provide job opportunities, how we address the violence against women and other such travesties, and of course, how we deal with gun violence in this country and the background checks. I thank you for the consideration of my concerns with regards to the use of DNA, and the fact that those who've been incarcerated, served time, and subsequently found innocent support in their litigation. I believe that this bill truly represents justice as we see it for all people. And I want to congratulate the chair and the ranking member and thank them very much for this bill that we're going to consider today. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Kilmer. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers. I apologize.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise today, like many of you, to congratulate Chairman Cartwright and Ranking Member Adderholt on producing this bill that touches on several critical priorities. Perhaps most important in this bill is the robust funding for anti-opioid and counter-drug initiatives. I'm pleased with the increases to drug courts and veteran treatment courts, prescription drug monitoring grants, anti-methamphetamine and anti-heroin task forces, as well as capacity for the DEA to continue its life-saving work on producing or countering opioid trafficking. This committee has heard me rehash the need for these vital resources on countless occasions, but the unfortunate reality remains unchanged. Drug overdose deaths continue to spiral, and we must meet this challenge. I'm pleased these federal resources will assist state and local agency partners as we continue to combat the scourge of drug and opioid abuse. I'd also like to thank the chair and ranking member for, again, prioritizing the Economic Development Administration. In distressed rural regions like my Kentucky district, these resources are instrumental in leveraging private investment to boost economically recovering communities and sustain them for a brighter future. I'm pleased the bill includes funding necessary to hire correction personnel at Bureau of Prison facilities that's sorely needed to improve officer and inmate safety. BOP facilities are dangerously understaffed, and the Bureau has recklessly continued its reliance on augmentation to fill correctional staff shortages. I hope these resources can help that problem. I'm hopeful that this bill eventually will be reconciled with what comes out of the Senate and will be a bill that I would like to support if that takes place. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Mr. Kilmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Chair Cartwright and the ranking member as well as the staff for the good work on this bill. Listen, I support this bill for a number of reasons, but primarily because this bill includes investments to improve economic development and jobs, not just in my neck of the woods, but throughout our country. I want to thank Chair Cartwright and his staff for including funding in the bill for a pilot version of something called the Recompete Act, which I introduced along with Congresswoman Herrera Butler. And if you weren't looking for this in the bill, you probably didn't notice it. But I want to say just a quick word about it. I grew up in the district I now have the honor of representing. I grew up in a town called Port Angeles. I was in high school right around the time the timber industry took it on the chin. I saw a lot of my friends' parents lose their jobs, a lot of my neighbors lose their jobs. And it had a big impact on me. It's why I worked in economic development professionally before coming to Congress. Honestly, I've spent most of my adult life just trying to figure out how to make sure we're doing a better job of protecting workers and protecting communities so that nobody gets left behind in our economy. And that's really what this Recompete Act is about. Again, I partnered with Congresswoman Herrera Butler and actually several members of this committee, and it's focused on providing some flexible and long-term grant assistance to communities that have faced persistent economic distress, just to help them turn things around so that they lay the foundation for long-term economic growth and opportunity. This is really about ensuring that folks have a shot, regardless of what zip code they live in. No community should have to worry about their main export being their young people. There are other provisions in this bill that are also central to the job. There are investments in programs that enable salmon recovery. Where I'm from, salmon are the lifeblood of our region's economy and our identity. So this funding is critical to our economic growth and to meeting tribal treaty obligations too. So I want to thank the chair and the ranking member and the staff again for their attention to the challenges that folks face in my neck of the woods and around this country, and for reflecting those needs in the priorities that are included in this bill. So I urge support of it, and I yield back.
Mr. Rupersberger is recognized.
First, I want to congratulate Chairman Cartwright and Ranking Member Adderholt on writing a great bill. Now, over the past year, our country has faced serious problems. We have seen Russia attack a sovereign nation, a pandemic that has killed over 1 million people and has shut down supply chains, mass shootings at our children's schools and our grocery stores, constant and increasing economic and technological threats from China, and the ripples of a failed insurrection demonstrating the domestic terror threat in our country. In this bill, we increased funding for school safety to $175 million. We fully fund the ATF to help them get guns off our streets and provide $150 million for community violence intervention programs to help us break the cycles of violence we are seeing in communities across the country. This bill also helps the U.S. stay competitive with China when it comes to the next-door technological advances in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and cyber threats. From my time as ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, cybersecurity has been one of my main concerns. This bill goes a long way to shore up federal agencies and departments, networks from the constant cyber attacks we are seeing from China, North Korea, and Russia. I'm very pleased to see the increase in cyber corporation funding to help fill the gaps in cybersecurity jobs. We need a strong and growing workforce to address the evolving threats we face. Russia's war will spill over into cyber attacks against everyone that is helping Ukraine, and we must be ready. This bill makes sure that we are. This bill helps small and medium-sized businesses to the tune of $220 million in manufacturing extension partnership program, which means more jobs and economic growth opportunity. The FY23 bill is laden with economic support for all Americans to help us push through the economic pressure presenting from supply chain slowdowns and their pandemic. Finally, for my love of all things crabs, this bill helps us to end harmful algae blooms, toxic red tide, and helps us to fight the very serious threat of climate change. My district is a coastal district, and the Chesapeake Bay supports a thriving seafood and tourism industry to the tune of $33 billion a year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I ask my colleagues for this support. Yield back.
We're still waiting for the crabs, though, Mr. Ruppersberger. Congressman Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Cartwright and Ranking Member Adderholt, I really commend you on putting forth an FY23 Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriations Bill that takes historic action to address the sharp rise in hate crimes in the United States. When one community is targeted, no one is safe. The federal government's leadership is indispensable in reversing this growing problem. That's why I'm so glad that this bill continues our hard work from last year and provides $70 million for Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. hate crimes prevention and prosecution grants, $30 million in funding for community organization efforts to prevent hate crimes, and $15 million for activities authorized under the Jabara Hire No Hate Act. I'm encouraged that this bill continues to build upon our recent progress to address the gun violence epidemic that is plaguing our country. The report includes language to examine ammunition background checks and $175 million for the Stop School Violence program, which can be used by our local school districts to prevent violence in our schools. I also want to commend the committee for including $60 million for the Internet Crimes Against Children task forces. ICAC officers are drowning in leads and are desperate for additional resources, which will allow them to conduct proactive investigations that have the potential to rescue children. I'm relieved this bill commits to funding these task forces at the full authorized level, and I hope this year that the Senate agrees to that as well. I'm also proud that the bill includes significant increases for Violence Against Women Act programs, as well as efforts to reduce the backlog of unprocessed rape kits. We must fund VAWA's critical infrastructure that responds to domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking. And finally, on behalf of South Florida, I'm thrilled with what this bill will do for marine conservation and ecosystem protection. The bill includes $38 million for the Coral Reef Program and a $3.8 million community-funded project for Nova Southeastern University to deploy the research resources across the scientific disciplines required to quickly address disease etiology of stony coral tissue loss disease. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, thank you for your work on this excellent bill, and I look forward to seeing it come to the floor. I yield back.
Ms. Capter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Chairman Cartwright, and congratulations to you and Ranking Member Adderholt and your staffs on completing this bill. This bill reflects our shared priorities and delivers for the nation. It provides important investments in our science institutions and promotes America's competitiveness, so critical to our districts and our nation. Americans are demanding accountability and an end to economic and social inequality. And we've seen mass shootings across the country, violence and theft on the rise in our neighborhoods. Our constituents want to know what we in Congress are doing about it. Your bill provides necessary investments in public safety programs to keep our neighborhoods safer, while also ensuring that we are not just focusing on the same old proposals, but focusing on what our communities really need. Congratulations to you. This bill calls for justice. It provides critical resources for frontline police officers and community policing needs, especially in view of opioid trafficking and its relation to rising crime across America, including the expanded gun violence. I asked a very important chief of police in my own district, what's the relationship between gun violence and drug trafficking? He looked me straight in the eye and said, 100%. So prevention efforts require programmatic support for advanced police training and to prevent and address the mass shootings we have seen lately. There's a mental health crisis in this country that contributes to these mass shootings, including the loss of life by our law enforcement officers. We need to get to the root causes, including cyberspace sites that promote violence, and frankly, our inability as a country to produce enough behavioral nurses and neuropsychiatric physicians to treat the people who are truly ill. I thank the chairman for working to address these challenges. I also appreciate your inclusion of priorities for our region that are funded by the science agencies such as NOAA, NSF, and NASA. Indeed, Northern Ohio is home to the Glenn Research Center and the Armstrong Test Facility, which are critical to NASA's Artemis mission and ultimately putting an American on Mars. NASA thinks big. Its workers think big. 53 years ago, Ohio's Neil Armstrong captivated the world as he set foot on the lunar surface, drawing our eyes to the sky and opening our minds to what was possible when we dared to reach beyond Earth's gravitational limits. We began to understand ourselves better. We must continue that legacy and ensure that America continues to lead in space research and development. NASA is not just about rockets and shuttles. Its work provides immeasurable benefits for many other industries that can seed the future for manufacturing and science here in the United States. This bill meets the moment by providing $950 million for the aeronautics program, a critical element to promoting a next generation in space exploration. Chairman Cartwright and Ranking Member Adderhold, I thank you and your staffs for your hard work, and I'm happy to support this bill as it represents a real effort by Congress to invest in our future needs, and I yield back.
Mr. Espio.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to address this important bill. And I also want to commend Chairman Matt Cartwright and Ranking Member Robert Adderhold and their staff for working to advance a bill that will keep our communities safe and advance access to education through the National Science Foundation. You may know, Madam Chair, that my district has gone through troubling times with a rash of shootings. 2 police officers from the New York City Police Department were unfortunately killed in my district, as well as this past week, 8 folks were shot, one of them tragically in Harlem. And so we benefit tremendously from the efforts in this bill. And I am grateful that the committee also included several of my priorities, including $1.7 billion for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF. We are experiencing a gun violence crisis in the United States, and last year alone, there were approximately 20,000 suspected ghost guns recovered by law enforcement in criminal investigations. ATF was responsible for issuing a final rule to rein in the proliferation of ghost guns that are, Madam Chair, you may know that they have no serial number. They're privately made firearms that law enforcement are increasingly recovering at crime scenes in cities across the country. And our president said very clearly at a White House authorization of policy by ATF to control ghost guns, that if you go to a furniture store and you assemble furniture, at the end of the day, you'll have a bed or a dining table, etc. But if you assemble a ghost guns, at the end of the day, you have a 9mm weapon that has no serial number and no one is able to trace, that could kill people anywhere in America. So I'm glad to see strong funding levels for ATF so that it can continue on its mission to protect the public from crimes involving firearms. The bill also includes $541 million for community-oriented policing services and $417 million for the Burn Justice Assistance Grant. These funds will support our community violence intervention programs. They de-escalate training centers that are provided there, crime prevention and education, and mental health programs. Finally, the bill has $60 million for Hispanic serving institutions through the National Science Foundation. And Madam Chair, as the chair of the Latino Jewish Congressional Caucus, I am delighted that it has funding against hate crime and anti-Semitism. This bill is far-reaching, and I am happy to be supportive of it. And again, I want to congratulate Chairman Cartwright and the ranking member for their efforts. With that, I yield back the remaining part of my time. Madam Chair, thank you.
Ms. Lee of Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak today in support of this funding bill. I want to thank Chairman Cartwright and Ranking Member Adderholt for including many of my top priorities in Nevada. And keeping Nevadans safe is definitely one of those priorities. And this funding bill makes investments across the board to fund our police, increase training resources, and keep our communities safe. In May, I had the opportunity to do a ride along with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and officers encountered and de-escalated a domestic violence situation. And this careful response required specialized training for a wide array of challenging circumstances that we know law enforcement officers encounter every single day. In this funding bill, we are expanding access to those specialized training programs and resources that officers need. This includes scenario-based training to handle violent threats such as active shooters, funding for local departments to access body-worn cameras, funding for the Valor Initiative focused on officer safety, wellness, and resilience training, community policing development initiatives, funding for co-responder crisis teams, de-escalation training, and diversity and anti-bias training, and so much more. But this bill also makes critical investments back home in my district and across southern Nevada, including nearly $3 million for the City of Henderson's Mental Health Co-Responder Crisis Response Unit, which will enhance the city's ability to respond safely and effectively to people suffering from behavioral health crises, and an additional $400,000 for the Boulder City Police Department to purchase 22 new, more reliable and safer vehicles. So thank you, Madam Chair, for making these critical investments that will keep my district safe, and I look forward to voting in support of this bill.
Mr. Trone.
I want to extend my thanks to Chairman Cartwright and Ranking Member Adderholt, as well as their staffs, for the incredibly hard work on this bill. First, I'd like to associate myself with the remarks by Chairman Rogers regarding the good work in this bill on opioid trafficking and also supporting the DEA. These are much needed, as the chairman clearly outlined. I'd also like to thank the chair for increasing funding for NIST, construction and renovations. NIST's poor building conditions cost taxpayers millions of dollars every year in lost productivity and jeopardizes NIST's role as a world leader in standards and technology research, which is especially concerning as China continues to make substantial investments in this space. By providing more funding for NIST construction and renovations, the agency will be able to attract and retain talent, avoid substantial lost productivity, and more importantly, compete with China. I'm also pleased to see this bill supports clean slate laws. After decades of overcriminalization, between 70 and 100 million Americans have criminal records that appear in routine background checks, preventing many individuals from obtaining jobs, housing, educational opportunities. Millions of these individuals are eligible to have their records sealed or expunged, but that process is complex and expensive. State-passed clean slate automatic expungement laws are costly and have been a barrier to widespread adoption, which is why I'm grateful that this bill makes available to states to help them implement automatic expungement systems. And lastly, I'm grateful for the significant increase in the funding for the Bureau of Prisons to implement the First Step Act. The BOP has been under-resourced and plagued by staffing shortages that has substantially impeded the BOP's effort to implement the First Step Act. This increase in funding will stop the practice of augmentation and staff reassignment and provide more job training opportunities, which is critical to improving reentry outcomes and reducing recidivism. So thank you, Chairman Cartwright and Ranking Member Adderholt.
Are there any more members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Mr. Cartwright to offer a manager's amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Request unanimous consent to waive the reading.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Mr. Cartwright is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the manager's amendment makes a small handful of amendments that are non-controversial and also makes technical and clerical corrections to the bill. I urge support for the manager's amendment and yield back.
Ranking Member Adderholt is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for yielding, and I want to thank Chairman Cartwright for working with me and the rest of us on the committee for these non-controversial bipartisan improvements to the bill. I support the amendment and urge its adoption and yield back.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Ruppersberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand to thank the Chair, Ranking Member, and staff for an 11th hour addition in the manager's amendment. I've always said the best legislation is bipartisan legislation. I'm proud to say that I was able to get a big win for public safety with my colleague and good friend, Republican co-chair of the House Army Caucus, Representative John Carter. At the last minute, committee leadership added an additional $3 million into the manager's amendment to provide an extra grant funding to police departments to prepare for active shooter events. With spikes in the frequency and magnitude of attacks, funding for prevention and response is more critical than ever. Thank you again for all those involved in the last-minute amendment and who had a hand in drafting the bill and inclusion of the consequential amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of the amendment, and I want to, through the chair, I want to thank Mr. Cartwright and Mr. Adderholt and all of the staff that worked on including our language, which is going to have significant economic impact for the state of Florida. Anyone who has visited Florida knows that we have some great fishing, particularly our red snapper, and but because of bad science, calculating the stock assessment, seasons over the last 10 years have been short or non-existent. And now NOAA is actually trying to close off significant red snapper fishing areas off Florida's coast. This amendment supports NOAA fully integrating the data that this committee has invested in over the last 3 years in order to make the best management decisions. Fishery managers in the South Atlantic have been working for 10 years to rebuild the snapper stock, and they've been successful. In fact, just this April, the Snapper Grouper Advisory Panel, made up of fishermen from Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, put out a statement, and it said, quote, "The overriding feeling and opinion of the advisory panel is that red snapper is recovered. This is based on the collective on-the-water experience of the advisory panel members and anyone who has been out there on the water, Madam Chair, recently, they can tell you that red snapper are so abundant that it's hard to catch anything else. And that is the problem. Anglers are can't catch anything but red snapper out there right now. And when they throw them back, they commonly die from pressure changes at the surface. As a result, now NOAA is saying that so many fish are being thrown back that anglers shouldn't be allowed to fish. Well, the real kicker is that NOAA doesn't have good data on how many fish are being discarded. They don't know what the survival rate is, or even how many fish are out there in the stock to begin with. And that is why this committee invested over $5.1 million over the last 3 years to give them independent data gathering capabilities so that we can better manage this stock. It is unacceptable that NOAA, after receiving these funds, is now trying to close significant areas of fishing in the South Atlantic. Closing large swaths of the Atlantic Ocean to all snapper grouper fishing would have huge economic implications for the state of Florida and other South Atlantic states. Businesses that depend on our robust recreational fishing sector would be destroyed. Commercial fishermen and charter boat captains would be unable to make a living, and a way of life and major economic driver for many in my community would be interrupted. I can't emphasize enough how large the implications of area closures would be. If we're going to make such dramatic management decisions, we must first better understand the problem. And the reality is we don't have enough good data. So my amendment would, within the language within the manager's amendment, would ensure that we are not ruining people's livelihoods without first making certain that we know what the problem is. And for those reasons, Madam Chair, I support this manager's amendment. Now yield back.
Dead cats, huh? Oh. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? I recognize Mr. Cartwright for 1 minute to close. We need a minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For all of the foregoing reasons, I urge a yes vote on the manager's amendment. Yield back.
Question is on the manager's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Adderholt.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise to offer this amendment with the intention of reinstating the Department of Justice Hyde-like language, known officially as the Helms-Armstrong Amendment. This amendment bans funds from being used for elective abortions under the Department of Justice. And except for 2 years in the 1990s, this has been bipartisan language that has been included as law since FY 1987. I believe that the removal of this longstanding bipartisan language as yet is a step too far by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And it was even a step too far for President Biden, given that this prohibition on taxpayer funds to pay for abortions within DOJ was maintained in his FY23 budget request. There is no one that is more powerless in our society than the unborn baby. We must be compassionate, but abortion is not a compassionate solution for the child or the mother. The majority's efforts to remove the Hyde-like protections from the CJS bill is an attack on these most vulnerable and their mothers, as well as attack on U.S. taxpayers who vehemently oppose the use of federal funds to pay for abortions. So, Madam Chair, I would urge support for this amendment. I now yield back.
Mr. Cartwright is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's Helms-Armstrong Amendment, Prohibition Amendment. The CJS bill funding includes no such prohibition as a matter of equity, consistent with a principle that reproductive choice should be a matter between a woman and her doctor, and that this is also a matter of inmate health. The Bureau of Prisons does not permit conjugal visits and has paid for no inmate abortions in the past 3 years. Abortion in DOJ detention overall is very rare. Accordingly, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Yield back.
Are there members who wish to be heard on this amendment? Ms. Frankel?
Well, here we go again. My. Repeat after me. Obviously, I rise, although I'm sitting. I'd like to rise, but I want to be heard. I'm obviously in opposition to this amendment. Look, it's not enough. It's not enough that the United States Supreme Court just issued the most horrific ruling I'll say one of the most horrific rulings in the history of this country, taking away a fundamental right for the first time. Dismantling abortion access around this country. About half the states are about to ban abortion completely, and now gives the power of a person's reproductive health, their life, and their future to politicians who know nothing about them. In my opinion, and many, and doctors, abortion is health care. And prisons have legal responsibility to provide medical care to incarcerated people. And I bet, did you know that women actually get raped in prison? And you know who rapes them? The prison guards. In fact, it's so bad in federal prison, there's one in California, they call it the Rape Club at the Dublin Center there. So not only are we allowing women to get raped in prison, now we're going to force pregnancy by rapists. And look, it's not just really about rape. There are 16,000 women in federal prisons. They are particularly vulnerable, obviously, because they are locked up and they're not free to go. They're much more likely to have entered prison with mental health problems, with substance abuse problems, and impoverished. And you know, it's interesting, if you do some research, you know what the biggest problem for women who are incarcerated, other than the fact, obviously, they're not free to leave, it's their separation from their children. So let's be doubly cruel. Let's force them to bear a child, and then let's take away the child from them. Really, forcing pregnancy, taking the child. This is a really bad amendment. I urge its defeat.
Ms. Lee of California.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. It's truly discriminatory and unconscionable. And yes, I've been in many women prisons. I want to associate myself with the remarks of Congresswoman Frankel. It's outrageous what is taking place in terms of the rape of women by prison guards. This is also a racial and reproductive justice issue. Women are the fastest growing population in United States prisons and jails. More than 230,000 women are currently incarcerated in the United States. More than 10,500 of them are in federal prisons. 2/3 of incarcerated women are women of color, and 40% of women in prison are Black. We cannot turn our backs and abandon these women by denying their health care needs. This discriminatory amendment will only create further dangerous and unnecessary barriers to abortion care for incarcerated people. This is what you call structural racism. We should be dismantling, not creating more racist policies. Inserting high language into this bill will have a disproportionate impact on the Black and brown women who are disproportionately targeted, criminalized, and incarcerated for minor offenses. Incarcerated people should have access to comprehensive health care, including abortion care. Many people don't even realize that they are pregnant when they are incarcerated, and once they are incarcerated, they face unique obstacles and barriers to care. We know that access to abortion care is largely based on where an individual is imprisoned, and most states require incarcerated women to cover the entire cost themselves. Pregnant people should not be denied the right to make their own reproductive health decisions solely because they are incarcerated. Incarceration should not force people to lose their dignity or their human rights. I urge my colleagues to vote no against this amendment.
Mr. Garcia? No, Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the Adderholt Amendment. It is not enough for my colleagues that the Supreme Court just rolled back the clock on women, not just to 1973, but in many states to the 1850s. It's not enough that in America today we have state-sanctioned bounties that can be placed on parents on nurses, on doctors, on anyone who helps women exercise autonomy over their bodies and lives. It's not enough that American women now can be forced to carry a pregnancy to term by their government, even in cases of rape and incest. Nope, this dystopian nightmare is not enough. My colleagues seem to want more control of women's lives. Already during these markups, they've tried to micromanage the healthcare options for women in the military, to limit healthcare coverage to federal employees, and to even restrict what healthcare the citizens of Washington, D.C. can provide with their own local funding. Now we're trying to micromanage the healthcare of women in federal custody. Maybe if you're serious about reducing abortion in this country, you should be contemplating accessible birth control. Maybe you should recognize that the overwhelming number of women who seek abortion care in this country are already mothers living at or below the poverty line. Maybe you should be voting for pay equity, for universal pre-K, to make sure that every healthcare plan, unlike the ones you proposed in 2017, actually provide maternity benefits. At least give a nod to decency and human dignity and reject this amendment.
Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I rise in strong opposition of this amendment and all other efforts to take away a woman's personal autonomy. Last week, 6 members of the Supreme Court have concluded that women do not have the right to self-determination and personal autonomy. This conservative majority court, most of whom are men, has decided that they have the authority to control and determine the most important aspects of a woman's life, their families, their careers, and their futures, because they don't believe women have a right to make those decisions for themselves. They have decided that women are second-class citizens. This sets our country back decades, reversing so many years of hard-fought progress. But while the Supreme Court has taken steps that harm women, this committee should not follow their lead. Congress and this committee must defend the rights of women to have full control of their own bodies and support programs that provide and expand access to abortion and reproductive health care. I oppose these actions and I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentleman from Alabama is recognized on his amendment to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In closing, I just want to reiterate that the American people support HIDE-like provisions. I know this is a very passionate issue, and I know that a lot of folks have concerns about the Supreme Court. Of course, I was very supportive of the decision last week. I always actually, though, thought the Dred Scott case was the worst case that came out of the Supreme Court. But this committee should always support amendments that protects the unborn and those that are most vulnerable, and I urge passage of this amendment and yield back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor raise their hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case? Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ?
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro?
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat?
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman?
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder?
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler? Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter?
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence?
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng?
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse?
Aye.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo? Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley?
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard?
No.
Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford?
Aye.
Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan?
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres?
Mrs. Torres.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes no. Can you say that again, Mrs. Torres?
Mrs. Torres, how do you vote?
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo? Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye. Mr. Aguilar?
Aguilar votes no.
Mr. Aguilar votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Mr. Case?
Mr. Case votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. My apologies to Mr. Adderholt. I said he was from Arkansas. He is from Alabama. And apologies to you, Mr. Womack, you know, since you are from Arkansas. Been to Doe's in Arkansas. On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 31, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Ms. Lee of California, Mr. Joyce. This is amendment number 1, is this correct? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It's Lee Joyce, number 1.
And
ask for unanimous consent.
Yeah, unanimous consent to.
Okay. Madam Chair, as co-chair of the Cannabis Caucus, I rise in strong support of my bipartisan amendment. It's the Lee Joyce Amendment. And I want to thank Chairman Cartwright for the opportunity to offer this amendment. I also want to thank my fellow co-chair of the Congressional Cannabis Caucus, Representative Blumenauer, for his leadership on this issue and for previously leading on this on the floor, and our Republican co-chair, Representative Joyce, for co-leading this amendment with me. Now, our amendment is very simple. It prohibits the Department of Justice from interfering with states, territories, and tribes, allowing them to uphold their own laws that authorize the use, distribution, possession, or cultivation of marijuana. This amendment simply restores the protections, preventing the Department of Justice from prosecuting those who comply with their state, territorial, or tribal laws. Currently, there's a gap between federal law and those in states, territories, and tribes with legal cannabis. This amendment will also prevent the inefficient use of DOJ resources to prosecute those in compliance with state, territory, and tribal laws. We have voted on this amendment previously entitled the Blumenauer, McClintock, Norton, and Lee Amendment on the House floor multiple times over the last several years, and it has passed with strong bipartisan support each time. Today, the majority of Americans reside in a jurisdiction where the medical or adult use of cannabis is legal under state law. 37 states have medical marijuana programs, and 19 of those have adult use programs. Most of these laws were decided by ballot initiatives in both red and blue states. This is not a partisan issue. We believe that the federal government should not interfere with these programs and should respect the will of the people residing in these states, territories, and tribal jurisdictions. We know that decriminalizing cannabis is also a racial justice issue. States that regulate the commercial activity of cannabis on their own have seen a reduction in the number of arrests associated with drug-related crimes and a drop in the racial disparity rates that are commonly associated with them. An ACLU report found that Black Americans were 3.6 times more likely than their white counterparts to be arrested for a marijuana crime, despite, mind you, despite similar usage rates among demographic groups. It is critically important that we protect state, territories, and tribes that have made progress toward restorative justice by not interfering with their local laws. I ask for a yes on this amendment.
Mr. Cartwright.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. This is really about aligning law enforcement efforts, federal and state. It makes no sense, on the one hand, to have state and local law enforcement pursuing one set of policies, and on the other hand, federal law enforcement pursuing another. So to my mind, it's time to end this disconnect, and I support the amendment. I yield back.
I rise to oppose the amendment. This proposal would prevent federal law enforcement from enforcing current law, protecting the public health and ensuring community safety. Under the Controlled Substance Acts, the Drug Enforcement Administration defines Schedule I drugs as having no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. According to the National Institute of Drug Abuse, there is no scientific recognized medical benefit for smoking or eating marijuana plants. Claims of benefits from smoked or ingested marijuana are anecdotal and generally outright a fabrication, but it is established that marijuana use has real health and real social harms. This is especially true for children, young people with developing brains, and those with impaired physical or psychological issues. And the new data shows crime and health problems from marijuana use and trafficking, and in particular, those states that decriminalize marijuana use. Simply put, this amendment sends the wrong message about the most widely abused drug in the United States. According to the DEA, more young people receive treatment for marijuana dependency than for alcohol and other illegal drugs combined. This amendment ignores the problems of abuse and sends a false message to youth that smoking marijuana is healthy and it's okay. I would urge the rejection of this amendment.
Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Joyce.
And thank you to my friend. Representative Barbara Lee. I rise in support of this amendment, which simply respects the rights of over 40 states, territories, and tribal governments which have enacted their own cannabis laws. In light of the more recent cannabis-related legislation considered by the House, many of my Republican colleagues have asked why we did not vote on the original States Act instead. Well, now this is your opportunity. To be clear, to be very clear here, this amendment does not force any sort of legal cannabis, adult or medicinal, on the states, tribes, or localities which have not chosen to have it yet. I'm going to repeat that. This amendment does not force a legal cannabis marketplace on any states, tribes, or localities which have not chosen to have one. It simply respects the wills of the states and tribal governments that have. Some of you expressed legitimate concern with illegal cannabis operators and the impact they've had on our communities. I wholeheartedly agree. That is a problem, and we all need to work together to resolve, ideally sooner rather than later. However, using federal resources to go after lawful operators that function within the legal framework of their state or tribe is problematic on two fronts. One, it is an infringement on state and tribal rights. Two, is it a waste of resources that could instead be targeted at actual problems or go after the entities that are illegally operating. Let's let the DEA return its attention to substances that are actually killing scores of people, like fentanyl and opioids. Simply put, inaction on this issue does not drown out illegal, unregulated cannabis businesses operating on the black market. If that were the case, it would have happened by now. But as we all know, cannabis prohibition is ineffective. Cannabis is in many communities legally under our state laws. The question is now is if we are going to allow it to be effectively regulated. Inaction on this amendment allows illegal operations to thrive and outcompete the legal businesses which are forced to navigate the costly discrepancies between state and federal regulators. Let's stop allowing this to happen. Regulated cannabis is not the problem. So if you believe the concept of states' rights is laid out by the Constitution and believe that a regulated cannabis marketplace is safer for our communities than an unregulated one, I strongly urge you to support this amendment. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If I might just recognize myself for a moment, I find it on the part of some to be disingenuous in that in one area we want to say, let's leave it to the states to make a decision on a woman's right to choose or not to choose. And on the other hand, we want to deny the states their right to create the laws of their state that need to get adhered to, and we want the federal government to stay in. You can't be on both sides of the issue. That's for some. Others understand this and get it. And with that, if there's no further discussion, let me, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I disagree with you. You can be on both sides because there is actually federal law against cannabis. That doesn't exist on the other side of your hypothetical. The fact of the matter is that cannabis is dangerous. I urge you, if you haven't looked at that New York Times story from last week, look it up, about 100% THC products which would be sold and are completely legal under the framework of this amendment. I urge a yes vote, I urge a no vote on this amendment to protect Americans from the profiteers who are in the market selling exceedingly dangerous products to young Americans. I yield back.
Deal with states' rights. Okay. No further discussion. The gentlewoman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I associate myself with your remarks with regard to the disparity, the discrepancies oftentimes between those who believe that women should not have the right to exercise their personal health care decisions and leaving it up to the states to make those decisions. And yet, when we have states that pass cannabis laws, we want the federal government to come in and prosecute. And I believe that we're past that in this country now. It's about time that, and this is not about whether people believe that it's dangerous or not. This is about states that have passed ballot initiatives or laws that have made determinations about cannabis, whether it's medicinal or adult use. And so I asked for an aye vote. It was adopted on the floor on a vote of 254 to 163 during floor consideration of the CJS Fiscal 21 bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Further votes, further amendments? Mr. Valedeo?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Valedeo 1, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment revisits programming that was previously included in fiscal year 22 Omnibus to specifically address the needs of at-risk youth in our foster care system. Recent data shows that 60% of child trafficking victims have a history in the child welfare system, and that most new victims of trafficking are between the ages of 12 and 14 years old. Traffickers prey on individuals who are most vulnerable, which is why foster children have a greater risk of becoming victims than those who aren't in the system. This amendment seeks to continue the $5 million set aside for last year's grants for innovative programs to support our at-risk youth, with language modifications to ensure the funding is accessible by state and local governments. This amendment would also allow grant funding for the many community-based organizations working to protect foster youth. In California, the Department of Social Services Child Trafficking Response Unit was recently deployed an accessible online age-appropriate educational series for foster youth in every county to help recognize the warning signs of trafficking and report possible victimizations. This amendment will go a long way to supporting innovative programs such as this one, as well as other foster youth prevention programs covering child poverty, abuse and neglect, substance abuse, disorder, or gang involvement. Madam Chair, I ask for a yes vote and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Well, I think we can all agree that supporting vulnerable and at-risk youth is a priority for every one of us here in this room. What happens is you end up with too many carve-outs, and it encumbers too much of the money in the program. This program would create such an additional carve-out of the juvenile delinquency prevention grants that has seen an increase in the number of these carve-outs over the years. The problem is you do so many carve-outs, there's nothing left for the regular programming. While these programs support promising initiatives, they shouldn't be funded at the expense of authorized local delinquency prevention programs in Title V, which was designed to support locally tailored continuums of evidence-based practices. This depletion is especially problematic because after funds are appropriated for the carve-outs, there isn't enough unencumbered money left to support the local delinquency prevention grants authorized under Title V, and it limits the number of states these funds can actually get to. The final FY 2022 enacted level for the unencumbered amount for Title V was only $1.5 million compared to $15.5 million in the prior year. The current recommendation for fiscal year 2022 restores this unencumbered amount to $17.5 million, still well below the authorized limit of $25 million. So I understand this program is currently being piloted by the department, and why I am by no means against the intent behind the gentleman's amendment. I would advise that we should wait to learn more about how the pilot performs before additional funds are invested on this. So for those reasons, I urge a no vote on the amendment and yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. Unfortunately, children in the justice and foster care systems are disproportionately at risk for trafficking. The program directed by this amendment will support innovative approaches to address this complex and unique situation with vulnerable youth and will help prevent them from falling victim to human trafficking. I commend the gentleman from California for this amendment, and I strongly support the amendment and urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate, then the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, the Central Valley of California has become a hub for human trafficking operations across the state. Over the past year, I've met with countless trafficking survivor groups, social service providers, and law enforcement officials, all searching for innovative ways to address this heinous crime. Educating our youth, specifically the 437,000 children in foster care, to be aware and observant of the common tactics employed by traffickers is just one of the many tangible programs that this grant could support. I urge the support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. 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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Congressman Klein, is it amendment number 3?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have amendment number 3 at the desk, and I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to speak on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment strikes a provision in the bill that was appropriate during the height of the COVID pandemic and authorizes the Secretary to waive a statutory matching requirement for grants under the Coastal Zone Management Act. These grant programs have effectively tackled the country's most pressing and emergent coastal issues for nearly 50 years and have provided a nearly one-to-one match, which has allowed taxpayer federal dollars to go further and has been a source of pride for program partners. During the height of COVID, states were scrambling to divert funding to address the crisis, which impacted the ability to match these federal grants. Program partners came to Congress asking for temporary relief of the matching requirement for those who needed relief the most, and Congress understandably obliged. Now the worst of COVID is thankfully behind us, and most grant program partners are no longer asking for a cost share waiver. And with so many similar habitat grant programs competing for limited federal funds, the last thing any program partners want is a reputation that they can't leverage federal dollars. Furthermore, this is an authorizing provision that's outside our jurisdiction. Under the House rules, it would be subject to a point of order on the House floor, and if further waivers are needed, then we should let the authorizers hold hearings on the matter and amend the statute through regular order. This is a fiscal accountability measure, and while I understand that members may not be on the same page at this point, I will ask that the amendment be withdrawn.
Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the gentleman's interest in the issue. I do rise in opposition, but I also appreciate his willingness to withdraw it from consideration. I will note from the record that these waivers have been used judiciously up to date, and that these waivers are something that we will be keeping a close eye on for the very accountability reasons the gentleman has raised to make sure that they are not abused. Yield back.
Mr. Adderholt. Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If not, the gentleman is recognized to close.
Madam Chair, I ask the amendment be withdrawn.
Without objection. There are further amendments? Mr. Harris?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Harris number 1, and ask unanimous consent that the reading be waived.
Without objection, reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is simply report language. It deals with Supreme Court security and directs the Marshal Service, it thanks them for providing security, directs the service to continue providing necessary security throughout the fiscal year, and directs the service to keep the committee informed of their funding needs to provide appropriate security so that we can consider reprogramming or transfers if additional funding is a requirement. Very simple. I think it's something that we should afford to the third branch, and I urge adoption of the report language amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Dr. Harris's amendment. This amendment would add report language directing the U.S. Marshals Service to continue to provide, within funds provided, additional protection for the United States Supreme Court justices and their families through fiscal year 2023. It also directs the Marshals Service to keep the committee informed of its funding needs, noting that the committee will consider reprogrammings or transfers if additional funding is required. For these reasons, I support the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. Threats of violence against justices and their loved ones undermines the simple rule of law and the independence that we hold dear for the third branch. And I think we've got to ensure that the justices and their families have appropriate security. And the gentleman's amendment will ensure that the Marshal Service makes this a priority. And I would urge a yes vote and yield back.
No further debate. The gentleman is recognized. Closed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Joyce is recognized. For what purpose? The gentleman rise. Dispense with the reading without objection. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 11 to ensure that the Department of Justice has the necessary resources and staffing levels to bolster prosecution of these heinous crimes. Studies repeatedly show there's a close connection between animal cruelty and violence towards people. In fact, in a study of 332 people arrested for cruelty to animals or dogfighting by the Chicago Police Department from 2001 to 2004, 70% had also been arrested for non-animal related felonies. 86% had 2 or more violent crimes in their histories. As a former prosecutor and a lifelong pet owner, I know we can do more to crack down on these violent criminals. By bringing charges against the perpetrators of animal cruelty crimes, we can prevent individuals with a propensity for violence from further harming animals or turning violence against those in their community. Thankfully, in all 50 states currently have laws in place to prohibit animal cruelty, and in 2019, animal cruelty became a federal crime. However, the Department of Justice enforcement of these laws is often delayed, many of the crimes going completely unprosecuted. This isn't a matter of DOJ's commitment to resolving these cases, it's a matter of capacity. This amendment will help the federal government enforce laws that are already on the books. By creating a designated animal cruelties crime division within the Department of Justice, it'll ensure the perpetrators of these crimes are held accountable in a timely manner and improves the safety of our communities. I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment. While I certainly share my colleagues' views on the need to enforce animal fighting statutes, carving out a new bureaucratic office would actually be counterproductive. As they say here in Washington, siloing a thinly staffed division. What it does is it takes away kind of a cross-training element, and I'm going to explain that in a moment. Don't fix what isn't broken. ENRD, through 2 sections, U.S. Attorney's offices and other ENRD sections as needed, leverages not just criminal statutes, but also civil statutes to prosecute and shut down animal fighting criminal enterprises. They do it well because these are lawyers who are skilled in a bunch of different areas, not just siloed into one particular one as the amendment would have. There have been successful efforts using environmental and counter-drug efforts also to bring down cockfighting operations or prosecute entities like the so-called Tiger King Park for Endangered Species Act violations and others for Lacey Act violations. These work in part because the ENRD can leverage legal tools and staff resources across the whole organization. We don't want to take that flexibility away. It's a flexibility that compensates for a lean organization, leveraging DOJ's ability to staff complex cases by drawing on its other sections and again, that cross-training I was talking about in the U.S. Attorney offices, so has no backlog of cases at the time. For its efforts, ENRD has been recognized by the ASPCA with its Champion for Animals Award for prosecuting federal animal fighting cases. So to avoid decreasing effectiveness of the current program and to avoid tying up resources with another organizational layer, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very difficult issue, and I know the Justice Department has some concerns about a new section that's dedicated exclusively to animal cruelty. That would create significant inefficiencies and necessary bureaucracy. At the same time, I also understand that animal cruelty is a sign that there's some real issues that many times lead into harming people as well. So this is a very difficult issue. I think each member will have to decide for themselves how they want to vote on this amendment. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? No further debate. The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge support of this amendment because I believe Congress has an obligation to speak up for the voiceless and give federal prosecutors the tools they need to do their jobs. Thank you. I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments. Mr. Garcia, Congressman Garcia, recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment. I have an amendment that
just
asks for the reading be dispensed.
Without objection, reading is dispensed with. The gentleman, excuse me, gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This amendment simply reconstitutes the China Initiative, which was dissolved earlier this year by the Biden administration. The China Initiative is something that has been in place under the last two administrations and was proving to be effective in fighting both IP theft and trade secret theft through our corporations and also through our universities here in the United States in protection against China. As we all know, China has a tendency to implement a policy that they refer to as rob, replicate, and replace. They join joint ventures with companies in the United States and participate in partnerships at universities with the intent to literally rob our intellectual property and our design secrets. They then take that design intellectual property and replicate whatever widget we were developing in mainland China under the CCP guidelines and figure out how to reproduce that technology and that widget at a much lower cost on the back of labor that is not regulated nor protected, thus bringing a product to the market that outcompetes our products in the open marketplace and thereby replaces it. This is effectively rob, replicate, and replace, done over and over hundreds of thousands of times, and the China Initiative was meant to combat that. There's roughly $400 to $600 billion lost through IP theft and trade secret theft on an annual basis from China as a result of China's efforts. And there's been really no reasonable rationale for dissolving this team within the DOJ given by the Biden administration. And one can only speculate it's because that this administration doesn't take the threat posed by the CCP seriously. This isn't necessarily an anti-China amendment. This is an anti-Chinese Communist Party amendment that leverages every dollar of investment on the commercial side into their defense sector as well. They don't have a single or dedicated military industrial complex. Literally every worker in the country is designed to support the entire military industrial complex, even under the auspices of a commercial trade. So this is a problem. The China Initiative was effective in helping us mitigate this threat from the Chinese Communist government. This problem wasn't solved. The initiative was proving to be ineffective, and the Biden administration simply worked to dissolve this agency within DOJ last February without significant or in my opinion, substantiating rationale. So this amendment reinstates and requires them to reconstitute the China Initiative to help protect our businesses, help protect our universities, and ensure that our intellectual property and our talent is used to our advantage and not to the Chinese Communist government's advantage. I urge support, and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The gentleman, I believe, will struggle to find anyone in this room who doesn't want to counter espionage against the United States of America. But it's about the way you go about it. The report explicitly directs the National Security Division to consider establishing an office dedicated to countering the threat posed by the PRC. The bill also provides $10 million requested for counterintelligence, counterterrorism, cyber threats, and classified processing. But we have not previously imposed line item funding for NSD's missions, that is the National Security Division's missions, which cut across multiple threat domains, and there really is no reason to start now. And let's be sure and not forget that NSD is not the only way we counter espionage directed at our country. I should add that the FBI plays an enormous role in countering PRC espionage through its criminal and national security investigations, as well as its partnership with academia, industry, and the tech sector. The bill includes an increase of $34 million for counterintelligence for the FBI, and I'm very proud of that. So for those reasons, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of the amendment. As mentioned, back in February, the Justice Department announced it was ending the China Initiative, and it stands in stark contrast to the actions of other federal agencies that have taken similar steps in recognition of this long-term threat that China poses. In particular, the Department of State established a China House last month. In addition, the CIA has stood up a China Mission Center back in 2001. And as the U.S. engages with China in a geopolitical struggle unseen since the Cold War, I think it's vital that our agencies are laser focused on this threat. I appreciate Chairman Cartwright for including the language that urges the Department to do more to counter China, but I believe we could do more to correct the Department's unwise decision to end the China Initiative. And so, therefore, I would ask for a yes and yield back.
Ms. Granger.
I rise in strong support of this amendment to restore the Justice Department's China Initiative. No other country represents more of a threat to our economic and national security than China. Some of the key goals of the initiative were to protect critical infrastructure and supply chains, as well as to combat efforts to influence the American public and policymakers. I can't understand why the administration would terminate an initiative designed to make our country more safe and secure. It's our responsibility as appropriators to reverse their decision and say this is a priority. By adopting this important amendment, we will restore funds to ensure the Justice Department has the resources to aggressively counter China. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Calvert?
I thank the chair. You know, I absolutely support Mr. Garcia and his amendment. You know, I know a number of us spend a lot of time in these small rooms and get intelligence data about what's going on with China. We are outgunned by China in almost every single way. China has not only imposed themselves on our university campuses, but their ongoing theft of intellectual property across the corporate community is legendary. If you look at their Generation 5 aircraft, it looks a lot like an F-35, go figure. If you look at their destroyer, it looks a lot like a Alley Burke destroyer, just along their entire arsenal. You know, you can get a lot out of an R&D budget if you steal everything. So I compliment Mr. Garcia in his efforts to secure the intellectual property of the United States, and I would hope you could support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. You know, China is not getting less dangerous, it's getting more dangerous. They buy, bribe, steal, and infiltrate everything in every way they can. And this initiative is basically just to kind of try to stop China from doing what they know they're doing, Communist China. So again, we heard now that nobody in this committee supports China doing this stuff. Well, here's an opportunity to put something that was there, that was working, that was having an effect of fighting China. This is a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer. This should be the most bipartisan thing that we vote on today. I urge a yes vote. If you believe that China is the problem and that we should be doing something to stop them, here's an easy way to do so. I urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further date. The gentleman is recognized to close. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I just want to remind all members that we lose roughly $400 billion to $600 billion a year to the CCP in the form of IP and talent theft. This is roughly 2/3 of our own DoD budget. These are not insignificant numbers on an annual basis that we're talking about. Chairman Cartwright said that I would struggle to find anyone in this room who doesn't want to combat the CCP. Well, I would submit that a no vote on this will make it really easy to identify those folks, and I have a feeling that we're going to identify 32 members who are not as tough on China as we probably should be in this time and in this environment where, frankly, the Chinese Communist government is outrating us in many domains, and they're doing so on the back of IP theft. They're doing it through our universities, and they're doing it on back of, frankly, humanitarian violations within their own workforces. And so I urge support for this. We can't be strong with our words and then weak with our actions, and this is a defining amendment in that regard. I urge a yes vote. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, I ask for a roll call vote.
All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? Aye. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amade?
Yes.
Mr. Amade votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos? Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Cartwright?
No.
Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ? Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro?
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat?
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman?
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder?
Aye.
Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler? Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter?
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence?
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng?
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo? Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley?
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo?
Aye.
Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz? Ms. Wasserman-Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson-Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Charlie Chris votes no. Madam Chair.
Mr. Chris votes no.
Does any member
Thank
wish
you.
to record their vote or change their vote? Yeah, Mr. Trone?
Mr. Trone votes no.
Ms. Bustos?
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Any member wishing to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. This vote, the yeas are 26, the nays are 30. The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Mr. Reschenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Madam Chair, my amendment would strike the youth-focused hate crime prevention and intervention initiative in the reprogramming of the $2.5 million in funding for grants for advanced DNA testing and victims of child abuse programs. I think it's important to read the exact language from the report just so everybody sees what we're talking about here. So I quote, "Youth-focused hate crime prevention and intervention initiative. The recommendation provides $2.5 million for a new program aimed at youth who hold hate-related beliefs, including those in contact with the juvenile justice system. The department is encouraged to fund the development of long-term prevention initiatives, including anti-bias education programs and early intervention initiatives designed to help inoculate both youth and communities in which they live against extremism and to help steer young people away from dangerous ideas and initiatives, including by combating online hate and radicalization." End quote. You can't make this up. This is the start of the thought police. The majority wants to give the DOJ $2.5 million to, and I quote, "inoculate our youth," and, I quote again, "against undefined dangerous ideas." In other words, as I said, they're creating the Thought Police program for American kids, and they're making Americans pay for it. This is a dystopian idea. It's something that we would read about in a novel. But the dystopian future aside, this is an absolute waste of taxpayer dollars. There's better uses of these funds. This amendment would reprogram $1.5 million for forensic genetic genealogy, or FGG. FGG is a powerful tool for human identification from DNA. From the Golden State Killer to 30-year-old cold cases, this new technology is finally bringing perpetrators to justice and peace to families. Additionally, this amendment would increase funding by $1 million for victims of child abuse programs, currently funded below the president's budget request at only $36 million. As a former district judge, I saw firsthand the long-term physical and mental toll child abuse can take on survivors. It is vital we fund programs that help crime victims and help their families, rather than waste money to indoctrinate America's children with woke ideology. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The state and local forensic activities account under the DNA initiative under state and local law enforcement assistance grants currently has a 33% increase, and the committee report highlights FGG technology as an allowable expense under several state and local law enforcement programs. Victims of child abuse also saw a 9% increase. The offset, the new youth-focused hate crime prevention program, is troublesome. In 2020, the FBI reported that over 10% of the over 6,000 known individuals who committed a hate crime were under the age of 18, with an overwhelming number of those showing a bias toward race and ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation. This initiative would complement the existing hate crime prevention toolkit in the bill by focusing on youth-based strategies toward mitigating hateful motivations, behaviors, and violence toward all vulnerable populations. Early intervention to help eradicate extremist ideologies can only ensure that we have more informed, tolerant, and safe communities. Teaching kids not to hate is not the thought police. I urge a no vote on this amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment to ensure that no funds can be used to carry out this ill-conceived program. When Republicans call for more funding for police, we didn't really mean the thought police. Beliefs, whether they're benign or abhorrent, are constitutionally protected in the United States. And I'm surprised that we need to stand up here on our side of the aisle to say this, but of course this program is being promoted by the same Justice Department that engaged in counterterrorism officials to address concerned parents speaking up at school board meetings. According to the description, targeted children may not even have been alleged to have committed any crime or even involved with the justice system. That raises a very important question. What role would the parents have while their child is undergoing the re-education campaign directed by this program? Would they even be aware of it? There appears to be a significant lack of commitment to our constitutional principles in this administration, and this amendment can help address by ensuring that this program never gets enacted. I urge support for this amendment and yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on this amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very straightforward vote. A no vote on the amendment is a vote for the thought police and a vote against the victims of crime. A yes vote on this amendment is a vote against thought police and a vote for the victims of crime. It is a very stark contrast, a very clear choice. I urge a yes vote on my amendment and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested, and a sufficient number being in support.
I got a vote.
Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt.
Aye.
Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Unmute yourself, please.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo.
Aye.
Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? You're not recorded yet?
Mr. Cuellar votes no.
Yes.
Ms. Letlow votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote?
Madam Chair, am I recorded? This is Chuck.
No, you're not recorded.
And how did the I'm sorry, I had my COVID nap. My excuse.
I think for you it's an aye, Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you. I will follow the chair's lead. Aye. Thank
Mr.
you.
Fleischman votes aye.
Happy to help, Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you.
What's up next?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
No, I have to wait for the tally on this. I'm sorry, Mr. Mullen, I was signaling you're next. Okay. He's looking at the clock, ready to go. Let's go, let's go. We still have miles to go here. Okay. On this vote, the ayes are 24, the nays are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Molinar.
I have an amendment to desk to ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the last 2 years, parents across America have taken action to demand better educational opportunities for their children from the people who lead their schools. Last fall, as parents sought to make their voices heard at school board meetings throughout the country, Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a memo saying the Justice Department and the FBI should aggressively investigate parents who attend school board meetings. The amendment I am offering today would ensure no taxpayer funding can be used to carry out this offensive and ill-conceived memo. In fact, 3 weeks after the Garland memo was issued, the National School Board Association, which has had dozens of states leave its organization, said it regretted what it had done and apologized for the original letter it sent requesting the Attorney General take action. However, while the NSBA has admitted its mistake, Attorney General Garland refuses to retract his memo. Today, as members of this committee, we can stop the Attorney General from harassing, intimidating, and profiling parents who attend school board meetings and speak up for their children. Everyone on this committee can side with parents, support this amendment, and ensure no taxpayer funding is used to implement the Garland memo. I urge support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The Attorney General's memo that is the subject of this amendment is, in his words, plain and simple, quote, about violence and threats of violence, unquote. It is not about characterizing legitimate criticism as, quote, domestic terrorism, unquote. One thing that all of us on this committee should agree about is that violence has no place in our schools. Violence has no place at our school board meetings. Violence has no place in our American public discourse. But it would be naive not to acknowledge that when it occurs, and not to expect appropriate consultation and cooperation between law enforcement partners when the situation warrants. I urge a no vote on this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Aderholt.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of this amendment to ensure that no funds can be used to carry out this ill-conceived memo. I am, as Mr. Molinari is, concerned about recent endeavors by the Justice Department to intimidate parents. As my colleague, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, put it, quote, the Justice Department subjected these moms and dads to the opening of an FBI investigation about them, the establishment of an FBI case file that includes their political views, and the application of a threat tag to their names as a direct result of their exercise of their fundamental constitutional right to speak and advocate for their children. There are 25 state school board associations that have left the National School Board Association after the facts behind the memorandum was revealed, and it reinforces the memorandum was an inappropriate federal response to legitimate debates happening at the local level. The Attorney General was wrong to convey this directive, and this amendment is an appropriate response to the Attorney General's refusal to retract the memo, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I rise in strong support of this amendment to rein in the Justice Department's heavy-handed approach to parents who want to be involved in their children's education. Criminal conduct is inexcusable, but existing laws are already on the books at the state and local level and can be enforced. The Attorney General's memo pushing prosecutors and counterterrorism officials to pursue these cases at the federal level serve to intimidate and silence partners. The Attorney General's policy should concern all of us, and adopting this amendment will put an end to its misguided intentions. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Oh, Ms. Hinson, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking today as a parent in support of Mr. Molinar's amendment to ensure that concerned parents across the country are not unfairly targeted by the U.S. Department of Justice. As has been discussed this past October, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a memo directing the Department of Justice to focus efforts on protests at school board meetings. And then following this, a whistleblower leaked that the FBI was using counterterrorism resources to investigate these concerned parents who were speaking out on behalf of their children. As parents in Iowa and across the country do this, as they are expressing valid and legitimate concerns about what's happening in their kids' schools, this administration is abusing its power and treating parents like the problem for simply trying to be involved in their kids' education. As violent crime is spiking across the country, the Department of Justice has many more pressing issues to deal with right now. They should not be targeting parents who simply want what's best for their kids. Political actions by this administration to target parents erode trust in our federal law enforcement and infringe on the First Amendment rights that our parents are exercising at these meetings. Concerned parents are not domestic terrorists, and they should not be treated as such. So I thank my colleague for his leadership on this amendment, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Yes, Ms. Letko.
Madam Chair, I rise in strong support of this amendment. As not only a mom, but a former educator, I believe that parent involvement is essential to a child's success in the classroom. The foundation of this involvement is parent input, which begins with the right to lawfully engage with your local school boards and educators. Unfortunately, this past year, we saw when parents across this country try to voice their concerns and engage in the learning process, they often were shut out, and in some cases wrongly labeled as domestic terrorists, by the highest law enforcement entity in our country, the U.S. Department of Justice. We saw that when it came to education, the Justice Department wanted to go to extreme lengths to exclude parents and have government do the job on their own. The simple fact is this approach will never work because these are our children, not the government's. It takes a family, not a bureaucracy, to raise a child. These actions are why over 100 of my Republican colleagues and I joined together to introduce the Parents' Bill of Rights Act, common sense legislation that brings transparency and accountability to schools, while allowing parents to lawfully engage and provide feedback regarding their children's learning environments. As somebody who spent my career working in a classroom before I came to Congress, I believe education is most effective when it's a true partnership between families and schools. The relationship between educators and parents should be collaborative, not adversarial. However, to achieve this goal, parents should have the right to understand what their children are being taught and be able to speak up with concerns to school decision makers without being absurdly labeled as domestic terrorists. This very fact highlights the importance of why this amendment should be adopted into the bill. I thank my colleague for sponsoring this amendment and urge its passage. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, then the gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd hoped we'd all be able to agree that parents are not the enemy here, and that when you think of the FBI's important responsibilities, they could be fighting crime in our major cities. They could be targeting the problems at the border with human trafficking, 50 people dead in a truck today. When you think of the fentanyl coming across our borders, when you think of the many problems facing our society, the idea that we're going to use the FBI and all the resources for counterterrorism to address parents at the school board meetings, really, that is just such misplaced priorities, and it just shows that this administration really lacks the ability to focus on the primary problems facing our country. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments? Oh, okay. Roll call vote is requested. All those in favor? Sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright.
Nope.
Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo.
Aye.
Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Again, does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. Going to Mr. Newhouse first. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 32, and the amendment is not adopted. Further amendments? Mr. Newhouse is recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk and would ask the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, the opioid, easy word for me to say, opioid crisis continues to plague our country. And actually no community, whether rural or urban, in your state or in my state, is immune from this crisis. The influx of illegal drugs, including fentanyl, across our southern border is wreaking havoc on our communities, including and especially our vulnerable younger population. In fact, fentanyl is currently the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. And we know that it is coming across the southern border, originating from China. While we must secure our southern border and alleviate the undue burden on our Customs and Border Patrol agents and law enforcement across the country, we must also provide resources to the Drug Enforcement Administration. My amendment provides a $5 million funding increase for the DEA's Investigative Technology and Cyber Support account, which the DEA uses to capture and exploit drug trafficker communications. This account is a critical component utilized by the DEA to help intercept communications of people trafficking fentanyl and other illegal drugs, to hopefully intervene before these fatal substances reach communities like mine in Central Washington. To pay for this important increase, my amendment pulls $5 million from the Accelerating Justice Systems Reform account, which is a new item on the Biden administration's wish list for fiscal year 23. This year's Commerce Justice Science Bill includes $15 million for accelerating justice system reforms, with not one word in the report about what this money is directed to do. There's no authorizing language, and as I said, not even a single word in the report language. These funds would be provided to DOJ with absolutely no strings attached, essentially a blank check. This is not enough to warrant a $15 million investment, especially when the funds could be utilized for other programs at the Department of Justice. It's much better suited for the DEA to be able to carry out their important work and target drug traffickers that are wreaking havoc on our communities. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This bill does not scrimp in funding the DEA. It includes a 5.8% increase over fiscal year 2022, as requested, including $42 million to maintain current efforts, $65 million for new initiatives, including a much-needed information sharing center for cooperation with state and local partners, upgrades for investigative information technology and cyber support, and covering expanded responsibilities on reservations following the McGirt ruling. This bill also includes a $377 million, a $16 million increase in DEA funding to counter opioids such as fentanyl. This is a substantial commitment and investment in this bill. On the other hand, the proposed offset would be toward a proposed new grant program that will accelerate justice system reform that will provide state, local, and tribal governments with additional resources to invest in addressing justice reforms that promote equity, foster community trust, and reduce disparate impacts. I urge a no vote on the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. Mexican drug cartels is one of the greatest drug trafficking threats to the United States of America. They control most of the U.S. drug market and have established varied transportation routes, advanced communication capabilities, and hold strong affiliations with criminal groups and gangs across the United States. By leveraging cyber capabilities, drug trafficking organizations increasingly hide their identities, increase their national reach, diversify their criminal activity, and exploit the limitations of law enforcement. And I would urge a yes vote on the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Ms. Herrera-Butler. Yes.
Madam Chair, I absolutely support the gentleman's amendment, which would increase funding for the DEA investigative technology account, which is so critical to help us end these drug trafficking communications that are just being exploited. In my district in Southwest Washington, which is located on I-5, which connects Canada to Mexico on the West Coast, this is incredibly important. Due to the accessibility that the I-5 corridor provides, the DEA recently reported that the Pacific Northwest is being specifically targeted with a flood of drugs. In fact, I've been meeting with law enforcement officials and narcotics experts all over my district, certainly up and down the I-5 corridor, for months, and they have been sounding the alarm about the increase of drugs and the devastating number of overdoses in our communities. I was shocked when they could pinpoint certain cartels south of the border that specifically target I-5 because they can go, there's just about everything is legal there in terms of taking drugs. You can go up and then cut across the top of I-90, and you have a distribution corridor into the Midwest, and they're exploiting it. So a local joint narcotics enforcement team located in my district in Lewis County recently informed me that they've seized 81 pounds of fentanyl last year. That's up 380% from the year prior. But what's more stunning is that it's enough fentanyl that they've seized to kill every resident in that county 221 times over. So in addition, overdose deaths in Washington state have risen by more than 66%, with fentanyl driving these deaths. So the DEA announced in December of 2020 that criminal drug networks are flooding the U.S. with fentanyl. And the DEA also found that the fentanyl-laced counterfeit pills are a national security risk, specifically in the Pacific Northwest region. We cannot ignore that behind our country's overdose death crisis are traffickers from China and from India and Mexico that are flooding our country with one of the deadliest substances. We must act now, and the best way to protect our communities is to go to the stores, disrupt the networks, and stop them before they even bring the deadly substances into our country. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I thank Mr. Newhouse for his work on this, and with that, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, then the gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would simply urge a yes vote. This is an important amendment that would provide the necessary targeted resources to equip the DEA agents with the support that they need to carry out this important work and to help stop this crisis that continues to plague our country, communities across our country. Like I said, your state's not immune from this. My state isn't. Every state in the country is plagued by this fentanyl crisis that we're facing. We need to do everything we can do to stop it. And I thank you and yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Washington. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Ms. Hinson is recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I would seek unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is pretty simple. It is paid for, and it would take $10 million and add it to the DEA's Information Sharing Center, otherwise known as DISC. Our nation is dealing with a devastating epidemic, as we've already discussed even here today. More than 100,000 people died of drug overdoses in 2021. That's a record high, fueled by rapid spread of illicit forms of fentanyl. And much of the country, including Iowa, is reeling from the ongoing, I guess you call it, surge of methamphetamine as well, coming across our southern border. These illicit, dangerous drugs continue to hit our young people especially hard. Fentanyl now is the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. This is a new phase of the opioid crisis that our nation has never seen before, and law enforcement in our communities need help and support. We know no community is immune to this epidemic, and I know my home state of Iowa, as I mentioned, has dealt with the dangerous effects of methamphetamine, leaving many communities vulnerable and law enforcement unable to come up with solutions entirely to stem the flow of these illicit substances, and they need information to help them be able to do that. So throughout my travels in the 1st District and on my visits to our southern border, our law enforcement and Border Patrol officers continue to share the alarming details of how easily that fentanyl is slipping into our communities. These illicit forms of fentanyl are being produced in labs in Mexico and in China, and then are being smuggled through international mail and across the U.S. border. Last week, this committee came together in a bipartisan way to support my amendment to the Ag FDA bill that would help to address this crisis. And I'm again asking for your support today so we can make some progress toward a horrific problem. Again, our brave law enforcement officers are searching every day for solutions, and they need our help. So we must ensure that they have the tools they need to communicate effectively and stop these illicit drugs from plaguing our communities and claiming even more lives. So that's exactly what this amendment would focus on. It would shift, again, $10 million from the general administrative account at DOJ to the DEA to help bulk up DISC, the Information Sharing Centers programs. Again, this is an offset that is fully paying for this cost shift here. The DEA Information Sharing Center, or DISC, is set to be on the front lines of combating drug trafficking and preventing overdose deaths. 23 divisions will be propped up across the U.S., and this funding will help the DEA to hire more special agents to curb mass overdose events. Just was texting with one of my law enforcement agencies back home. They were actually had a representative working with the DEA today, so they said this would be an incredibly helpful thing for them. So again, this is not a partisan issue. We proved that last week. I'm excited. I think we can prove it again today. Support our local law enforcement officials, give them increased access to the DEA's information and expertise to help stop the fentanyl and meth crisis that our communities are experiencing. So again, we need to help establish routine cooperation between the federal government and local law enforcement partners, ensuring that our efforts are centered on stopping illicit drugs before they cross our borders, and we need to dismantle the nefarious groups that help to funnel those into our communities, causing crisis. So let's return our focus to the real issues at hand. This crisis requires focused, coordinated efforts from law enforcement and the federal government. So we have a critical role to play here today in helping protect our communities across this nation. So I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. At the risk of repeating myself, I will repeat myself. This bill does not scrimp in funding the DEA. It includes a 5.8% increase over fiscal year 2022 as requested, including excuse me, I'm choking on Wisconsin cheese at the moment. Including $42 million to maintain current efforts and $65 million for new initiative, including a much-needed information sharing center for cooperation with state and local partners. If it seems like there's an echo in here, I just said that over the last amendment. That's a fully funded new program, the Information Sharing Center, that the gentlelady is proposing adding another $10 million to. Hasn't even started yet. I suggest it might make sense to see how it works before we fund it with more than they asked for. The CJS bill also includes a $377 million amount, a $16 million increase in DEA funding to counter opioids such as fentanyl. It is a substantial investment. This proposed offset, on the other hand, would gut essential administrative funding for the department from an account which is critical to ensuring DOJ can oversee the body-worn camera program and implement long-deferred but essential improvements in departmental management operations. We don't want to hamstring this Department of Justice because of a flashy new program and leave other things underfunded, seriously underfunded in the Department of Justice. This amendment would just make things worse, so I urge a no vote on this amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment. Of course, the DA's top priority is to address emerging and evolving drug threats domestically and abroad. But unfortunately, a capability and data sharing gap currently exists within the DEA, and resources available in this bill will help establish a DEA information sharing center, which will conduct proactive targeting and analysis to counter the world's most dangerous drug traffickers. However, more can be done, and this helps balance the priorities, and I urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on this amendment?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Calvert.
Just real quick, I just want to make a point. China could stop the precursor chemicals coming into Mexico tomorrow, which they make the fentanyl, most fentanyl coming across the southern border. There were 106,000 deaths last year of opioid overdose, most of it by fentanyl. I believe this is esoteric warfare at its worst. Here you have an adversary purposely sending these chemicals to Mexico, to the two largest cartels that are shipping this poison into the United States, killing our youngest generation. We need to do something about this. I commend the gentlelady for offering this amendment. I support it, and I hope everyone else would also. Thank you. I yield back.
There's no further debate. The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our law enforcement folks, they're frustrated, and they want this information, they want this cooperation, and we need to do everything we can to make sure the DEA has enough resources to scale up this DISC program. I want to close by saying this is about priorities. Just a few moments ago, this committee voted, my colleagues on the other side voted to allow the DOJ basically to continue to target parents. Meanwhile, we could take that money and allow it for DEA agents to target the cartels and get that information to our law enforcement locally to help put a stop to this in our backyards. This is a crisis that is a direct result of the policies of this administration, and it continues to get worse. And again, we have a solution before us today that can really help our law enforcement agencies to cooperate and address this. Again, all this amendment does is simply assure that the DEA has enough personnel to continue to back up our local law enforcement as they work to track this dangerous fentanyl and meth so it doesn't continue to pour into our communities. So I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment, vote yes on Hinson Amendment number 1. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Iowa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is adopted. That's further amendments. Mr. Diaz-Balart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Hang on. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Not adopted. Not adopted. Well, we have two things. It's not adopted, and we had no word on a recorded vote when I recognized Mr. Diaz-Balart, so it's not adopted. Ms. Hinson wants a recorded vote. Let's go to a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. Okay, and a sufficient number have raised their hands, so we will move to a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo. Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change?
Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 31, and the amendment is not adopted. And further amendments, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Madam Chairman, I have an amendment on the desk. I would ask for UC to dispense with the.
Without objection?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This amendment simply restores the prohibition on the transfer of terrorist detainees from Guantanamo Bay to the United States. We've had this debate before. I'm hoping that 3 times is a charm, and that all those folks that have had ample opportunity to listen to the great debate the last 2 times maybe have changed their mind, and so with that, I would yield back.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. As long as we hold prisoners at Gitmo, we will continue to spend $10 million a year for each of the remaining 36 men out of about 780 held there over the past 20 years. Wow, what a waste of money. But while most prisoners will likely never come to the U.S., there is no credible security or cost argument against transfers or against the use or preparation of U.S. facilities to detain or imprison them if necessary. The U.S. Marshals, the Bureau of Prisons, working with our federal courts, have been able to transport and house exceptionally dangerous prisoners. Ramzi Youssef is spending the rest of his life at just $78,000 a year in taxpayer costs at the Supermax prison in Colorado. Similarly, the federal system has safely detained Timothy McVeigh, Eric Rudolph, and El Chapo himself, El Chapo Guzman. We can do this. We're good at this. We don't need to use Gitmo. There's no reason to keep such symbolic and needless restrictions in place. While few, if any, Guantanamo detainees may ever come to the U.S., surely our constitutional and prison systems are strong enough to handle such cases if justice would be best served by bringing them here. Note that not only President Biden, but also his predecessor proposed dropping these riders. I urge a no vote. Yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
I rise in support of the amendment. Since the FY12 CJS bill has carried language prohibiting the transfer or release into the U.S. of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed or any other individual detained at Naval Station Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, it also prohibits the use of funds to construct, acquire, or modify any facility in the United States to house such individuals. Ensuring this long-standing provision continues is the right course of action, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on this amendment? No further discussion. The gentleman from Florida is.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think I'm going to be really eloquent now. I ask for a yes vote. I yield back.
Question. It's about the 3rd time, right? That's it. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. There are further amendments. Mr. Klein, number 4.
I have Amendment 4 at the desk and ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment strikes a provision in the bill that would provide funding for the red flag law incentive programs. As many of you know, this type of program is somewhat duplicative. Federal law already prohibits dangerous individuals from possessing or purchasing firearms. But some of the major problems with the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that was passed last week would relate to this red flag law program. The bill says eligible programs must include at the appropriate phase to prevent any violation of constitutional rights, at minimum notice, the right to an in-person hearing, an unbiased adjudicator, the right to no opposing evidence, the right to present evidence, and the right to confront adverse witnesses. While the 19 states with red flag laws eventually give respondents a chance to rebut the allegations against them, every one of those laws also authorizes temporary ex parte orders, which would suspend the respondent's gun rights for weeks without a hearing. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act doesn't even state the criteria for those orders or how long they should last. The bill also states that respondents must have the right to be represented by counsel at no expense to the government. But states have no obligation to provide counsel for respondents who cannot afford to pay for a lawyer, even though we provide this to defendants in criminal cases. The bill doesn't speak to who should be allowed to apply for red flag orders. Some states only allow petitioners to be prosecutors and police and prosecutors, while other states allow a long list of relatives or acquaintances to petition courts directly for an order. This increases the potential for personal bias or animosity to cloud the issue. And even though the bill also says that eligible programs must prevent reliance upon evidence that is unsworn or unaffirmed, irrelevant, based on inadmissible hearsay, unreliable, vague, speculative, and lacking a foundation, and states are supposed to establish penalties for abuse of the program, this is very difficult to prosecute since they hinge on a petitioner's knowledge and intent. Our constitutional rights should not be stripped temporarily or permanently on such an unreasonably low set of standards. I ask my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. I am proud, and I think all of us should be proud, that Congress took an important step toward gun crime prevention with the passage of the Bipartisan Safe Communities Act. It was a long time coming, but we got it done. I recognize the various authorization of appropriations included in the measure to include $750 million over 5 years under Byrne-JAG formula funds for states to utilize funding for mental health courts, drug courts, veterans courts, and assisted outpatient treatment courts, or to implement Extreme Risk Protection Order laws, or ERPO. ERPO, Extreme Risk Protection Order laws, allow the courts to order the confiscation of guns from obviously dangerous people we all don't want to be anywhere near guns. Students of polling have heard of the Gallup organization. Gallup polling indicates that these laws are widely popular with the American public at something like 81% supporting. We're doing the people's will here. And I think we have to assume every state will take advantage of some aspect of this funding. When you do the math, that's actually closer to $150 million per year, and if every state does take advantage of this opportunity annually, it's averaging about $3 million per state. The CJS bill supplements the Extreme Risk Protection Order initiative, as we do with many other mental health-related initiatives that were highlighted in the Bipartisan Safe Communities Act. So I urge a no vote on this amendment. It's not necessary. Yield back.
Mr. Aderholt.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of the amendment to eliminate this grant program to incentivize the creation of red flag laws. Regardless of how you feel about red flag laws, including this program duplicates an initiative that was included in the gun control bill that was enacted this past Saturday. So I urge support of this amendment and yield back.
Are there any members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd urge passage of the amendment, which protects the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens, and yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Klein, amendment number 1. You have an amendment number 1?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologize.
Ammunition
Madam
back.
Chair, I have an amendment number 1 at the desk. Ask that the reading be dismissed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would strike the language in the bill that would study and seek to implement the background checks for ammunition purchases and further infringe the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. Ammunition background checks are only authorized in various forms by a small number of states. This would radically overhaul the background checks that are currently applied to firearms and attempt to expand them to unlawfully apply to ammunition. I was sent to Washington by my constituents to uphold and defend the Constitution, and we cannot allow these rights to be further stripped away. Rather than go after criminals who break the law, these types of onerous policies would create a false narrative that will criminalize private gun ownership. The Second Amendment is crystal clear. The right to bear arms shall not be infringed, and our founding fathers wrote the Constitution to protect us from the government and gave individuals the Second Amendment to protect themselves. So we should not extend these background checks to the purchase of ammunition. I hope my colleagues will support the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Which amendment are we at? Line number 1. Madam Chair, thank you. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, and I yield to my colleague here.
Let's vote.
Okay. The report language calls for a GAO study of background checks to prevent illegal purchase of ammunition. This is language that would direct GAO to study how best to implement a background check system to address illegal ammunition purchases, and the capacity of the FBI's National Background Check System, which is NICS, to be expanded to include such checks, as well as a comparison with systems in other countries and possible obstacles states and localities have faced in implementing such checks. This amendment would strike this provision. I find it entirely superfluous and unnecessary, and therefore I urge a no vote on this amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Aderholt.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I rise in strong support of this amendment. The bottom line is that forcing every law-abiding gun owner to go through a potentially lengthy background check procedure each time they purchase ammunition is contrary to the Second Amendment, and as a result, the language is unredeemable, and I urge a yes vote on the amendment. Yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise against this amendment. The report language the amendment wants to strike is not only reasonable, but vitally important. Specifically, what my colleague is trying to strike simply directs the GAO to report on how best to implement a requirement that background checks be conducted for all ammunition sales, if any funding is required, how other countries have effectively stopped unauthorized access to ammunition, and what obstacles, if any, have state or local governments encountered in their efforts to implement background checks for ammunition purchasers. We have seen too many horrific mass shootings over the years, and many of those individuals stockpiled hundreds, if not thousands of rounds before their attack. This report language is needed to continue addressing the gun epidemic in this country. The most horrific mass shooting in the Las Vegas in 2017 had a death toll of 60 and injured over 800 people, highlights the danger of ammunition stockpiling. The shooter fired 9 rounds a second, and authorities discovered thousands of rounds of ammunition at his home. In the 2012 Aurora movie theater massacre, the shooter purchased over 6,000 rounds of ammunition from an online dealer without being screened. He used his cache of ammunition to kill 12 people and wounded at least 59 others. We need to be pushing for solutions like this GAO report. And it's also why I have a bill, HR 1207, the Stop Online Ammunition Sales Act, to ban the sale of ammunition online. This report will only help us make our community safer, and removing it from other only further harms us. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment so that we can let the GAO conduct this necessary report and do its job. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. Background checks on ammunition will be duplicative. It will be completely unnecessary. And I can't even imagine the burden that we're going to put on FFL dealers, and including the GAO. Just to put it in a little perspective, just for reference, in 2021, there were approximately 16.4 million hunters in the United States with firearms, 18.8 million sport and target shooters. Now, you know how many rounds they bought in 2021? If I told you they bought 5 billion rounds, would you be surprised? What if I told you they actually bought 10 billion rounds? Would you believe it's actually more than 15 billion rounds? In 1 year, they bought 16 billion rounds with a B. 16 billion rounds. Millions of Americans, myself included, buy ammunition regularly to go hunting, to go sport shooting, and to protect themselves and their families. In addition, many Americans, including myself again, we reload our own ammunition. And each of the ammunition parts, the component parts, the projectile, the casing, the primer, all of that would be background checked individually under the underlying provision. In order to buy a firearm, you already have to pass a background check. So you have to ask yourself, why would we require a law-abiding American to then get a background check every time they use something that they've already had a background check for? And let's face it, ammo background checks will not make anyone safer, not one person. All it's going to do is be a burden to law enforcement, to FFL dealers, to law-abiding gun owners, and it's not going to stop the criminals. So don't put this burden on GOA. They've got plenty of work to do without looking at something like this. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The utter disregard for human life and safety of our children by radical pro-gun enthusiasts really has to be called out here. Under current law, the same individuals prohibited from buying or possessing firearms, like those with criminal convictions or domestic violence restraining orders, are likewise prohibited from purchasing or possessing ammunition. This little-known but common-sense layer of protection could help prevent gun violence while not restraining law-abiding gun owners. Yet, unlike firearms, federal law doesn't require background checks to stop the illegal purchase of ammunition. It's simply not enforced. Now, I would ask all of you, all of my friends on the other side of the aisle, and I do use the term friends very intentionally, how many times have you recalled saying that we don't need more laws on the books. What we need is to enforce the laws that already exist. Well, this language in our bill makes sure that we can responsibly go through a process on how we would actually do just that. Enforce the prohibition that already exists in federal laws that would stop a prohibited purchaser from purchasing ammunition who was not allowed under federal law to purchase it. The language this amendment seeks to strike will take a vital step toward implementing background checks on ammunition purchases, thereby closing the ammunition loophole. It's an obvious point, but one that needs to be made. The ravaging physical damage that gun violence inflicts doesn't just come from the firearm. Without ammunition, a firearm isn't deadly. Without ammunition, a gun is just as dangerous as any blunt object. And with respect to my dear friend from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, to suggest that there are billions of ammunition purchases, I don't know a lot about guns, but I know that you don't count a round as an individual purchase every time there is one. And it's appalling to me that anyone on the other side of the aisle would be suggesting that we not enforce federal law. Also, it's naive to suggest that there are not people who are prohibited purchasers who get guns unlawfully. They also certainly could get ammunition unlawfully. But if we put an obstacle in their path and potentially stop someone who is prohibited from purchasing ammunition, then you are that much likely to keep people safer. Making sure we actually do what so many of you say all the time, which is that we don't need more laws, we just need to enforce the ones on the books, would demonstrate consistency rather than a no vote that I know is coming on the other side, a yes vote that's coming on the other side of the aisle on this amendment, which would be totally inconsistent with what each of you has likely said many times. In 2018, I know my own heart was ripped out when 17 innocent lives were stolen in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting in Parkland. One of those victims murdered that Valentine's Day was Jamie Guttenberg. Her father, Fred, vowed to do all that he could to stop guns from taking more young, innocent lives. I proudly am the sponsor of legislation that would close this ammunition loophole, that would actually allow us to enforce a law that is already on the books and named in Jamie's honor, called Jamie's Law. It merely requires enforcement of current law for prohibited purchasers. We cannot allow the senseless gun violence that we see around us, whether it's Buffalo, Uvalde, Las Vegas, El Paso, Newtown, Orlando, or Parkland, to somehow become the norm. This offends our values as Americans to accept such daily carnage. We must do all we can to keep our communities safer and study. That's what this amendment does. It studies the efficacy of ammunition background checks, and that's a smart, simple way to do it. Striking language that seeks to make us all safer does the opposite. It promotes danger and violence. So I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle to think back to how many times you've said we should enforce the laws that are already on the books rather than creating new ones when it comes to gun violence. This is your chance to begin to do just that and not be inconsistent or hypocritical. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this harmful amendment and take practical steps to actually sort out how we would enforce a law that has no enforcement whatsoever right now and that allows prohibited purchasers to purchase as much ammunition as they want to without anyone checking whether they're actually allowed under federal law to do so. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of my colleague from Virginia that wishes to strike report language calling for GAO to implement background checks on all ammunition sales. Yesterday we had 50 migrants that were found abandoned in a 18-wheeler in my district, as if my district has not been through enough. The carnage has not stopped. Part of that carnage is this border crisis. Well, guess what? If you live on the border, you have no choice but to arm yourself because you and your family do not feel safe in your homes. And at the height of the pandemic, you could not find ammunition. What does that mean? If you don't have ammunition, then your weapon is as useless as can be. What I'm saying is it is a very scary time, not only in my district, not only in my state, but all across the country. And part of that is making sure that we protect ourselves against the unthinkable. We never would have thought, these horrific acts would have happened. That Uvalde shooter, he didn't stop killing people until a second gun entered the equation. Well, guess what? That second gun needed ammunition. And that second gun could have been a police officer, or it could have been an everyday citizen that was legally carrying a firearm. Look, it is very evident that those that are against the Second Amendment want to do everything they possibly can to strip away our rights and to strip away our guns. Whether it's our guns or whether it's our ammunition or whether it's something else, this is nothing but an opportunity for them to minimize our constitutional rights. And I urge this body to have a yes vote on this amendment. And I yield back.
Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentleman and sheriff from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'd like to make the point that was brought up earlier about enforcing the law. The law dealing with those prohibited persons in 18 U.S.C. 922, those who can't buy guns or ammunition, it is enforced every day in America. Police officers put people in jail every day who violate 18 U.S.C. 922. For example, carrying a concealed firearm by a convicted felon who's carrying ammunition on him. He can't possess that. And so those laws are enforced every day. But what we're not doing is requiring hunters, sportsmen, target shooters, and others to, every time they go down and purchase rounds for their sport, they're going to have to get a background check. That would be the most undaunting thing you could possibly do. And again, it's not going to stop anybody. You're not going to stop one crime by doing background checks on ammunition when the individual that's probably got the gun didn't even get a background check for that. He's already broken the law for that. So I would just encourage everyone to give thought to this and support this amendment. A yes vote is, I think, recognizing that the laws are being enforced for 18 U.S.C. 922. Thank you. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Look, before we do this, we ought to look at what happens when you fail a background check for the underlying firearm, because the point was made that everyone has to get the background check to obtain the firearm. Well, in the Department of Justice study from 2012, published by the Department of Justice, looked at 2010. Out of the hundreds of thousands of people who lied, who failed a background check, there were 10 convictions in the United States for lying on that background check form. 10. When I asked Attorney General Holder in a hearing, an Appropriations CJS subcommittee hearing, why, he said, well, we have to have priorities, implying that it's not a priority to go after someone who is prohibited from having a gun lying on the background check form. I would suggest that instead of bringing another background check in place, why don't we simply want the Department of Justice to enforce the background check that is already in place, to make certain that someone who lies on that form, who says, actually, I wasn't convicted of a domestic violent offense, but they were, knowingly lying on that form, should be prosecuted, should be convicted. They have attempted to buy a firearm and lied to do it. 10 out of hundreds of thousands. This is a Department of Justice study. Madam Chair, I think what we should do, instead of asking the GAO to do this study, is ask the Department of Justice to come back now 10 years later and see if that has improved in any way. Or are we still just prosecuting a handful of people who actually lie on the background check form, knowingly lie, in order to obtain an illegal handgun. And I would proffer that in my state of Maryland, in the city of Baltimore, which is on track to have a record number of handgun-related murders, that those handguns were not acquired legally with a background check. Yes, I would offer we should enforce our gun laws before we extend them and put an undue burden on the department to look at ammunition when we're not even enforcing our gun laws. I yield back. I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Are there any other members who will be wishing to heard on the amendment? Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to add that we did have a chance to improve our background checks rather recently, and people who lie and misrepresent to get around those background checks. Exactly what happened with the shooting in Charleston that took 8 lives of people who had joined that shooter in prayer service. But when he misrepresented his address, he was able to get the gun he was not legally entitled to because the background check allowed him to, if we weren't able to put that together within the required time. It's called closing the Charleston loophole, and I don't believe there was a single Republican vote to do it.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on this amendment? If there is no further debate, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which would prevent an onerous burden from being put upon the law-abiding citizens of the country. So ask for a yes vote. I yield back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support, recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hatterholt. Mr. Hatterholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse.
Aye.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? No. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo?
Aye.
Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. None of the funds made available.
I think so, yeah.
On this vote, the yeas are 25 and the noes are 30. The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Ms. Torres is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk and ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlewoman from California is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of my amendment that establishes a legal representation pilot program. One we have long fought for and that is urgently needed. Earlier this year, I wrote a letter to Chairman Cartwright and Ranking Member Adderholt, along with 48 of my colleagues, several of whom are on this committee, who understand the vast impact of this relatively small program. This pilot program was included in the House-passed fiscal year 22 CJS bill, but unfortunately, it is not a part of this bill. Asylum seekers, Madam Chair, have, after presenting themselves at the border, are here legally. And it is not just moral, it is our legal obligation to fairly process them. They are fleeing conflict, natural disaster, and political prosecution. Many of these same situations my colleagues have spoken out against. Our nation's immigration laws allow individuals to make claims in immigration court that would allow them to stay, but these laws are complex and confusing, and severe consequences of deportation is life-changing for individuals and families. Despite these facts, the federal government does not guarantee legal counsel for people in removal proceedings, even when they are children. Without legal counsel, it is nearly impossible for people in removal proceedings who typically do not speak English to understand the immigration system or how to apply for humanitarian and other legal relief. When I visited an immigration court, I witnessed a toddler act as their own advocate and lawyer. Can you imagine the fear and stress that puts on a child who came here for safety? This sets them up to fail. And frankly, legal representation strengthens our immigration system as a whole. Right now, the backlog in processing immigration court cases, including asylum claims, keeps many lingering in detention. Not only is that cruel, but it is also costly on the US taxpayer. If you are not swayed because this is the right thing to do, then think about the fact that it will actually save us money. This is smart fiscal policy. We know that with legal representation, we can focus only on those who are truly qualified. Studies of immigration court data over the past decade have found that people represented by counsel appear in court over 96% of the time. And we know that cases will move faster as a result. Immigration judges are shouldering far too much. Asylum appeal attorneys see far too many cases that reach them because of lack of initial due process. They need to focus on details in the cases that should appear before them instead of these easily fixable mistakes. Additionally, legal representation avoids delays in court and saves time that judges typically spend explaining procedures to unrepresented people. This is not the right use of their time. All of these processes add cost and unnecessary delays to cases. This is not how our immigration system is supposed to operate. And one of our core tenets as a democracy is our fair, independent judicial system. We call it due process. We must extend to immigration courts as well, this process. If we truly want to address the urgent needs of our immigration system, this program is a huge step and asset. Again, I am disappointed that this funding was not included this year, and I will continue fighting for this basic level of fairness for individuals facing deportation, many that are children. I've moved to withdraw my amendment, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, can I speak on this amendment?
Yes, you can, but I'm deferring to the chair of the subcommittee first, Mr. Esplaya, and to the ranking member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to thank the gentlelady for her amendment. I can certainly agree with the gentlelady that legal representation is a core democratic value to ensure due process. And I do think there is certainly value in looking at ways we can reduce our immigration case backlog that currently sits at over 1.6 million cases. We know that better legal representation will move those cases more quickly and more justly. Many cases are over 3 years old. However, the establishment of a program like this should really be a discussion and a debate for our friends in the Judiciary Committee. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleague to address this issue. I understand this is an offer and withdraw, and I appreciate that. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Mr. Adderholt.
Oh, Madam Chair, I strongly oppose the amendment. It undermines current law, current immigration law under Section 292 of the Immigration Nationality Act affirms an alien's right to counsel, but only at no expense to the U.S. government. Moreover, under this program, even aliens who are ineligible for asylum, such as criminals and those who have had their asylum application denied, would be eligible for taxpayer-funded lawyers. Given these concerns, I would strongly oppose the amendment and yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Espaillat is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of Ms. Congresswoman Torres's amendment to include funding for legal representation pilot project for immigrants within the Department of Justice. Due to an unprecedented number of cases, the crisis of representation is growing worse, and current law does not allow for immigrant counsel for individuals who cannot afford one. At the moment, only 50% of immigrants with pending cases are currently represented. This is an alarming rate, considering immigrants are 5 times more likely to obtain legal relief when they are represented. In absence of this fundamental right to legal counsel, 40% of the people appearing in immigration court are left defenseless in a system they cannot navigate. They simply cannot navigate. Legal representation is a promise of due process, and for that reason, Madam Chair, I support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Rutherford.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The idea that we're going to create a new right for illegal immigrants entering this country, and this goes beyond just the asylum seekers. It says for nonprofit organizations, a pilot program to increase representation for thousands of indigent adult immigrants, including asylum seekers, families, and other vulnerable individuals who face federal immigration court removal proceedings. So it's not just for asylum seekers, apparently. But to create a new right at the border when we are being just invaded at the southern border, there's just no way that I can support this, and I don't think the American people will either. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentlewoman from California is recognized to close.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present this very important pilot program that truly is needed to help people that have no other choice but to flee their country. It is truly unfortunate that some of the very people that have blocked policies that I have pushed forward to force accountability and transparency, at least oversight over U.S. dollars that are being sent to countries like Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. The same people that have opposed those efforts, are now trying to deny our asylum seekers this opportunity to have representation. I would expect, certainly would expect a lot more from my colleagues, given that 48 members signed on to a letter. Respectfully, Madam Chair, I withdraw this amendment and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the, oh, she withdrew the amendment. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. We have further amendments. Let me recognize Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer this amendment, which ensures that no funding may be used to prosecute anyone who crosses state lines or assists someone who crosses state lines to access abortion care. Every woman deserves the right to control her own reproductive health, a right that includes access to a legal abortion. This committee must protect individual liberties and permit personal family planning decisions to be made by a woman, her family, and her doctor, not dictated by the government. Like the majority of Americans that support safe and legal abortion, I was horrified by the radical majority opinion in the Dobbs case, overturning a half-century of precedent, and for the first time in our nation's history, a right was confiscated from the American people. Now some states seek to prosecute women and those who provide support to women who cross state lines to obtain legal abortion services. We cannot allow the Supreme Court to criminalize a woman's private health care choice, and certainly not based on her zip code, income, or racial background. This must be a woman's decision and hers alone. Government-mandated pregnancies violate our most basic concept of human rights. Not only is it morally wrong to prosecute a woman for seeking abortion services in another state, it's also unconstitutional. The right to travel is inherently included in the liberty provided to all Americans under the Fifth Amendment. This liberty cannot be deprived without due process of law. The Supreme Court stated as much in Kent v. Dulles back in 1958. In fact, in 2017, an average of 8% of patients left their state of residence for abortion care. But if we peel that statistic back even further, the data shows that in 12 states, more than a quarter of patients traveled out of state. In 4 states, Mississippi, Missouri, South Carolina, and Wyoming, more than half of patients left their state to obtain care. Now, all surgical abortions will be banned in those states, and others, meaning those who can least afford out-of-state travel, will have no legal options to terminate their pregnancy except for traveling to a pro-choice state. A woman is not a prisoner of their state's laws, and we must vigilantly protect both the right to travel and to make decisions about one's own body. What if a woman decided to move to a state where abortion care was accessible? Does that mean she can be prosecuted for where she chooses to live? As you can see, this is the tip of the slippery slope of an iceberg. We should not add to the already high burden of traveling out of state to access abortion services. And if the fallacious Dobbs majority reasoning is to be taken seriously, states will decide if women are full citizens or not. We certainly should not turn people into criminals for crossing a state line to secure the basic human right to medical care. When it comes to weighing personal medical decisions, I trust women. I trust women to make their own choices about what is best for their bodies and their families, and we certainly cannot be having law enforcement chasing women around the country who are seeking lawful health care. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The Supreme Court's opinion overturned Roe v. Wade, but did not itself call for or envisage criminalizing travel or assistance. This amendment will help make clear that no appropriations will be diverted for such purposes. I urge a passage of this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to the amendment. I don't really know why the amendment is needed, but I do recognize that there is harm that could come from this amendment. This amendment would insulate from prosecution for any violation people who travel interstate to obtain an abortion or assist another person with obtaining an abortion. If a sex trafficker takes a minor, he is trafficking across state lines to obtain an abortion, this amendment would restrict the Justice Department from prosecuting that person, not for the abortion, but for anything in theory. It's a poorly conceived amendment. If a person crosses a state line to obtain an abortion in violation of their federal parole status, the Justice Department wouldn't be able to prosecute them for violating the parole. So with all due respect, the amendment just makes no sense in that regard, and that's why we need to avoid making material changes to the law here in the Appropriations Committee. If to the extent it's an issue, it needs to be dealt with in Judiciary Committee, and I would urge a no vote on the amendment and yield back.
I recognize myself, and I rise in strong support of the gentlelady's amendment. It is tragic that a woman would have to travel to another state to obtain needed medical care, and on top of that, it would be outrageous to actually punish a woman or anyone who helps her, who makes the decision to travel to a state where abortion is legal, to have a medical procedure which is denied to them at home. I really am so proud of my state of Connecticut, because we will officially become a safe harbor for women from the 26 states where they have already banned or will almost certainly ban abortion, who come to my state for medical care. Our law protects health care providers who perform this safe and legal procedure in Connecticut. This amendment restores woman's ability to make the decision to travel to a state like Connecticut where abortion remains legal. This Supreme Court decision unfortunately makes women hostage to their geography. So the least we can do is to ensure that they are not prosecuted when they seek to obtain the medical care that they need. It is about trusting women, which is what the Supreme Court decision violated, the trust and dignity of women to make their choice on their medical care. There's a lot of discussion about protecting life. This is not, what the court did was not about protecting life. And what some of my colleagues talk about in protecting life is not the case. Because if this was truly about protecting life, we would see a Congress that would ban assault rifles to protect our children, that would extend a child tax credit, that would invest in child care, would improve maternal health, but the interest doesn't seem to extend to those issues, but rather to deny women their choice of medical care and to take care of themselves and their families, a lack of respect and trust in women. I strongly urge a yes vote on this amendment. Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Gentlelady from Washington is there. The gentlelady from Washington offers an amendment in the second degree to amend the amendment to the bill. The clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
An amendment from Ms. Hera Butler of Washington, strike, quote, or too little I in the whole provides assistance to another individual to obtain abortion services, period, end quote.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, as I read this whole amendment, I have several concerns with the way we have to post some changes.
Madam Chair, we can't hear.
Use your mic.
Use the mic. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, this the amendment as a whole, I found there were different pieces here that I felt like the language was pretty indelicate. It was not very specific. And the reason I moved to strike this, I don't know if I've ever done a second-degree amendment, was I was incredibly concerned with the second section that says that the federal government, the DOJ, cannot prosecute someone who provide assistance to another individual to obtain abortion services, which means the way that it's written, it says basically it doesn't matter if that person is a trafficker or they're doing something illegal with a minor. This language specifically will withhold the DOJ's ability to stop someone from crossing state lines who could be, I mean, I was looking at, we were talking about trafficking and exploitation today. Like this language says that those people can't be prosecuted federally. No money can be used to prosecute someone who is doing something illegal. Honestly, I felt like in an effort to make it a little bit more clear at what y'all are getting at here, I wanted to strike that last section. That's all it is. It's just striking the piece that leaves it open. With that, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment to the amendment? Mr. Cartwright?
I rise in opposition to the amendment to the amendment. I think it's far-fetched to think that saying providing assistance to another individual to obtain abortion services immunizes anyone from crimes such as were raised, such as traffickers or any other crimes. When it comes down to it, the decision about whether there's an immunity conferred by this language will be made by a federal district judge. Federal district judge looking at this language is not going to say a trafficker is immunized or a criminal of some other nature is immunized. No, the only thing this does is that it makes funds unavailable to prosecute persons for assisting another in obtaining abortion services. It's as simple as that, and for that reason, I urge a no vote on this second-degree amendment, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Mr. Adderholt.
I thank the gentlelady for her amendment, this second-degree amendment, and it's I do think it's an improvement to the Wasserman-Schultz amendment, but I still think there's some technical changes that still need to be required to narrow it only to pregnant women. So I will support her amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Wasserman-Schultz is right. Ms. Frankel.
This time I'm standing. My. Let me ask you folks a question. Take a look. Do you know anything about the folks who own these shoes? Is it a woman struggling with depression? Is it a 14-year-old who's been raped by an uncle? Does she work 3 jobs supporting the 4 children she loves and can't handle anymore? Does she have a spouse that beats her? Or is she happy and healthy and has hopes and dreams and is not ready to have a family? And now Republicans want to prosecute women and prosecute those who help her have access to legal abortion. So who are we going to put in the jail? The doctors, the nurses, the Uber drivers, the airplane pilots? We're going to have prisons full of people who are just trying to make sure that women have the ability to be in charge of their own futures, their own health, their reproductive rights, their dreams. I urge everyone, vote down this amendment, and let's vote for Representative Wasserman-Schultz's very good amendment. And I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman-Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's secondary amendment. I mean, come on, let's be real here. When a pregnant person is seeking legal abortion care and needs to leave her state in order to do so, that is a dramatically traumatic experience. It is one, in most cases, that someone doesn't want to have to go through alone. So they bring their aunt or their mom or their sister or their best friend. They may have physical difficulty traveling on their own. So they bring someone who they trust and who they care about and who cares about them in order to make sure that they can have some help. Just like anyone who needs assistance when going through a medical procedure. You know, I had breast cancer 15 years ago. And I know that was a very difficult experience for me. I needed not only my mom, but 3 of my best friends to help me get through the week because I had my medical care here. So let's make sure that we aren't jeopardizing people who are loved ones of someone who is seeking legal access to health care in another state. That's what this is about. And spare me the suggestion that we're not going to be able to prosecute people for human trafficking. I don't need a law degree to know that human trafficking is illegal and that prosecutors can prosecute people for human trafficking. That's still illegal. I don't need a law degree to know that if someone is a rapist, that they can still be prosecuted for a rape. I don't need a law degree to know that if you are violating your probation, you can still be prosecuted for violating your probation. This amendment is unnecessary, and it throws obstacles in the path, which is all it's designed to do, to allowing a woman seeking legal abortion care from getting it. I urge opposition to the secondary amendment in support of the underlying amendment. I yield back.
Rather outrageous conversation, and in fact, in many respects, really shameful. To think that, as I said at the outset, outrageous to punish a woman to go to a state like Connecticut where this is legal to get a medical procedure, and to think about punishing her, and then to say anyone who would be with her is going to be punished. I too, like Ms. Wasserman Schultz, but it's more than 30 years ago that I was diagnosed with cancer. And if it hadn't been for the support of family, of friends who took me to treatment, it's hard to survive that. What are we talking about here? What is it about trying to denigrate women? Try to make them second-class citizens in this country? When did that happen here? My God. We talk about women in Iran who we say shouldn't be treated the way they are by an Iranian government, which for all intents and purposes the people in this country despise. And yet, we want to, in fact, bury American women, not recognize who they are, what they stand for, that they do bear our children, that they care about their kids, they care about family. They work every day to make sure that their families are safeguarded. My God, what has happened to this great nation when women will be treated as badly as we are being treated today? It's disgraceful, and it is shameful. And I just say what was a phrase that was said many, many years ago. Have we no shame for doing this to the women of this country? Is there anyone else any other members wishing to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And look, I understand this is an emotional topic. I get it. But what we're doing here is plain reading of a poorly drafted amendment. You know, there's this thing called the Anti-Deficiency Act, and if a public servant, when the Appropriations Committee says you can't spend money to do something, they spend it, they can serve up to 5 years in prison for spending that money. Plain reading of this bill. If this bill meant to exclude if this amendment meant to exclude human traffickers, it's very simple. You put a comma after Section 2 and you say, except for prosecution under human trafficking laws. Because it's not just loved ones who bring a woman across state lines to obtain an abortion. It's sex traffickers. They sex traffic young women, and if those young women get pregnant, they have to get them an abortion, and if their state doesn't allow the abortion, they will cross state lines to get that abortion. If the world were perfect, the language as the amendment exists right now would work. But this world is not perfect. We have sex traffickers. They do bring women across state lines. It's a defectively worded amendment. Now, the amendment to amend the amendment solves that problem. Of course, it does say that, okay, if you're helping the woman legitimately or a family member or something, yeah, you know, it excludes that as well. But the answer is actually to reject the underlying amendment, bring it back, properly worded, excluding human trafficking. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to admit it because we don't like it when it looks us in the face, but human trafficking exists. Human traffickers cross state lines to obtain abortions. I know because in Maryland, we're an abortion sanctuary, and people cross state lines with third trimester abortions to have them done in Maryland. It happens. It's terrible. It could have been prevented with proper wording of the underlying amendment. The underlying amendment was not properly worded. It doesn't exclude human trafficking. It's a simple reading. I'm no lawyer. You don't need to be a lawyer to read this and understand that a Justice Department person who has 12,000 other things to do, worried about an Anti-Deficiency Act violation, will say, you know what, I'm just not going to go after this human trafficker because it's unclear from this amendment whether or not I'm going to violate the Anti-Deficiency Act. I'll go on prosecute another crime. I urge adoption of this perfecting amendment, and I yield back my time.
There's no further debate. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I just reiterate, this isn't, in no way is this about shaming.
Oh, please.
No, I'm serious. I don't, please spare me, echoing the gentlelady's words, that somehow I haven't stood alongside some of you and fought shoulder to shoulder for women and for children and for the most vulnerable among us. And if this was truly your concern, I question why you rejected language that would have clarified this and left the language in there that would have not prosecuted women for seeking a legal abortion. But you rejected that. You rejected the ability to leave that in there as it was. That tells me that the only reason you left this sloppy written language, and maybe you should have had a lawyer write it. I'm not a lawyer either, but I can read, and what it says is, no funds shall be made available to investigate or prosecute. Well, to the gentlelady's example about you haven't walked a mile in that 14-year-old's shoes, well, what if her uncle did rape her? And her uncle wasn't going to cover it up. He couldn't obtain it in the state that he was at, so he moved to a different state where abortion is legal. I'm not talking about making abortion illegal in these states. I'm saying that that uncle should be prosecuted, and our language, as it is written, prohibits federal money to do that. That's a problem. If we wanted to take the problem out of it, we just used the language that was given to the staff that said women won't be criminalized for doing something that's legal in a state that it's legal. You're not going to find an argument on that here. The problem is, as I see it, there's an effort with this amendment, not necessarily to fix the law to protect these women, but to overturn the Supreme Court. Fine, that's where you're going to go at this. My amendment, though, in no way, if anything, is aimed at protecting some of our most vulnerable by saying that the Department of Justice can go after bad guys who exploit loopholes in the system. And if we're against that, then shame on us for being too political and being too wed to the corners to be willing to fix this. With that, I urge its adoption. I yield back.
Could have put a comma in and add traffickers, but you didn't. The question is on the second-degree amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington, and we are not yet, if I can remind you, not yet voting on the underlying amendment to the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support of recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright.
No.
Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel
Properly.
votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr.
Explanation
Gonzalez.
point. I figured that's.
Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
Lawrence votes no.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse.
Aye. Mr.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo. Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, can you unmute yourself?
Mr. Bishop, please unmute.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. Okay. I'm going to do this here. Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 31, and the amendment is not adopted. Having disposed of the second-degree amendment, we will now return to the consideration of the amendment to the bill offered by the gentlelady from Florida, the amendment we were debating before the second-degree amendment was offered. Are there any members wishing to be heard on the original amendment from Ms. Wasserman Schultz? If there is no further debate, the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized to close on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just close briefly and underscore that a woman is not a prisoner of her state's laws and has the right to travel to seek legal abortion care. She is also well within her rights to choose who it is that she travels with, who she might need assistance with, and they also have the right and freedom to travel under our Constitution. And thirdly, and I know many of you are former prosecutors, I note with interest that none of the prosecutors stood up and suggested that this amendment would prevent people who have actually committed crimes like rape or human trafficking from being prosecuted for those crimes under the language of this amendment. So with that, this is an amendment that is important for women to be able to seek the care wherever it is lawful for them to seek it, choose who it is that they want to travel with to help them, and make sure that we preserve a woman's right to make her own health care decisions and travel decisions as well. I yield back and urge the members to support the adoption of the amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support, recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll. Recorded vote. Is it sufficient number? You either want to have a roll call vote or you don't want to have a roll call vote, friends. Let's. Okay. Okay, guys.
Okay, let's go. Let's do it.
Recorded vote.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mr. Amadei.
No.
Mr. Amadei votes no. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter.
Aye.
Mr. Cartwright.
Cartwright is aye.
Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, you're muted. Could you unmute?
Sorry. No.
Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman.
No.
Mr. Fleischman votes no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder.
Aye.
Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
No.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence.
Lawrence votes yes.
Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes aye. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Ms. McCullum.
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCullum votes aye. Ms. Meng.
Aye.
Ms. Meng votes aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes no. Mr. Newhouse. No. Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Quigley.
Aye.
Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Stewart.
No.
Mr. Stewart votes no. Mrs. Torres.
Torres, aye.
Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valedeo. Mr. Valedeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Yes.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 32, the nays are 23, and the amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Rutherford.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk and ask that unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to amend, to offer an amendment to protect local law enforcement from being defunded and federalized. My amendment will prevent funds from being used to implement Sections 19 and 20 of President Biden's recent executive order on policing. As a former sheriff and lifelong law enforcement officer, I have serious concerns with any actions that federalize local law enforcement. The strength of America's domestic security lies in our state and locally controlled law enforcement. Centralization of control of state and local law enforcement at the federal level is not only burdensome, but it's outright dangerous. Citizens and locally elected leaders of agencies, not the Attorney General and Department of Justice, should decide what is best in the interest of law enforcement agencies and the communities that they serve. I've spent my law enforcement career fighting to make policing safer for the officers and the community. And one of the best ways of doing this is through independent agency accreditation. Law enforcement accrediting bodies are made up of stakeholders from across the field: police officers, judges, legislators, city executives, and academics, who certify that officers and law enforcement leaders incorporate best practices into their training and policies. And I can tell you firsthand that our current independent accreditation system works. It works very well. However, Section 19 of the President's executive order will put the Attorney General in charge of designating accrediting bodies and what their standards should be. A law enforcement agency will be required to be accredited to standards decided by the Attorney General. Instead of knowledgeable and independent stakeholders establishing best practices for policing, Section 19 puts partisan politicians and bureaucrats in D.C. in charge. Then there's Section 20. This section says that agencies who don't fully comply with federal standards are not eligible for the federal support that they currently receive. I understand better than most that communities need to have well-trained officers, good policing policies, and strong community relationships. But this one-size-fits-all federal policy treats local policing agencies as if they're all the same. And Madam Chair, these agencies are so different. Some have thousands of officers, some have 50 or less. And while many larger agencies have the resources and manpower needed to comply with some of the burdensome reporting and data collection requirements in this executive order, many small agencies do not. This approach is backwards, and this executive order will keep funding from the agencies that need it the most. We have learned over the last 2 years that defunding the police is not only unpopular, but it's also very dangerous. Efforts to demoralize, delegitimize, and defund the police are the reason we are seeing these spikes in crimes throughout the United States. Instead of making an already dangerous job more dangerous, let's work together to get our state and local officers the training and resources they need to be successful. I ask for your support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Madam Chair, I think people know that I work hard at doing my best to accommodate members from both sides of the aisle, having input on the contents of the Commerce, Justice, and Science bill. We have a portal set up so that you can put in your priorities and include all of your thoughts and ideas for language that would make the bill better. We've had that up for months. My door is open for members to come talk to me about ideas for the bill, particularly members of the Appropriations Committee. Our custom and practice when we talk about amendments is to give each other at least fair notice. Granted, it's not a lot of notice. Typically, midnight the night before a markup, people burn the candle at both ends. We know that. But Rutherford Amendment number 1 was handed to us this morning just after 10 a.m. And my first and primary problem with it is that we have not had enough time to study this amendment. And to be fair, we're friends. And I want to yield to the gentleman from Florida to explain why he could not have given us this amendment prior to the start of business this morning.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and through the chair to Mr. Cartwright. This was completed sometime yesterday evening. How it didn't go through staff all the way to you, I cannot explain that, but it was there yesterday.
Reclaiming my time, I'm holding Rutherford number 1, which says on the bottom left in black and white that it was printed out on June 22, 2022 at 2:01 p.m. That's 6 days ago. And I think my colleague, Mr. Rutherford, his use of the word staff is instrumental because I know John Rutherford, and he wouldn't have done this. This was skullduggery on the part of Republican staff, plain and simple. And here's the problem. It has an effect. We haven't had enough time to study these things. We're making law here, folks. We have to study these things. We have to go over them, talk about the effects of them, deliberate on them. And when we do this kind of gotcha-ism, it doesn't make for good law, and it doesn't make us look good either. Let's not do this to each other. And I'm going to ask my dear friend John Rutherford to withdraw this amendment and work with me on making this law better on this score. Will you do that, sir?
You yielding?
Yield to you.
Through the chair, Mr. Cartwright, I don't want to yield. We did our work. I'm not sure how it got delayed and is so late getting to you. I would still like us to take a vote. Look, this is a very important issue for law enforcement because this is going to defund some agencies because they're not going to be able to meet all these standards. It's also going to move the accreditation process up under the Attorney General. That's not something that I can pass on and wait a year to come back to. So,
reclaiming my time, I'm not asking for that. We know, as appropriators, we know that the process goes on. There's a conference committee. We go back and forth with it. I'm offering to work with you going forward this year if you withdraw this amendment.
I don't think I can withdraw this amendment right now.
All right. Then reclaiming my time. What we're being accused of, we Democrats, is defunding the police. It is the dearest, deepest dream of the people across the aisle to be able to accuse us of defunding the police. If we are late paying a parking ticket, they will accuse us of defunding the police. And that's what's going on here. Here's why it doesn't work. I'm holding here in my hands a 2-page exhibit, which I will move to enter into the record, Madam Chair. This is the IACP and FOP statement on Executive Order on Police Reform. For months, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, IACP, and the Fraternal Order of Police, FOP, have been engaged in extensive discussions with the administration in good faith to develop the executive order on advancing effective, accountable policing and criminal justice practices to enhance public trust and public safety. We applaud the administration for listening to our constructive feedback and incorporating our suggestions into the executive order. Our organizations, which represent our nation's chiefs and the majority of rank and file officers, believe that it marks a significant step in our continuing efforts to strengthen the trust of the public in police and the criminal justice system. During our discussions, the IACP and FOP remain focused on communicating the challenges facing the policing profession and making clear that our profession is comprised of dedicated individuals who are committed to the preservation of human life, maintaining the highest ethical standards, and treating all individuals with dignity and respect while holding themselves and others accountable for their actions. As the President noted in the executive order, many state and local police agencies across the country have taken the lead in efforts to make our communities safer, modernize policing practices, and make our broader criminal justice system more effective and more equitable. To that end, we stressed the need for support for proven training, agency accreditation, data collection initiatives, and more uniform policies based on evidence-based leading practices. And we are grateful to the administration. We are grateful the administration listened and then acted. Specifically, the executive order directs the U.S. Justice Department to consult with state and local law enforcement to develop guidance and leading practices on recruitment and retention to address the shortage of officers nationwide, supports officer wellness and takes affirmative steps to prevent suicides among law enforcement officers, urges the development of standards for law enforcement accrediting bodies, and encourages state and local law enforcement agencies to become accredited, establishes a consistent use of force policy for federal agencies that follows the National Consensus Use of Force Policy, the development of which was led by our organizations, promotes development of an accurate officer accountability database that preserves and protects the due process rights of officers, preserves state and local law enforcement access to the needed equipment for mission-based public safety objectives from the 1033 and other surplus equipment programs, and improves oversight and accountability, promotes broad data collection efforts to better improve policing practices at all levels of government, and directs federal departments and their components to use their grant-making authority to support and promote state and local law enforcement's improved policing practices to gain access to better equipment and technology to enhance accountability and transparency and to make communities safer. While this executive order's direct impact is limited to federal law enforcement agencies, the IACP and FOP see many components of the order as a blueprint for future congressional action. We remain steadfast in our commitment to working with all interested parties who are willing to take an evidence-based approach to enact effective and lasting change, to build a safer future for our communities and the men and women peace officers that serve them. Much work remains to be done, as this executive order only touches upon one element of the criminal justice system, policing. It represents, however, a good faith effort by all involved to reach accord without compromising any core values or issues. A broader approach to overall systemic issues needs to be a priority of all elected officials, and just as our organizations have done from the start, stand ready to work together to make the entirety of our criminal justice system fairer and more equitable for all. And that was, again, from the International Association of Chiefs of Police and the Fraternal Order of Police. And based on that, it is pretty obvious that that executive order that this amendment addresses is not a problem. And so I urge that this amendment be voted no on. I yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Working as a ranking member, certainly we want to make sure that we work together, knowing full well what these amendments are. I understand that the majority knew this from the beginning of the day if this amendment was coming up. Be that as may, I understand the gentleman from Florida also, this is his only opportunity to try to address this. He feels strongly about it. So I do support what his amendment does in the fact that millions of dollars of these law enforcement programs in this bill are meaningless if states and localities can't meet the partisan standards of the Department of Justice that have tied in with them. So well-intentioned as these aspects of the present executive order may be, they are unnecessarily prescriptive and the result will be counterproductive. So I would urge a yes vote on this amendment and yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman is recognized to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through the chair again to Mr. Cartwright, all I can do is apologize if it didn't get to you in time. But I will say this, that there are a lot of things which you just read that I agree completely with in the executive order.
Well, it's there.
Absolutely agree with.
We're done with it.
But the two sections that I'm opposed to are the very last two in that executive order, Section 19 and Section 20, that will change the nature of the accreditation process and it will change the nature of the grant process, both of which I'm adamantly opposed to because it takes the control away from the local and independent accrediting bodies and our local law enforcement. Clearly, a yes vote here supports local citizen control of their police, and I believe a no vote here puts portions of local police practices under federal control, and I'm adamantly opposed to that. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair,
No.
the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote. Sufficient being in support. Recorded vote is called. The clerk will read it. Call the vote.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei.
Yes.
Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop. You're muted.
No.
Yep. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence.
No.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
No. McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng.
No.
Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse.
Aye.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley?
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan?
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres?
Aye.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valedeo? Mr. Valedeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Are there any members who wish to change their vote or record their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 31, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Garcia.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent to dispose with the reading.
Yes, without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from California is recognizing his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would remove a legacy policy within the DOJ. Right now, the DOJ currently imposes a $19,000 limit on how much local law enforcement officers can charge in the form of overtime to a federally funded bucket of money, and specifically to programs such as the Domestic Cannabis Suppression and Eradication Program. So what this does is that while we have task force out there fighting some of these illegal marijuana grows and other task force fighting gangs, et cetera, they become smart on the tactics and the procedures used to combat these threats in our local communities. And because of this because of this artificial cap, they end up having to rotate prematurely from that task force just as they're starting to get up on the learning curve. This is a legacy policy, like I talked about, that frankly the DOJ and our correspondence with them over the last couple of years can't figure out the genesis of it. It's from what we can tell, an arbitrary and capricious limit. This $19,000 has no definition behind it as to the why. This effectively makes a sheriff in the Southern California area of California limited a $19,000 limit, the same that it would be to, say, a sheriff in Rhode Island, where maybe they haven't been defunded to the levels that Los Angeles County sheriffs have been defunded, and maybe they aren't operating at the significant higher operational tempo in Rhode Island that they are in Southern California with the open border and the crime spikes that we're seeing there in California. And so this is, pardon the pun, handcuffing our law enforcement officers by not allowing them to charge these federal buckets of money at the levels that they should be. And so we've asked for waivers through the DOJ. We've asked for adjustments to account for different cost of livings through different states, through different zip codes, however they want to do it. And the responses that we've gotten back has been basically that it's too hard and it's not operationally expedient for them. So this amendment would effectively not allow them to spend money to enforce this cap. It gives more flexibility to the local law enforcement officers, and it allows them to get whole at a time where they've been defunded over the last few years, and we're still suffering from some of those repercussions. So I offer this amendment to help our local law enforcement agencies through federal programs that keep them whole, and I urge support. I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
I rise to thank the gentleman for the amendment. I can agree with the gentleman we should not support any limitation on law enforcement's ability to be reimbursed for overtime worked, especially at a time when many state and local law enforcement agencies are relying so heavily on overtime as they face staffing shortages and recruiting challenges. State and local law enforcement officers who participate in federal task forces are indeed eligible for overtime reimbursement through the Department of Justice. The maximum amount of overtime reimbursement is currently capped to be the equivalent of 25% of the annual pay for a GS-12 Step 1 federal law enforcement officer that caps out at $19,840.75. 25% of a federal agent's pay is a standard overtime amount, often referred to as law enforcement availability pay, or LEAP, L-E-A-P. I also understand the budget constraints in ensuring that federal resources are available to all communities across the nation to encourage these joint law enforcement efforts, and the department does have a responsibility to manage its resources responsibly on behalf of the taxpayer. I look forward to continuing to work with you to address the issue, and the chair has no position on this amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Adderholt.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would strongly support the gentleman's amendment, as it will effectively require the Department of Justice to increase its support for local police forces when they combat the illegal marijuana growing. Many of these growers have ties to violent gangs and cartels, and the crime and the intimidation associated with these illegal grower operations deeply harms communities like those of the gentleman from California. As these criminal enterprises grow in number and complexity, we must ensure that our federal policies do not hinder efforts to engage with local law enforcement partners to help eradicate illegal grows. So I would urge adoption and support amendment, and yield back.
Ms. Watson-Coleman, and then Mr.
Madam Chair, I don't need to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out Californians voted to legalize marijuana in 2016, but and we also promised to end the black market to stop this cartel violence. But in typical, or our state of California, we overtaxed and overregulated the marijuana industry, so it's still cheaper to buy it on the black market. And many times, this unregulated market, they lace it with fentanyl, and people obviously are dying because of this. Now the cartels are coming across the southern border. They set up these illegal marijuana grows. They've got 50 caliber machine guns, literally, protecting their grows, and they're terrorizing the community. They steal water from various sources in order to water these grows. And law enforcement stretched too thin as it is. And so this overtime is extremely important to make sure that we crack down on these illegal grow operations. So I support the gentleman's amendment, and I would hope everyone would support that and vote aye. Thank you. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there is no further debate, the gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank the chairman of the subcommittee for the math. Frankly, that was very enlightening for us. We've been trying to extract the rationale and the basis for these numbers, like I said, through the DOJ, so I appreciate you sharing that with us. And I just want to remind folks, you know, this is something I've seen firsthand. I've literally had some of the toughest sheriffs in the department but just begging us to be able to tap into the necessary federal funds. We've been successful in getting them those funds from the federal government through CJS and the grants that are available for marijuana eradication teams. But they just tap out because of this cap. And this isn't a Republican or Democrat issue. This is a public safety issue. Some of these deputies end up doing this work for free out of their own pocket, out of their own time, because they don't want to give up the advantages that they've gained over the last couple of months in this process, just simply because we ran out of money to fund them. So removing this artificial and capricious cap will go a long way. It doesn't have to be applied to everyone, but certainly where we need it the most, and I think it'll go a long way in helping us make sure that the black market is eradicated and that the legal markets are enabled and aren't competing against the black market that has literally no cost basis and no regulation. So with that, I urge a yes vote in support of this, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, I recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio for a motion, and I ask for your support for this bill.
Madam Chair, I move to favorably report the Commerce, Justice, State, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act 2023 to the House.
May I also ask, before we vote, the members voting remotely through Zoom, please remain on the platform and remain visible until the final vote result is announced. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed? Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote is requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support, recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt.
No.
Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mr. Amade.
No.
Mr. Amade votes no. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright.
Aye.
Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman.
No.
Mr. Fleischman votes no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder.
Aye.
Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler votes no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter. Mr. Kilmer. Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, you are muted. Could you repeat your vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes aye. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Ms. Meng.
Aye.
Ms. Meng votes aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes no. Mr. Newhouse.
No.
Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree.
Ms. Pingree.
Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Quigley.
Aye.
Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard votes aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Stewart.
No.
Mr. Stewart votes no. Mrs. Torres.
Aye.
Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valedeo. Mr. Valedeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes no.
Kilmer.
Mr. Kilmer votes aye.
Ms. Bustos.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tally. Good job, Dick. Good job.
Really? You're like, did it make any sense? I don't know what was.
10 o'clock?
I should have done
9
it.
a.m. meeting.
They get to leave, but we have to stay on the screen.
Yes.
Meet at 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same room?
Yeah.
Norma has a hot date.
Yes. We don't know the amendments yet. We don't know how many.
A woman can birth a baby and we're still in debate.
I know.
On this vote, the yeas are 31 and the nays are 24. The bill is adopted without objection. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.